Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. The Zhao family had clearly received some sort of notice and was about to flee. However, Han Fei came too fast. The guardians outside the chain bridge of Pure Sun Island couldn't even stop him for a few seconds. When Han Fei arrived here, many fishing boats had already started to take off. Someone shouted, "Come on, let's go. Don't wait for anyone. Take off and leave." Whoosh! All of a sudden, a gale rose within 100 kilometers, and countless people discovered, to their horror, that the wind became visible, with dazzling knife lights emerging in the wind. There was water mist as a knife, plants as a knife, as if everything in the world could become a knife. In midair, Han Fei's voice echoed, "Where is the head of the Zhao family? Come out." At this moment, everyone saw someone walking over from the sky. With his hands behind his back, he walked dozens of kilometers with each step. His aura made them panic. On the ground, the Blade Inferno had just been launched. Whoever was above a hidden fissure would be killed. If Han Fei wanted to establish prestige in the 1,000-star city today, he had to be on a killing spree today. "Ah! Family head, save me!" Someone's body was cut off, but he was still alive, crying for help. Someone cursed, "Devil, who wants to destroy our Zhao family?" Han Fei chuckled and said, "My name is Han Fei. I'm from Pure Sun Island, Thug Academy. My lord, please spare the Zhao family. It's I who occupied the Su family and entered the Thug Academy. Please punish me, my lord." An old man flew over. His strength was only that of an intermediate explorer. But his hair was already gray. Even if he wasn't killed, he wouldn't live long. Pfft. Ignoring the old man's words, Han Fei waved his knife and killed the old man. Patriarch Dylan, how have we Zhao family ever offended you? Why do you have to do this? Seeing this scene, many people were dumbfounded and fled in panic. Someone was furious. There was no telling if he knew that he couldn't escape. And he began to curse. Han Fei sneered. "Let me say it again. Master of the Zhao family, come out. You only have 3 seconds. Don't make me take the initiative to find you." After Han Fei said this, in less than 2 minutes, he saw a fat guy flying in the air. This person was only a junior explorer. Coming with him was an old woman who was an advanced explorer. However, the old woman was about to die too. The Zhao family's situation wasn't much better than the Su family's. Seeing these two people, Han Fei shook his head slightly. A family that only has 3 explorers dares to participate in the matters of the Thug Academy. And the big clans? How dare you? The head of the Zhao family panicked and his body was trembling. Zhao. Zhao. You greets Marshal Han. Marshal Han, please punish the Zhao family for making this big mistake. But this matter was all up to me. Please let the Zhao family's descendants go. They know nothing at all. Han Fei curled his lips. Shut up. Do you think I'm a fool? How is it possible? The Zhao family's descendants know nothing about this matter at all? The old woman hurriedly said, "Marshal Han, the 2 explorers of the Su family weren't killed by our Zhao family. However, I and Zhao you can pay with our lives. The 3 explorers of the Zhao family have all died here today. Please spare the Zhao family, Marshal Han." Han Fei was not in a hurry. He didn't withdraw the Blade Inferno, but said casually, "Which family is the Zhao family attached to?" While speaking, Han Fei looked at the distant void and said, "Which big clan wants to stand up?" "I, Han Fei, am here. Does anyone want to fight me?" Hearing Han Fei's casual provocation, Zhao Yu and the old woman were shocked. Why did Han Fei dare to provoke the big clans of the Thousand-Star City so blatantly? The old woman looked down at her family. More than half of the disciples above the hidden fissure level had died. If this continued, all the strong disciples would die. The old woman shouted, "Marshal Han, it's the Sun family. Marshal Han, please. Spare our disciples." Han Fei smiled. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? Why did you run away? If you hadn't run away, I might not have attacked you." Han Fei roared, "The Zhao family is immoral and despicable. Today, I, Han Fei, will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, destroy the Zhao family, and return peace to the people. From now on, the Zhao family will no longer exist. On Drifting Cloud Island." Pooh. 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 At that moment, the infinite blades revealed their sharpness in the sky. Zhao Yu, the old woman and the disciples in the law enforcer realm were instantly executed. For a moment, everybody in the Zhao family was crying. Countless people glared at Han Fei with hatred, but Han Fei didn't care. "If you have the ability, come and take revenge. Otherwise, I'll kill you again." Han Fei extended his hand and reached into the Zhao family's treasury. A large number of resources were taken away. Han Fei discovered that even in this family that was about to decline, there were many resources, such as spiritual spring, which numbered in the millions. There were really countless combat skills, techniques, weapons, and spiritual fruits. However, apart from the spiritual spring and a few materials, Han Fei sprinkled everything else into the wind on the Drifting Cloud Island. At that moment, Han Fei extended his hand, and a piece of divine weapon material quickly melted and transformed into a gigantic megaphone. Han Fei shouted, "The big clans are ruthless and exploit the people. Today, I, Han Fei, will return the Zhao family's ill-gotten gains to the people on the Drifting Cloud Island." As he spoke, Han Fei grabbed 1,000,000 kilograms of spiritual spring and controlled them to move. The spiritual spring flew in the sky and fell like rain. Someone was looking up at the sky and suddenly saw something falling from the sky. He couldn't help but ask, "What is that?" The man rose to the sky, grabbed it, and found a spiritual fruit in his hand. He gasped and then exclaimed, "Is the Zhao family really gone?" Someone was still waiting to watch the show when he saw a spear stabbing at him. After hurriedly dodging it, the spear, at least at the semi-divine level, stabbed into the ground before him. Holy sh*t, who is this Han Fei? The Zhao family has a huge amount of resources, and he just threw them out? Someone exclaimed, "I got a heaven-level technique." Someone laughed. "I got a heaven-level, low-quality combat skill too." Someone said helplessly, "It's a pity that I only got a demon-level mid-quality combat skill." For a moment, the sky was full of people, and many people were fighting for it. The Zhao family had been wiped out. These things were ownerless and belonged to whoever grabbed them. Why didn't they grab them? Someone scrambled and asked, "Who can tell us who Han Fei is?" Someone replied, "I don't know. I've never heard of him." Someone shouted, "You guys are really uninformed. Do you forget that the Scattered Stars Island has become a paradise of adventure? Han Fei is the Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island, Marshal Han." Hiss, really? Oh my God, How unlucky the Zhao family is to offend such a powerhouse. I don't sympathize with the Zhao family at all. They always play dirty. They deserve it. Han Fei didn't kill all the remaining people of the Zhao family. He knew that. No matter how bad a crowd was, there would always be good people. No matter how good a crowd was, there would always be bad people. Good and bad were meaningless under certain circumstances. He, Han Fei, was not a good person. Faced with a family that was mostly bad, even if he wiped out the family, so what? Amidst the cries, standing in the sky, Han Fei raised his hand and the infinity water appeared, attracting a river over. The river turned into a water dragon hundreds of meters long, with vivid scales on its body. On a closer look, it seemed to stride hundreds of kilometers away and disappear in the sky above the Zhao family. Han Fei had the greatest grudge against the Sun family first and then the Chu sect. Therefore, he wasn't surprised at all when the old woman said that the Zhao family was attached to the Sun family. However, Han Fei didn't want to cause trouble for the time being. He would take this chance to make his thoughts clear to the entire Thousand-Star City. Today, Han Fei put the trumpet, divine weapon he had just made to his mouth and shouted, "All citizens within the Thousand-Star City, listen to me. All citizens within the Thousand-Star City, listen to me." At that moment, Han Fei's voice spread throughout the Thousand-Star City. Although it took some time for the sound waves to spread out, it didn't affect his speech. Han Fei said, "My name is Han Fei, the current Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island and the acting president of the Thug Academy. I have something to tell you." In the Thousand-Star City, on the various islands, countless people looked up at the sky one after another, listening to the surging sound waves that rippled across the sky. For a moment, countless people were discussing, surprised at the Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island, and curious about what Han Fei wanted to say to them. Han Fei said, "I was the Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island for a year, but I've slaughtered more than 10 venerables, and killed countless sea demons. A year ago, I launched an unprecedented war, uprooted the sea demons base, the 10,000 Demon Valley, and killed the clones of the King of Sea Demons, the Black Evil Conch King, and destroyed his henchmen. Of course, this is not my credit alone, but the credit of the millions of soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island. Today, I am not here to brag, but to tell you a few things." When Han Fei said that, many people were moved. In the Thousand-Star City, countless people had participated in the war on the Scattered Stars Island, and many people on the various islands were still taking veteran subsidies. They even regarded themselves as members of the Scattered Stars Island. Hearing the big event of the Scattered Stars Island, how could they not be moved? These people all rose and listened to Han Fei carefully and solemnly. Han Fei's voice continued to float over. "Now, the Scattered Stars Island has been transformed into a world of adventurers by me. Countless people from the Thousand-Star City and the 36 towns have gone to the Scattered Stars Island to explore it. There are peak-level combat skills, infinite treasures, and infinite secret realms waiting for you to explore. First of all, I need to call on you. If you want to become strong, you can go to the Scattered Stars Island to take a look. You won't suffer any loss." Han Fei paused and continued, "The second thing is that I'm from the Thug Academy, which used to be the leader of the 8 academies in the Thousand-Star City. The big clans in the Thousand-Star City covet the resources of the Thug Academy and gang up on us. Therefore, I will never let off the big clans in the Thousand-Star City until I die. In the future, I'll definitely flatten the big clans in the Thousand-Star City and create a great world that has no exploitation, oppression, but only fairness, justice, and morality. Today, I'd like to ask the billions of humans in the Thousand-Star City to bear witness to me. When I, Han Fei, come to the Thousand-Star City again, it will be the day the big clans disappear. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Han Fei's voice floated in the sky above the Thousand-Star City, as if it had great magical power, making countless people stop and watch. Han Fei was not in a hurry. He could successfully leave the Chu sect. In the vast sea of people in the Thousand-Star City, no one could find him unless someone had a treasure like the vast ocean navigator. While Han Fei talked, he waited to see if anyone would attack him. However, no one attacked him at all. Han Fei stood high in the sky, his voice echoing, "The Sea clan wants to annihilate the human race, and the big clans want to exploit us. With internal and external troubles, I, Han Fei, hereby swear on my great Tao, that I'll kill the sea demons first and then destroy the big clans. In this chaotic world, I, Han Fei, should enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and liberate human beings. I want the Thousand-Star City, the 36 towns, the Scattered Stars Island, to be free of exploitation, infighting, and oppression. Everyone is a free person, and everyone can go to sea, hunt, and grow up freely." After a long while, Han Fei's voice stopped. The people of the Thousand-Star City were in an uproar, and many people were excited. Someone exclaimed, "Han Fei. Is he the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island? He's really domineering. If he can wipe out the big clans, I'll worship him forever." Someone's body trembled. "Although I don't know this person, from now on, I'll remember him." A person called Han Fei, a school called the Thug Academy, and the entire Scattered Stars Island are all enemies of the big clans. Okay. I will do everything I can to destroy the big clans. Someone murmured in his heart, "Han Fei, Han Fei, Han Fei." In the Thousand-Star City, if people didn't go to the Scattered Stars Island, then they could only go to the Thousand-Star Proving Ground, the three holy lands, and the arena, to cultivate. The spiritual energy in the Thousand-Star City was quite rich. They could temper themselves in the arena and occasionally spend some money to go to the Thousand-Star Proving Ground to gain experience, which was their way of life. However, this method was completely different from the 36 towns and the Scattered Stars Island. Perhaps the people from the Thousand-Star City were quite strong, but this was only because they had a high starting point and had generally learned more than the people from the 36 towns. That was why they were strong. In a real life and death battle, unless they were heavenly talents, who dared to say that they could defeat the people from the 36 towns? And now, although the Scattered Stars Island was open, the number of people who could go there every day was limited. After all, there were not many teleportation arrays. Even if they lined up, they would have to wait for several years. Therefore, the big clans in the Thousand-Star City just looked on coldly, seeming not to be very worried. Scattered Stars Island? It was just a small island. How many people could it accommodate? As long as the big clans controlled the exit and entrance of the Thousand-Star City, how many people could go out? If the Scattered Stars Island cut off the resources of the Thousand-Star City, the Thousand-Star City would also cut off the flow of people. However, Han Fei didn't think so. The Scattered Stars Island was expanding, and he didn't need to care about the big clans at all. People who wanted to go to the Scattered Stars Island needed to be strictly screened. Many people wanted to go there, but couldn't. Even if the big clans wanted to stop them, it was meaningless. After all, Han Fei could still take reinforcements from the 36 towns. Although the people in the 36 towns were not as strong as the people in the Thousand-Star City, the Scattered Stars Island no longer had to fight sea demons, and people didn't have to worry every day. Therefore, even if the people of the 36 towns were relatively weak, it wasn't a big problem. They could still grow up. At this moment, Han Fei had finished his speech and flew to the inner part of the Thousand-Star City. Along the way, he didn't withdraw the Blade Inferno and flew blatantly across the sky. Han Fei went straight to the Sun family without hiding at all. Today, no matter what, he must fight a battle. He must show everyone in the Thousand-Star City how he, Han Fei, was a man of his word. Han Fei's recklessness made Ren Tianfei, who was in the void, a little dumbfounded. Is this kid so simple-minded? Does he have to teach the Sun family a lesson under public stare today? Three Light Island was one of the three big islands located at the periphery of the three Holy Lands. On this island there were three big families, which were the Sun family, Yang family, and Mo family. Among these three families, the Sun family was shrewd, the Yang family was simple-minded, and the Mo family was led by women. They were all the largest families in the Thousand-Star City. One of the venerables of the Sun family died, but Han Fei was also tricked by Sun Xiaotian, one of the three patriarchs of the Sun family. In the battle Tang Yen participated in a year ago, Sun Xiaotian even aroused Ning Jing's anger. In fact, Ning Jing was also watching. Other people couldn't come to the Thousand-Star City, but she could come and eat and drink along the way. Seeing that Han Fei was so arrogant and domineering, Ning Jing shook her head and said to Han Fei's black mist body, "Are you crazy? How dare you just charge into the enemy's home alone?" Han Fei picked up the fish head meat in the big pot in front of him and said, "Anyway, they can't kill me. It feels weird. In this state, I can't eat as happily as usual." Ning Jing snorted. "Then don't eat. I'll eat alone." Next to the two of them was the Fire Moon Fairy who had fought on the Scattered Stars Island. At this moment, Han Fei was in the Sea Cloud Tower. The Fire Moon Fairy watched the fish head fly up by itself, feeling very uncomfortable. Han Fei was sitting right next to her, but she couldn't feel his existence at all. She said, "Han Fei, shall I send the 5 disciples of the Thug Academy back? Or just let them stay in the Waterwood world?" Han Fei shrugged. "Why didn't I meet them when I was in the Waterwood world? Send them back. The Scattered Stars Island is different from before. They have been cultivating in the Waterwood world long enough. Now, it's time to return to the Inyang world." Han Fei already knew that the Sea Cloud Tower was from the Waterwood world. When Han Fei looked for Ning Jing, but the vast ocean navigator pointed to the Sea Cloud Tower, he had already known it. At this moment, Han Fei simply dropped his chopsticks. Someone from the three big families had already appeared on the Three Light Island. Han Fei rode on a dragon, and under the eyes of countless people, he walked ostentatiously. As the big dragon underneath him was flying in the sky, the swishing sound of flying knives never stopped. On the Three Light Island, there were already 4 venerables waiting for Han Fei. A venerable from the Yang family glared at him. Han Fei, are you going to fight us now? Han Fei glanced at the brawny man, contemptuously. Yang Kuan has died. Who are you? None of you big clans are trustworthy. You said your family only had one venerable, but how come there is another venerable after Yang Kuan died? The brawny man was furious. Han Fei, are you provoking us? Han Fei raised his megaphone and roared, I'm just provoking you. What can you do? Shut up. Otherwise, I'll destroy the Yang family first and then the Sun family. Son of AB****, how dare you speak to me like this? Have you lost your mind? The venerable from the Yang family was about to flare up, but seeing that the venerable from the Mo family was looking at him, he immediately swallowed his words. Yes, Han Fei broke into the Chu sect alone and even came out safely. After he came out, he still dared to stay here. So, the one who came now must be his clone. Killing a clone? It was meaningless to the big clans. On the contrary, once Han Fei was angered, they would be in danger. Humph. The venerable of the Yang family snorted heavily, but he didn't say any more. Two people from the Sun family came out, one was Sun Xiaotian, and the other was Sun Baixing. Sun Baixing was indeed still alive. When they were fighting on the scattered Stars Island, these two people must have swapped with each other. Han Fei ignored the Yang and Mo families and walked straight to the Sun family's camp. In the Yang family, Yang Diu kept swallowing saliva and even sent a voice transmission to Yang Nanchi. Sister Nanchi, I think our family should find a smart family to establish a marital relationship within the future. Fortunately, our patriarch didn't join the battle against him. Otherwise, we would have suffered losses too. Yang Nanchi rolled her eyes at Yang Diu. What losses? Han Fei won't attack us. If he attacks us, he's bullying the weak. More importantly, I'm the only one who can compete with him. He will definitely wait for me to grow up before dealing with us. Yang Diu couldn't help but open his mouth. F***ck, what kind of brain do you have? Han Fei is right. Your head must have been hit by an ironhead fish. If you have the potential to become a king, the first person he should kill is you. How can he possibly give you time to grow up? Do you think Han Fei's head has been hit by an ironhead fish? On the Three-Light Island, countless people looked up, and many people had already run far away. If there was a venerable level battle, any random shockwave could crush ordinary people like them. Han Fei stepped directly above the Sun family and raised his chin at Sun Xiaotian. Your son Xiaotian, right? Today, I'm here to fight you so that I can experience the strength of an advanced venerable. Sun Xiaotian narrowed his eyes slightly. Han Fei, you're just a junior venerable. Are you sure you want to fight me? You should know that you can't touch my Sun family today, no matter what. As the saying went, when the lips die, the teeth turn cold. No matter how stupid the Yang and Mo families were, they would definitely understand this truth. Therefore, even if he was no match for Han Fei, there would still be people coming to save him. Even if the Yang and Mo families couldn't save him, there would still be Chu sect and other races to save him. Anyway, he wouldn't die. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up. Don't get me wrong. I'm here today to challenge you one-on-one so that I can have a taste of the strength of an advanced venerable. As for attacking your Sun family? Don't worry. You won't be able to run away. I'll settle scores with the big clans in the 1,000. Star City one by one. The two of them spoke without hiding anything. Their voices were so loud that countless people heard them. Many ordinary people gasped. Has Han Fei become a venerable? Does the Sun family have an advanced venerable expert? Han Fei wants to challenge them as soon as he becomes a venerable? The ordinary people knew nothing but that Han Fei was cool and awesome. Although this provocation was a bit unreasonable, they didn't care. Sun Xiaotian knew that if he failed to kill Han Fei with a sneak attack, he would definitely be retaliated. However, he didn't expect Han Fei to come so quickly under such circumstances. He didn't want to fight Han Fei. In his opinion, this was not Han Fei's real body at all. It was just a clone. Even if he won, so what? However, Han Fei had invited him to fight on the spot. With billions of people watching, how could he not fight? Sun Xiaotian shouted, "Come on, let's fight." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei caused a great uproar today. He slaughtered a small family. He gave an exciting speech. He came to challenge the advanced venerable of the Sun family. Among them, it was not a big deal to wipe out a small family. 8 years ago, as many as dozens of families were wiped out. Ran Tianfei, this old B***starred, had killed several of them alone. However, their actions were not as blatant and loud as Han Fei's. After all, that kind of battle was a life-and-death battle. Both parties sent out a lot of forces, which was a group battle. In a venerable level battle, the venerables fought in the void. No one was as ostentatious as Han Fei. Therefore, ordinary people couldn't see the whole process of the battle, and only the strong could. This time, no one stopped Han Fei's challenge. What had happened in the Chu sect? Everyone knew at the moment the million people left the cold moon. With the departure of 1 million people, news spread everywhere. Now, all the big clans knew that Han Fei had the ability to hunt other people's spiritual beasts. This also meant that Han Fei could directly or indirectly hunt in the soul. See, this matter was already terrifying enough. No one in the entire 1,000 Star City had ever solved the mystery of the Soul Sea. Why did Han Fei have this ability? In addition, Han Fei, a mere venerable, had sneaked into Chu sect. Old Demon Chu and Chu Menwang had even activated the Great Guardian Array, but after half a month, they didn't even catch Han Fei's shadow. In the end, they were forced to let Han Fei out. It could be said that the Chu sect had lost all face. Chi La. The void opened, and Han Fei and Sun Xiaotian stepped into the void one after another. Of course, Sun Xiaotian wouldn't treat Han Fei as an ordinary person. Which ordinary person could kill a half-king in the realm of a half-venerable? Which junior venerable could escape from a half-king several times? And which venerable could sneak into Chu sect and crazily hunt other people's spiritual beasts? Han Fei could do all this. Therefore, Sun Xiaotian would use all his strength. He would even treat Han Fei as a peak-level venerable. After all, he knew that if Han Fei could kill him today, he would definitely not show any mercy. On the contrary, it was impossible for him to kill Han Fei today, no matter what. It was his home ground, but he was restrained in every respect. This was what made him uncomfortable. As soon as he entered the void, Sun Xiaotian stretched out his hand and waved. And an ultra-quality divine sword appeared in his hand. Swish. 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 Sun Xiaotian held the long sword in his hand, and 100 swords flew in the air, forming a large array. This was the Sun family's immortal slaying array. Han Fei had already recognized it as soon as Sun Xiaotian attacked. When Sun Mu was still alive, he had a lot of interactions with this immortal's slaying array. However, the immortal slaying array Sun Mu used was on a completely different level from the one Sun Xiaotian used. The first blow was still the immortal slaying sword Qi. In Sun Xiaotian's hand, since the moment he held the long sword, the immortal's slaying sword Qi had covered hundreds of kilometers, forming a sword Qi domain. Han Fei didn't stop him. He secretly activated his great Tao, and his strength had already increased. At least, in terms of strength, Han Fei could already match an advanced venerable. However, in terms of soul strength, he was definitely still inferior. According to Ren Tianfei's theory, Sun Xiaotian lived older than you, cultivated longer than you, had a higher realm than you, so how could his soul strength be lower than yours? Han Fei admitted this. At least, he admitted this when his soul power hadn't been restored at all. However, Han Fei didn't panic. After all, he had the demon purification pot. Sun Xiaotian wouldn't be able to hurt his soul unless he used extremely special methods. Back in the ideal palace, it was completely an accident. Back then, he was circulating the supreme yin-yang wheel, and the weapon Xu Qingyan obtained was extremely special. It was something unique to the ideal palace. Most importantly, those who could stay in the ideal palace were soul bodies. With a thought from Han Fei, in the void, in the array of the immortals slaying array, the blade inferno also rolled up, and the knife light and sword Qi instantly scattered all around. Different from Sun Xiaotian's immortals slaying sword Qi, Han Fei's blade inferno could trigger void cracks. Its strength could completely shatter the immortal sword Qi. If a venerable level divine quality combat skill couldn't even do this, how could it be called venerable level divine quality? Sun Xiaotian had clearly realized this too. Even all the venerables who were watching the battle realized this too. The venerable of the Yan family, who was closest to them, asked in surprise, "What combat skill is Han Fei using? It could even trigger a void crack?" The venerable from the Mo family said, "The key is not whether he can trigger the void cracks, but this combat skill is too strong. In group battles, the immortal slaying array should be the strongest group combat skill we know. However, this combat skill of Han Fei is even better than the immortals slaying array. We can only see what will happen next." Sun Xiaotian had already fallen behind in the first area of effect combat skill. Sun Xiaotian's second move, Immortal Shows the Way, had already been launched. 4 red lights shot at Han Fei from 4 directions. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly, and he stood still. The void cracks overlapped and spread out from Han Fei. The 4 red lights couldn't escape the swallowing of the void at all and were directly swallowed. It could be said that using the void cracks was also a space combat skill, which made all of Sun Xiaotian's moves sink into different spaces. If Sun Xiaotian's attack power was not enough to crush these void cracks, how could his attack get close to Han Fei? At this moment, Han Fei said casually, "Well, I've told Sun Mu before that he'd better use his trump card at the very beginning of a fight. But it seems that you Sun family people never accept my suggestion. Do you have to use it step by step to make me realize how powerful your immortal slaying array is?" Haha, what's there to show off? Is it really so powerful? He looked at the third move of the immortal slaying array, which was glowing with red light, and the void was filled with red lines. Each of the red lines was extremely fast. Han Fei knew that the blade Inferno couldn't resist it anymore. The infinity. Water in front of him turned into 10,000 knives and flew around Han Fei, protecting him like an azure dragon. Clank, clank, clank. Clang. 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 The red light that could tear the void apart couldn't tear the azure dragon that surrounded Han Fei. The infinity water grew with Han Fei. Now that Han Fei had become a venerable, the infinity water had almost reached the level of a high-quality divine weapon. Even if he let these sword currents attack the infinity water, they could cause no harm to it. When Sun Xiaotian tried to besiege Han Fei, the endless space cracks also swept at Sun Xiaotian at the same time. The latter had a main sword in his hand and he brandished it to shatter these void cracks. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up in disdain. He suddenly moved towards Sun Xiaotian, walking dozens of miles with each step. Chi La. Han Fei reached out and grabbed at the air, drew out a 100-meter-long void crack, and slashed at Sun Xiaotian. Protect my body with the sword aura. Dragons and snakes, retreat. Sun Xiaotian condensed a sword aura around him. The 108 swords returned and turned into one as he activated 10,000 swords in one. But Han Fei still extended his hand and grabbed at the void. Chi La. Chi La. Chi La. Huge spatial cracks appeared one after another. Who would have thought that Han Fei could turn the space crack into a long knife in his hand and pull it out of the void? In the Grand Void Academy, many elders sighed. What kind of knife technique is this? Why does it look like our Grand Void Academy's ultimate technique? The Void Sword Chi? Someone shook his head slightly. It seems to be different. Han Fei seems to be slashing in the air, but in fact, every time he attacks, he needs to be fast, accurate, and ruthless. And the consumption is huge. However, the power of this blow is really difficult to resist. Someone sighed. What a strong knife technique. The people of the heavenly sword sect will probably have a headache when they see it. The heavenly sword sect was better at using swords than the Grand Void Academy. In the heavenly sword sect, ordinary people couldn't play with swords because they had to find their own path of the sword and get the sword in their heart first. At this moment, the Sky Sword Master and Mu Tianfeng were shocked to see Han Fei's terrifying knife light. The Sky Sword Master said lightly, Han Fei is just using the knife by force. If he finds the knife's soul and the knife in his heart, Sun Xiaotian is no match for him. Mu Tianfeng said, even so, he's already very powerful. At least, I can't compare to him in saber technique. The Sky Sword Master said, he will find it. This child is a quick learner. The battle in the void was thrilling. Under the knife light and sword shadow, even mountains and seas were cut apart. If such an attack appeared on the Three-Light Island, the island would be reduced to ruins in a moment. Therefore, the battle of the strong was always in the void. At this moment, the battle was over. Sun Xiaotian blocked Han Fei's attack with the sky ceiling tide. At the same time, he was shocked to find that Han Fei was too talented. If he had a chance to choose again, he really didn't want to be enemies with a guy like Han Fei. Sun Xiaotian shouted in a low voice, deity slaying 108 swords. At this time, even the long sword in Sun Xiaotian's hand had joined the battle. As the sword entered the void, Sun Xiaotian directly took action. With the power of the immortal slaying array, a terrifying sword wave darted at Han Fei with a swoosh. Under the 108 sword shadows, the void seemed to be cut open. What Han Fei sensed was a weird technique that could cut into the soul. Han Fei twisted his body and felt that he had been hit by a sword. His head hurt. If this went on, his soul would be greatly damaged. Han Fei issued an order in his heart, and the infinity water transformed into 108 small dragons, each of which fought a sword of the 108 swords. Han Fei smiled ferociously. Interesting. Although Sun Mu also knows this sword technique, it's not powerful. Boom boom boom. The infinity water suddenly exploded, and most of the 108 swords were instantly blown up. In terms of quality, they were now inferior to the infinity water. Han Fei looked at Sun Xiaotian with a smile. What else have you got? I'm running out of patience. After that, Han Fei roared, 100 beast soul devouring. It was also a soul attack, but different from the deity slaying 108 swords. This kind of power was directly used in Sun Zhao's consciousness. Immortal slaying spike. Qi La. Puff. Han Fei and Sun Xiaotian both vomited blood. Both of them seemed to be seriously injured. Han Fei failed to block the last stab. Sun Xiaotian seemed to withstand the soul attack to get the chance to stab Han Fei. A big hole was pierced through Han Fei's chest, but Han Fei didn't care. Instead, he grinned and shattered the immortal slaying array with a punch. When Han Fei wanted to continue to pounce at Sun Xiaotian, he saw several venerables come to Sun Xiaotian's side. Qi La. Han Fei tore the void and looked down at the three-light island. Ha ha ha. The big clans are nothing more than this. Today, you have more people, so I'll spare your life, but in the future, I, Han Fei, will come to harvest your lives one by one. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Boom. Han Fei's black mist body disappeared in front of everyone as if it had never appeared. Or maybe, Han Fei went to a place that no one knew in an unknown way. See Cloud Tower. Buzz. Han Fei's body trembled, and his two bodies became one. He picked up the chopsticks again, picked up a large piece of fish meat, and stuffed it into his mouth. The Fire Moon Fairy was naturally surprised. What kind of technique did Han Fei use? His two clones could be thousands of kilometers away, but they were combined in the blink of an eye. More importantly, even Ning Jing was dumbfounded. Han Fei had defeated Sun Xiaotian with only his clone. Wasn't his strength improving too fast? In fact, the two of them didn't know that Han Fei's use of strength had reached its limit. He couldn't hold on anymore with the twin divine technique. It only took him about 10 minutes to finish the whole battle. Han Fei discovered that when he activated the Great Tao, the pressure the twin God technique could withstand became greater. After 10 minutes, he was almost at his limit. However, Han Fei secretly smiled. He was indeed strong enough. He couldn't expect himself to leap a major realm in just 1 year and be comparable to a half-king, right? After the meal, Han Fei said, Miss Fire Moon, there should be a way to the Scattered Stars Island from the Sea Cloud Tower, right? Han Fei had plenty of means to return to the Scattered Stars Island through normal means. However, it wasn't absolutely safe. Who knew if Old Chu and the others would suddenly take action? Would they find out something? The path of the sea cloud tower was convenient and fast. Why should he bother? To continue to fight the big clans? The Fire Moon Fairy nodded slightly. Of course. Please follow me. After a while, Han Fei and Ning Jing stood in a teleportation array inside a mountain and disappeared from the Thousand-Star City with a swish. The Thousand-Star City was in a different space from the 36 towns. Which was why the people in the 36 towns couldn't fly to the Thousand-Star City. The teleportation array only broke the thin film of this space, allowing them to cross this barrier. Clatter. The two of them appeared on the sea. The sea wind was strong and the waves were surging. This place should be a distance away from the scattered stars island. When there were only the two of them left, Ning Jing said, "Have you been to the Yinyang Heavenly Palace? How is it? Is it fun?" Han Fei smiled and looked at her weirdly. Fun? I almost lost my life. Ning Jing blinked and thought to herself, that's true. The Yinyang world has been in chaos for so long. It's definitely not that easy to enter the Yinyang Heavenly Palace. On the Scattered Stars Island, the construction work was still going on. Earlier, Han Fei's original plan was to temporarily expand the Scattered Stars Island by thousands of kilometers. Although it was just 1,000 kilometers, they had to reclaim land from the sea by 1,000 kilometers. Besides, how could ordinary people do this job? Only the strong could do that. After that, countless people would receive missions from the mission hall and go to the new land in all directions to kill marine creatures. Because there were all sand and flash stones from the sea on the new land, many marine creatures would drill into them. A year had passed, and this task had probably just been completed. At this moment, the Scattered Stars Island was more than 3,000 kilometers long and less than 4,000 kilometers wide. This area had suddenly become a lot larger. Now, countless people from the 36 towns were rushing to the Scattered Stars Island, let alone from the Thousand-Star City. Whoever could come to the Scattered Stars Island was very excited. This caused the population of the Scattered Stars Island to increase at a terrifying speed. At least 30 million people were on the island now. After all, it was only 1 year before Han Fei announced the establishment of the City of Justice. It could be said that every day, tens of thousands of people came to the Scattered Stars Island from the 36 towns and the Thousand-Star City. Among them, most were from the 36 towns. The population was soaring, which meant that the sea reclamation had to continue. After Shueishenqi's secret manipulation, the leadership of the City of Justice had decided to expand the Scattered Stars Island into a 5,000-kilometer area, with an estimated future population of as many as 200 million. The population couldn't grow too fast. This required the support of various facilities and an effective planning of the city. The expansion of the various departments required time. For the past year, all the departments had been busy. Although the former Skeleton Shore was still called the Skeleton Shore at this moment, it had expanded too much. Just this place alone expanded by more than 500 miles of sea. Countless newcomers, who were only dangling fishers, led by hanging fishers, hunted creatures such as king worms and big-eyed crabs on the Skeleton Shore. All along the coast, fighting went on ceaselessly. The sea creatures that were the lowest level creatures for the soldiers stationed on the Scattered Stars Island were so intimidating to countless newcomers that they were trying their best to fight them. Many of the former soldiers who were assigned to watch over newcomers were cursing. Someone shouted, "Attack!" Spirit gatherer, what are you doing? Supply. Spiritual energy. Do you want to kill your teammates? Someone shouted angrily, Soul Warrior, why don't you dare to attack? It's just a kingworm. Why are you so scared? You coward, I'll give you 10 seconds to finish the fight quickly. This scene was everywhere. Han Fei spread out his perception and found that people were fighting on the new land of the Scattered Stars Island. There seemed to be endless sea creatures that could burrow holes. After killing a batch, another batch emerged. Outside the City of Justice, countless people came and went. Some were hunting, some were going to sea, some were doing business, some were looking for treasures, and some were doing missions. Han Fei saw a prosperous scene. Ningjing disappeared as soon as they came back. She had already blended into the crowd. As there were more people, there were more food stalls. The Scattered Stars Island's population had exploded, and the specialty foods of the 36 towns could be seen here. They were completely mixed. At the same time, a new Linglong Tower appeared in the City of Justice. Seeing this, Han Fei smiled coldly. These guys hadn't run away? They probably hadn't known what happened in the Thousand-Star City yet. Zhang Ting was busy supervising the Scattered Stars Island. In the past year, too many people had come. Zhang Ting's frank and outspoken personality was very popular. The supervisors recruited people every day and didn't have enough manpower. As for the supervision department of the Scattered Stars 7th Unit, they had even fewer manpower. After all, it was extremely difficult to enter the Scattered Stars 7th Unit. At this moment, everyone's desk in the two supervision departments was filled with files. They were extremely busy. Zhang Ting was reading a document when a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Zhang Ting, contact the Scattered Stars 5th Unit immediately and tell them to remove the Linglong Tower. That's Chusek's business. Boom. Zhang Ting jumped up from his chair with a swish and blushed. Yes, Marshal. Han. Zhang Ting frowned and glanced at a young hidden fisher in the department. With a bang, the hidden fisher was slapped into the wall. Come on, throw Hu Chong into the Scattered Stars prison immediately. Hu Chong, who was kicked away by Zhang Ting, was stunned. My lord, did I do anything wrong? On the side, many people were stunned too. Zhang Ting's sudden attack was quite scary. Zhang Ting shouted, You tried to persuade me to agree to the construction of the Linglong Tower several times in a row. Son of AB****, that's the Chu Sec's business. Then who are you? Hiss. Many people gasped. Everybody who worked in the supervision department knew that Han Fei had a nasty relationship with the big clans in the Thousand-Star City. If the Linglong Tower that was so famous was the Chu Sec's business, then what about the other businesses on the island? Because on the surface, it was the business of the million gold town of the 36 towns. Someone immediately grabbed Hu Chong. Boss, what do we do now? Zhang Ting's mind was racing. Put everything you're doing on hold. Detain everyone in the Linglong Tower immediately. Within an hour, I want to know the top customers of the Linglong Tower and its refer from the million gold town. After that, Zhang Ting looked at one of his subordinates and said via voice transmission, inform the secret department to prepare to go to the million gold town. We must eliminate the Chu sect spies all at once. Half a day later, the powerful supervision system of the Scattered Stars Island showed their strong ability to take action. The supervision department joined forces with the Scattered Stars 5th Unit and the law enforcers, led by the inspectors, and instantly captured 326 Chu sect spies. These spies were lurking and wouldn't take any action normally. However, their existence would eventually become a threat. These 326 people were only the number of people caught on the Scattered Stars Island. There were still many people who hadn't been caught in the Million Gold Town. At this moment, Zhang Teng and the leader of the Scattered Stars 5th Unit were standing at the gate of the marshal's mansion. They had failed their duty. Hundreds of spies blatantly hid under their noses, but they didn't know it until Han Fei told them. Zhang Teng said, "Please forgive me for my negligence, Marshal Han." At this moment, Han Fei was discussing matters with Star Turtle and Xue Shenqi in the mansion. Hearing that Zhang Teng was here, he knew that the matter had been settled. Xue Shenqi said, "Go about your business. The City of Justice is newly founded. You need to handle many things." The Star Turtle also said in a hurry, "Since you're back, I'll return the position of the Supreme Commander to you. You can handle it yourself." Han Fei said with a smile, "Senior Star Turtle, no need to be humble. I may still have to trouble you in the future." The Star Turtle's eyelids shivered. "Trouble me? I'm most afraid of trouble." After the Star Turtle and Xue Shenqi left, Han Fei said, "Come in." As soon as Zhang Teng and the leader of the Scattered Stars 5th Unit entered the mansion, they asked Han Fei to punish them. Han Fei said with a smile, "The City of Justice has developed too fast. The Scattered Stars Island is completely different from the one a year ago. As the population increases, there will inevitably be some fish that slip through the net. You don't have to feel guilty. Come on. Sit." Seeing that Han Fei was so enthusiastic, Zhang Teng was stunned. This was the first time in a year that Han Fei had officially appeared, right? Han Fei said, "As it happens, I have something to tell them. I need to call a meeting." Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. After returning to the Scattered Stars Island, Han Fei didn't intend to stay long. The position of Supreme Commander on the Scattered Stars Island was actually not very important in Han Fei's eyes. After all, he had once managed a true City of Justice, whose territory was far more vast than the Thousand-Star City. Therefore, after taking over the Scattered Stars Island, Han Fei was very proficient in his operations. After Han Fei established the City of Justice, everybody on the Scattered Stars Island was shocked by what he did, including Xue Shenqi. Could it be that this talent to govern a city was also born? After all, Han Fei didn't have any experience in management and only knew to rob all day long. How could Xue Shenqi not know this? Not to mention Xue Shenqi, how many people in the upper echelon of the Scattered Stars Island didn't know this? Therefore, at first, many people were suspicious of Han Fei. However, a year later, when the expanded City of Justice was placed in front of them, no one said a word. Many people who had once suspected Han Fei, if they were not hostile forces, would often raise their thumbs and praise Han Fei, feeling proud from the bottom of their hearts. At this time, Han Fei returned and immediately summoned hundreds of inspectors and leaders of the major departments on the Scattered Stars Island for a meeting in the Marshal's mansion. Everyone was very convinced by Han Fei. At this moment, there were 100 people sitting under the hall, and Han Fei was standing in front of the sea chart with his back to the crowd, looking up at it. Everybody was still confused. Did the Marshal have another idea? After a long time, Han Fei said, "Everyone, why do you think the scattered Stars Island can't draw a map of the entire sea area?" After waiting for a few seconds, a middle-aged man said, "Marshal Han, the sea is so big. How can we really finish drawing it? Before, we only drew it about 2 million kilometers, because our battle with the sea demons is only in this range. No matter how far away it is, I'm afraid it's beyond our reach." Han Fei turned around and looked at the person who spoke. The inspector of the pioneer group, Qin Muji? The middle-aged man nodded with a smile. "Does Marshal Han know me?" Han Fei nodded slightly. "The pioneer group, have you ever been further away? For example, 5 million kilometers away? Or, have you ever reached the Level 3 fishery or the 36 towns?" Qin Muji was stunned for a moment. Seeing that Han Fei was talking about this topic, he immediately said, "The 36 towns are about 2 million kilometers east of the Scattered Stars Island, which is also the place we protect. The existence of the Level 3 fishery is actually a protection for the 36 towns. It completely keeps the 36 towns behind." Han Fei smiled and said, "Look, the sea area is only so big. Even if the unknown place is unknown, it's relative. This is because there were no ordinary people who could cross the sea area of millions of kilometers. There are too many powerful creatures along the way." As he spoke, Han Fei looked at these people and said, "You are all the backbone of the Scattered Stars Island. There should be many people who know the secrets of this sea area, right?" Hearing Han Fei's words, Qin Mu and the others all revealed subtle expressions. Of course, some people were stunned, wondering if there was any big secret in this sea. Without waiting for the others to ask, Han Fei simply said, "This sea area stretches for 8 million kilometers and is surrounded by an enormous seal. In other words, the space we depend on for survival is only 8 million kilometers." Hearing this, many people were shocked. They had never heard of this secret. However, they soon understood from the expressions of the people around them. It seemed that they just didn't know it yet. Some experienced people knew this secret. Han Fei said with a smile, "Actually, it's not a big deal. In my opinion, it's not a secret at all. 8 million kilometers is very large, but it's also small. I can't let Sea Demon Venerables survive in this sea area. Therefore, I'm going to sea to hunt the remaining sea demons and kill the black evil Conch King." Hiss. The people in front of him were dumbfounded. "Marshal Han, are we going to start a war again? Isn't the war just finished? Oh my God, last year, so many Sea Demon Venerables died, causing the Scattered Stars Island to rain blood continuously for months. Some places were still red even now. Now, Han Fei was going to fight them again? Hunting the black evil Conch King? Weren't his projections at the level of a half-king? How dare Han Fei be so reckless?" Immediately, Tian Heng, who was in the command center, said, "Marshal Han, I think that the top priority now is for the human race to recuperate. The power of the sea demons is gone. In the next 100 years, the entire human race will develop at an extremely fast speed. At that time, strong masters will constantly be born. Marshal Han, you are the commander of everyone on the Scattered Stars Island. You must not take the risk." When Han Fei heard this, he couldn't have felt worse. "Damn it, I'm not here to be a mascot. I'm here to get the power of faith. Do you think I am asking for your opinion?" Han Fei directly retorted, Tian Heng. Remember, I am not asking for your opinion. I am just telling you that I have already decided on this matter. Only by hunting the remnants of the sea demons can the Scattered Stars Island develop steadily. Otherwise, once the sea demons catch their breath and a king comes over, the entire Scattered Stars Island will be a piece of cake. Wang Lin from the logistics division thought to himself, Tian Heng is really stubborn. Marshal Han is truly determined to solve this problem once and for all. Wang Lin said, Marshal Han is wise. If we can eliminate the sea demon Venerable, all the billions of human beings can come to the Scattered Stars Island to develop. There are countless secret realms accumulated on the Scattered Stars Island over the years. We can gain experience just by going to the sea dozens of kilometers away. Even if we don't go to sea, just in the reclaimed land, ordinary people can gain experience. Han Fei nodded and thought to himself, this Wang Lin is reliable and sensible. Han Fei nodded slightly and thought of something. Yes, that's exactly what I want. For the sake of the long-term stability of the Scattered Stars Island, I've called you here for another reason. Tian Heng was a little depressed. As far as he knew, Han Fei was too reckless. However, as the Supreme Commander, Han Fei was also strong enough. As long as the purpose was achieved, he was willing to do anything, but the effect of his actions were all very good. Because of this, he even began to doubt his own thinking. Han Fei said, okay. Wang Lin, listen. Huh? Wang Lin paused and quickly said, yes, sir. Han Fei said, I'm planning to build a new department on the Scattered Stars Island called the Department of Construction. You'll be in charge of this department. As for you jobs in the logistics division, find someone to take them over. Everyone was stunned. The Scattered Stars Island had been expanded for a year without any construction department. Now, such a department had been established. Did Marshal Han want to further expand the scale of the construction? While Wang Lin was still stunned, Han Fei said, the Department of Construction will build an arena in the City of Justice, a defensive position around the island, and rearrange the land resources on the Scattered Stars Island. On the Scattered Stars Island, a teleportation temple must be built to connect many secret realms that the Scattered Stars Island has already mastered. This task is definitely not small. I don't trust others to do it. If you need manpower, you can pick people from other department. Han Fei chatted for a long time and said leisurely in the end, oh. Right, by the way, tear down the statues of the sea god. Okay. Huh? Wang Lin was stunned. F***ck, is the construction department so powerful that they can even tear down the statue of the sea god? Immediately, someone said, Marshal Han, look, the sea god is the god in everyone's heart. It's not good to tear down the statue of the sea god. Right? Someone said, Marshal Han, should we give it a second thought? Han Fei looked indifferent and inadvertently glanced at Wang Lin. Wang Lin trembled when he saw the look in Han Fei's eyes. At that moment, Wang Lin seemed to understand what Han Fei meant. He. Did he want to erect a statue for himself? Wang Lin couldn't have felt worse. This matter is too shocking, isn't it? There has never been a supreme commander who erected his own statue before. It seems that with Han Shuai's prestige, no one would say anything even if he erected his statue. However, how many people will I offend if I do this? However, Wang Lin was very smart and cunning. No matter who he offended, he couldn't offend Marshal Han. This person was a ruthless person who could even threaten the big clans with his own strength. If he wasn't careful, he might be killed for no reason. Wang Lin immediately said, "Okay. Marshal Han's suggestion is great." Everyone looked at Wang Lin with a puzzled look. "What's going on here?" Wang Lin immediately said eloquently, "Everyone, what is Marshal Han going to do this time? It's to eliminate the remnants of the sea demons and kill the projections of the black evil Conch King. This is an unparalleled heroic undertaking. A year ago, Marshal Han fought a shocking battle to save the future of our human race. A year later, Marshal Han wanted to put an end to future troubles and fought for the rise of our human race. I thought that the sea god statue had to be replaced with Marshal Han's. Otherwise, how could Marshal Han's unparalleled contributions be known?" Many people looked at Wang Lin sideways, thinking, "Are you out of your mind? Worshipping the sea god is something that human beings have been doing since ancient times. What will the ordinary people say if we take down the sea god's statue?" Everyone looked at Han Fei, wondering if Han Fei made Wang Lin say this. Han Fei smiled casually and pretended to decline. "Alas! This is not good. How can I, Han Fei, replace the statues of the sea god all over the world with mine? My merits are still not enough." Hiss. Hearing this, the others didn't know what to say. "You don't just want to set up your own statue on this scattered stars island, but on the entire human world?" Everyone's expression changed. How could a person be treated like this if he was not a king yet? "Yes, you can." Wang Lin roared, "Who has ever achieved more than destroying the Sea clan? Isn't that enough? The statue of the sea god is just a memento." Han Fei refused again. "I've just entered the venerable realm. How can I have such an honor? Forget it, forget it." Venerable? Many people were shocked again. They immediately knew why Han Fei wanted to go to sea to hunt. Before, when Han Fei hadn't become a venerable, he could already kill venerables. Now that he had become a venerable, how strong was he? Besides, everyone knew Han Fei's background. He grew up fast, too fast. In just a dozen years, he had surpassed the realms of hanging fishers, hidden fishers, law enforcers, and explorers. Now, he was already a venerable. This speed shocked them. Wang Lin confirmed his judgment again. Han Fei was determined to become a king. He wanted to make great contributions to the world. The existence of the sea god statues would affect Han Fei's road to becoming a king. Immediately, Wang Lin shouted again, "Everyone, no heavenly talent in the world has as many achievements as Marshal Han. Destroying the sea demons is an unparalleled act. Where is your consciousness? Decisiveness?" Looking at Wang Lin, Han Fei thought to himself, "This Wang Lin is not bad. He can be my confidant and I'll nurture him well in the future." Hearing Wang Lin's words, someone finally echoed him. Someone said, "I think so too. Marshal Han's contribution is extraordinary." Someone agreed. "With Marshal Han's contribution, we should erect his statues for people to worship." Someone echoed, "I second." At this time, Han Fei soothed their emotions and said leisurely, "Everyone. Although the scourge of sea demons has been resolved for now, it's not time to annihilate out yet. I'll go to sea in the next few days to wipe out the remaining sea demons. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. After the meeting, Hanfei didn't go to sea to hunt immediately but began to wander in the city of justice. Hanfei casually walked on a road that had just been built, but he didn't know where it led. He looked at the stores on the street that sold spiritual fruits, materials, fishing poles, and various delicacies. Perhaps because Hanfei was too high profile and had appeared in front of millions of soldiers with the sky screen more than once, many people rubbed their eyes at this moment. Someone exclaimed, "Han! Marshal Han?" Someone couldn't hide his excitement as he ran to Hanfei and bowed. "Nice to meet you, Marshal Han." Many people came to the City of Justice after the war. They didn't know Han Fei yet. However, in the past year, they had heard Han Fei's story many times and regarded him as an idol. Where is he? Where is Marshal Han? For a moment, someone shouted, someone stopped, someone waved at Han Fei, and someone's eyes glowed. However, most people still didn't dare to approach. In the hearts of many people, Han Fei had already become an invincible figure. Who would expect such a strong master to walk on the street? Even the village leader and the mayor were not easy to meet in the villages and towns. Han Fei smiled. "Everyone, do what you should do. I'm here to see this new City of Justice as an ordinary person. You don't have to care about me. Marshal Han, you are truly wise. The City of Justice is the best city I have ever seen. Marshal Han, I'm not bragging, but the City of Justice has already surpassed the 1,000-star city. Marshal Han, we are so grateful for you." Han Fei passed the crowd with a smile. As the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island, he hadn't shown up for nearly a year. Before going to sea this time, he must show up everywhere. Therefore, all kinds of rumors were flying around. Someone said, "Marshal Han came to my stall to buy a fish skewer and gave me money. How could I take it?" Someone said, "Marshal Han had a drink with me at the carnival shop, but I never bragged about it." Someone said, "Marshal Han personally instructed me to refine weapons." You might not believe it, but I can be counted as Marshal Han's disciple. Someone said, "Marshal Han was sitting on the beach, watching the scenery. It's now a tourist attraction." In the past 2 or 3 days, because of Han Fei's appearance, the people on the Scattered Stars Island had much more to gossip about. At this moment, more than 10,000 kilometers away in the outer sea, many fishing boats were flying over. Among them, there were as many as a dozen explorers, including Shueishenqi. Today was the day of Jiuyin Ling's tribulation. Jiuyin Ling was standing on a black hull, which was engraved with strange patterns. While everyone was waiting, so was Han Fei. Han Fei and Big Yellow were sitting on a boat not far away, fishing. Han Fei's fishing hook was thrown thousands of kilometers away, and Big Yellow was very envious. He squatted beside Han Fei with a group of cats. Big Yellow asked, "Han Fei, have you caught any powerful big fish? You're already a venerable. Why don't you catch a Tao-seeking big fish and let me have a try?" Swish. Han Fei retracted his fishing rod, the void trembled, and a silver light cut through the sky. In the void, ice spears shot out. The temperature between the heavens and earth seemed to drop by dozens of degrees. Han Fei casually grabbed it and squeezed the ice spear, and then a big hand grabbed the big fish. Many people looked at Han Fei. Someone said in surprise, "Huh. Ice kiss? This kind of creature is really rare." Meow. Meow. Big Yellow shouted, Han Fei, is it an ice kiss of the Tao-seeking realm? Come on, give it to me. Han Fei sneered. This is just a 10,000-kilometer radius. Where can I go? To catch a Tao-seeking big demon? Sea spirit, take it. Big Yellow was not disappointed to hear that it was a sea spirit. It meowed and bit off a piece of meat from the ice kiss that Han Fei had pinched to death. The rest were all stored in the sea-swallowing seashell. Han Fei couldn't help shaking his head. Big Yellow, why are you getting more and more stingy? At this moment, dark clouds gathered and the waves surged. Above the sky, lightning flashed like dragons and snakes. Only then did Han Fei put away the fishing rod in his hand and look at Jiuyin Ling. The lightning tribulation is not difficult to transcend. With your physique, you can weather through it. Try to withstand the first and second lightning bolts with your body. If you can't resist the third one, use the boat array to block it. Big Yellow stopped eating. He was going to transcend a tribulation in the future. It was extremely rare to have a chance to watch others transcend a tribulation. Hundreds of peak-level law enforcers were present to observe and learn. After waiting for another half an hour, when the furious waves were surging on the sea and the thunder streaks in the sky were about to overflow, the first thunderbolt finally struck. Boom! Boom! In an instant, Jiuyin Ling's hair was disheveled, electric currents surged throughout her body, and she was enveloped in a bloody mist. A lightning pillar enveloped Jiuyin Ling for more than 10 seconds before she crashed into the sea. This scene shocked many people. They knew very well how strong Jiuyin Ling was. It was just a lightning bolt, but her body was full of cracks and blood spurted out. A large area of her body was burnt and scabs formed all over her body. After taking the first lightning strike, Jiuyin Ling glanced at Han Fei. Probably knowing that she didn't look too good now, she looked a little shy. Boom! The second lightning struck, and thousands of cracks appeared on Jiuyin Ling's body as she crashed to the bottom of the sea. All the ordinary marine creatures around her that didn't escape in advance were crushed into slag in an instant. Han Fei saw that many parts of Jiuyin Ling's battle suit were broken. Her flesh and blood were disappearing and drying up, and her bones were broken. However, when the power of lightning destroyed Jiuyin Ling's body, it was also repairing her body. Han Fei narrowed his eyes and said, "It's time to take your medicine." Hearing Han Fei's words, Jiuyin Ling struggled to take out a green pill and quickly swallowed it. Her wounds healed at a visible speed. This pill was not only used to heal wounds, but also to transform the power of heavenly tribulation. Old Jiang had personally refined it. Boom! When the third lightning bolt arrived, its color changed subtly into a pale purple. Seeing this heavenly tribulation, Han Fei shouted, "Use the boat array." However, Jiuyin Ling didn't listen to Han Fei. Instead, she protected herself with all her strength. When the purple heavenly tribulation enshrouded her, the beautiful girl was instantly burnt to a crisp. In the City of Justice in his previous life, Han Fei had helped many people transcend tribulations. At this time, he pinched his fingers and calculated, trying to figure it out. However, how could a thing like heavenly tribulation be calculated? 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Seeing that Jiuyin Ling's breath was getting weaker and weaker, Han Fei immediately shouted, "Enter the boat array." Boom! Jiuyin Ling fell heavily on the boat. At that moment, there was still a huge amount of lightning that wrapped the Hull of the black ship. The lightning kept bombarding, shattering the array. One after another. Only after more than 300 cracks did the power of the lightning gradually weaken. After more than 10 minutes, the lightning finally stopped. At the moment when the lightning disappeared, Han Fei had already appeared on the boat. With a buzz, a holy pillar of light descended from the sky, and the heaven enlightenment divine technique poured down. Ka ka ka. Jiuyin Ling's scorched exterior quickly cracked, and the flesh and skin inside grew rapidly. Her damaged 5 viscera were recovering at an incredible speed. At the same time, Jiuyin Ling's physique was growing at an incredible speed. This was the benefit of transcending a tribulation with one's own physical body. Because they knew the relationship between Han Fei and Jiuyin Ling, all the onlookers just watched. They knew that with Han Fei here, it wouldn't be easy for Jiuyin Ling to die. Sure enough, after about half an hour, Jiuyin Ling walked out of the boat array. However, at this moment, she had already changed into a battle suit and had restored herself to her original state. However, after the tribulation, the spiritual energy in her body was rapidly transforming, and Jiuyin Ling couldn't control the dissipation of her aura. The strength of an explorer was fully revealed at this moment. Immediately, everyone bowed. Xiaojiu, you're finally an explorer. Granny Yin smiled and said, I used to wonder if you could become a law enforcer, Xiaojiu. Now, it's only been a dozen years, but you have transcended the tribulation. The world and the future belong to you young people. Someone ridiculed, don't you see who's protecting her? With Marshal Han around, what heavenly tribulation can hurt Xiaojiu? Someone sighed. However, this lightning is really powerful. Even Xiaojiu almost failed to block the third lightning bolt. Shuishenqi said indifferently, it's not necessarily impossible, but there's no need to take that risk. Alright, this tribulation has been transcended. There is one more explorer on the Scattered Stars Island. Everyone, go back. After everyone left, Jiuyin Ling said, are you going to hunt sea demon venerables? Han Fei smiled. Yes. Jiuyin Ling sighed. Be careful. Han Fei said, okay. Go back. The human race has been planning for generations. We haven't even taken the first step yet. Jiuyin Ling opened her mouth slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't say it in the end. As early as after Han Fei became the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island, she knew that Han Fei was already on the path of becoming a king. She had been to the Marshal's mansion frequently in the past year. Although many people had misunderstood her, it was just to cover up the fact that Han Fei was no longer on the Scattered Stars Island. And now, Han Fei had returned and become a venerable. Such a growth rate could be described as terrifying. Below the law enforcer realm, talent mattered. However, above the law enforcer realm, talent alone was useless. After all, the yin-yang world lacked some top cultivation techniques, so it was difficult to give a full play to a person's talent. Therefore, Jiuyin Ling had asked the Star Turtle more than once. The Star Turtle said that it was impossible for a person to grow so fast unless he had experienced unimaginable difficulties and opportunities and had enough luck. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations Scattered Stars Island, Thug Academy. This academy was created by Han Fei alone, so no one felt that there was anything wrong with it. Han Fei led everyone to defeat the Sea clan. Even if the district was given to the Thug Academy, so what? There was another reason, this academy was close to the twisted jungle, which was a place that ordinary people were unwilling to go to. Therefore, the Thug Academy's occupation of a place here didn't affect the lives of ordinary cultivators. Like in the Blue Sea town, the Thug Academy had a large plantation at the gate. However, this plantation wasn't very large, only spanning more than 200 kilometers. After all, the space on the Scattered Stars Island was limited, so the Thug Academy couldn't ask for too much. At this moment, 5 youths were rushing towards the Thug Academy. A girl shouted, "We're finally back. Is this the Scattered Stars Island? Ah. It's much more comfortable than living in a tree." On the side, Su Sanqian said, "It's said that senior brother Han Fei is now the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island. I wonder if he's in the Thug Academy." Gucci said, "Of course. Senior sister Xiaobai and senior brother Quangquang are definitely there. We can have delicious food." Su Daiji clapped her hands and said, "And my darling, I haven't seen him in a long time. If my darling sees me, he definitely won't recognize me." Xingyu said, "Senior brother Han Fei is too much. He has already gone to the Waterwood world. When he left, he didn't bring us back." Su Sanqian said, "Senior brother is very busy in Waterwood world. He probably didn't notice that we were in Waterwood world, right?" Woo. When they saw the plantation, they couldn't help but scream and rushed in. Happily, the petite one among the 5 picked seasonings from the fields and stuffed them into her sea-swallowing seashell. Yi Shiyan said, "Daji, there's no need to pick them. These are all ours. We can eat as much as we want in the future." Hearing that, Su Daiji grabbed a loquat and bit it. While the 5 of them were having fun, suddenly, a piece of seaweed flew over. The 5 people's faces changed slightly as Su Sanqian shouted, "Who is it?" Boom. Everyone saw that at their feet, sea god grass had already covered the ground. Su Daiji let out a cry of regret as 2 hammers appeared in her hand. With a bang, the 2 hammers struck the ground. The 2 hammers struck down, and the ground rolled. All the spiritual plants within hundreds of meters were smashed into powder. Su Sanqian and the others took the opportunity to jump up, and Spider Silk clutched the others. Xingyu shouted, "Chi-Chi." Gucci swung her armor box, and a blade storm surrounded the 5 of them. At this moment, several sword shadows attacked horizontally and broke the blade storm with 3 swords. Clang! 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 Su Daiji took action. Her hammers roared as wind and thunder rumbled. 7 or 8 sword shadows were sent flying one after another. Yi Shiyan held her bow and closed her eyes. With a swish, a string of spiritual energy arrows shot out. However, as soon as these arrows flew out, a piece of sea god grass appeared in the void. These sea god grass, like living tentacles, could actually buckle these spiritual energy arrows. Swish! 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 In the blink of an eye, a cloud appeared on the plantation. The cloud was filled with sea god grass, which looked like meridians in the air. Gucci flipped her armor box again. The opponent's sea god grass is very tough and very powerful. The 5 of them were about to team up and fight back. A burly figure seemed to be standing in the sky, holding the sea god grass back. The tentacle-like sea god grass disappeared, and the figure shot over like an arrow. Yi Shiyan's speed was extremely fast as she moved stealthily in midair, trying to kill from the side. However, with a swish, a long sword fell from the sky, blocking the void and sealing Yi Shiyan's path. Su Sanqian unleashed thousands of threads and swept across in midair. However, the person in the air had already exploded into thousands of sea god grass tentacles. Su Daiji's sledgehammer appeared in the air as she spun around, which sounded like a dragon's roar. Rumble. In the plantation, a storm roared as Su Daiji was sent flying hundreds of meters away. However, a few spider silks caught her immediately. The moment Su Daiji was pulled back, the corners of Xingyu's mouth curled into a smile. It's done. Spirit forbidden. Within 200 meters, all the sea god grass withered and the spiritual energy disappeared. This instant battle of encounter was temporarily halted. Xingyu and the other four immediately stood together with solemn expressions. They knew that the visitor was very strong. Only two people had stopped all of them. When they took a closer look, they saw a man and a woman standing in front of them. Yi Shiyan asked, "Who are you?" On the opposite side, the young man said, "I'm Chu Jinnan, from the Thug Academy." I should be the one asking this question. Who are you? Yi Shiyan and the others looked at each other and Xingyu said, "Senior brother?" "Senior brother Chu, we are also disciples of the Thug Academy. We've just returned and haven't seen senior brother and senior sister." Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan looked at each other. When did they have 5 junior brothers and sisters? Where did they come from? However, after the brief confrontation just now, the 5 of them cooperated very well and were not weak. They were all hidden fishers, although they seemed to be new hidden fishers. Chu Jinnan nodded slightly and looked at Ling Yuan. "What do you think?" Ling Yuan looked at them and said, "How can you prove that you are disciples of the Thug Academy?" Yi Shiyan said, "Senior brother. Han Fei is our senior brother. If senior brother Han Fei is here, he can recognize us." Xingyu nodded. "Senior brother Han Fei, senior sister Xiaobai, and senior brother Kuang all know us." Yi Shiyan said, "Oh, Zhang Xuanyu is my husband." Husband? Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan looked at each other again. Damn, why was Zhang Xuanyu's girlfriend here? Gu Qi was the first to react. "Senior brother Chu, senior brother Han Fei took us as the disciples of the Thug Academy in the Thousand Star City. After the war in the Thousand Star City, we went to the Waterwood world to gain experience and didn't return until today." Ling Yuan asked, "Waterwood world?" Although they didn't know what the Waterwood world was, Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan both thought that it was a rather mysterious secret realm. If these junior brothers and sisters were recruited by Han Fei in the Thousand Star City, they were indeed much younger than them. Ling Yuan put away the armor box and glanced at Gu Qi. "I am Ling Yuan, your senior sister. The Thug Academy of the Scattered Stars Island hasn't been fully activated yet. Now, senior brother Han Fei and senior sister Luo Xiaobai are not around. You guys, come back with us." Swish. Yi Shiyan quickly stepped forward. "Senior sister Ling Yuan, how did you know where I was?" Ling Yuan smiled. "You're not just a hunter, are you?" Senior sister Xia Xiaochan, one of the most talented hunters, once told me that all hunters have traces to follow. First of all, we need to judge their purpose. Then, think like a hunter. This is more important than discovering their positions. After all, their position might be fake. Chu Jinan looked at them with a smile. Let's go back to school first. Senior. Brother Han Fei has just returned to the Scattered Stars Island and should come back soon. As he spoke, Chu Jinan glanced at Su Daiji and Yi Xinyan, thinking, these two junior sisters are quite good-looking. However, at the next moment, Chu Jinan felt a fierce stare, and he trembled in fright. When they returned to the Thug Academy, they were surprised to see a girl standing at the entrance of the Thug Academy. When this girl saw Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan, her expression was calm. Chu Jinan said, Lin Wu, I've told you that you can't prove that you are a disciple of the Thug Academy. Even if you are fated to receive the guidance of a strong master of the Thug Academy, you are only an unregistered disciple or half-disciple of the Thug Academy. If you want to enter the school, you have to wait for the strong master of the school to return. Lin Wu couldn't help but look at Yi Xinyan and the others. What about them? Ling Yuan said ruthlessly, every one of them is stronger than you. You have only learned the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies. Now, this body refining technique has been known throughout the Scattered Stars Island. This alone cannot prove your identity. Lin Wu wasn't frustrated. Instead, he picked up his long stick and pointed it at the five of Yi Xinyan. I want to challenge the soul warrior among them. When Su Sanqian and the others heard that Lin Wu was going to challenge the soul warrior among them, the corners of their mouths twitched as they looked at Su Daiji and said via voice transmission, Daiji, don't use too much strength. Don't go too far. Got it? Su Daiji walked out with two large copper hammers in her hands, asking a bit stupidly, do you really want to fight me? Lin Wu looked at the girl, whose eyes were a little dreamy, and thought to himself, is this girl younger than me? She's already a hidden fisher? Lin Wu immediately raised his rod. Please advise. Bang! A huge pit appeared under Su Daiji's feet as hammer shadows suddenly scattered across the sky. For a moment, it seemed as though thousands of hammers were striking the sky. And this was the result after Su Daiji suppressed her strength to the same realm as Lin Wu. Lin Wu had never seen such a powerful hammer technique before. She raised her rod and collided with it. Then she felt her internal organs shake and instantly knew that she was no match for it. At that moment, Lin Wu moved his body and activated all kinds of strange movement techniques. As for Su Daiji, she was already familiar with this movement technique. As she struck the ground with a hammer, the ground trembled as soil and rocks flew. Su Daiji punched out, and the flying soil and rocks were like flying shells, instantly smashing Lin Wu's body. Puff! Lin Wu slid dozens of meters on the ground. Only then did she get up with difficulty, shocked. How strong is this woman? Click. At this moment, a small square object fell to the ground. Lin Wu's face turned pale, and she immediately squatted down, hurriedly holding the broken cube. This was something Lin Wu carried with him every day in order not to forget that his teacher was very strong. At this moment, the cube was broken, and she, who had always been proud, was at a loss for what to do. Ling Yuan said, did you see that? If you are really a disciple of the Thug Academy, we can immediately tell. And my judgment is that you are not. Huh? Su Daiji was taken aback for a moment. She walked to Lin Wu and squatted down, tilting her head and looking at her. Do you like to play this too? Lin Wu? While Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan were puzzled, Su Daiji suddenly took out 17 or 18 cubes. They were from level 3 to level 10. Click, click, click. Su Daiji's petite hands were as fast as lightning as they made a sixth order cube. This technique stunned Linwu. How could this be possible? Su Daiji carefully handed over a third order cube. Here. I'll give you one. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Watching Su Daiji's terrifying speed at playing Rubik's Cube, Linwu felt ashamed at her speed. Gosh, is this the speed of a human's hand? At that time, Linwu's face flushed red. Indeed, her teacher was related to the Thug Academy. Su Daiji looked at Linwu and snorted. This is a toy senior brother made for me. However, even if you know how to use the third order cube, it doesn't prove that you are a disciple of the Thug Academy. However, it's certain that you are related to senior brother. Linwu couldn't help but ask, who is your senior brother? Su Daiji said, senior brother Han Fei. Only senior brother Han Fei can make a cube. No one else can. Chu Jingnan and Ling Yuan looked at each other. It seemed that these junior brothers and sisters were on good terms with senior brother Han Fei. Senior brother Han Fei even made toys for her? Back then, the two of them had been tortured by Han Fei a lot. Chu Jingnan looked at Linwu seriously. Although we haven't acknowledged you for the time being, it doesn't mean that your strength is weak. On the contrary, you are very strong, but you don't have your own special talent. Perhaps you have seen senior brother Han Fei or other people in the Thug Academy. However, I guess they haven't taken you as a disciple. Otherwise, they would have told you clearly. Only then did Linwu come to a realization. Back then, her teacher didn't accept her as his disciple indeed. She had thought that it was just that her teacher traveled round the world and didn't have time to accept disciples. But in fact, it wasn't. The real reason was that her talent was poor and she wasn't qualified. Linwu took a deep breath and also looked at Chu Jingnan seriously. What kind of talent do I have to enter the Thug Academy? Chu Jingnan said, in the same realm, hold on for 10 seconds under the attack of Ling Yuan and me, or under the attack of these junior brothers and sisters. Linwu gasped slightly. Are you kidding me? It only took Su Daiji 3 seconds to defeat me. How can I last 10 seconds under the combined attacks of the 5 of them? Who can do that? Ling Yuan couldn't help but look at Su Daiji and the others. She said indifferently, perhaps you think this is very difficult, but I don't think it was easy for them to be accepted as our academy's disciples either. Ling Yuan looked at Xingyu and Su Sanqian. Su Sanqian immediately said, of course it was not simple. Among the 5 of us, Yan Yan has a level 8 spiritual heritage, Daji is born with great strength, and Xingyu's learning ability is extremely strong. Chi Chi's will is the strongest. Only I was barely accepted as a disciple. Linwu gasped again. A level 8 spiritual heritage? In her life, she had never met a genius with such a high level of spiritual heritage. But now, there was one in front of her. Furthermore, even Su Sanqian, who was barely accepted as a disciple, was definitely extraordinary. In fact, Linwu felt that her talent, will, and cultivation speed weren't bad in all aspects. But now, she didn't even have the qualifications to be admitted. Buzz. Oh. Xiaonan. Sometimes you need to be a little more flexible. She is strong. Incomprehensive strength, so you should assess her strength differently. When Linwu was in a daze, he saw a figure walking over from afar. At the moment when everyone looked over, he had already stood beside them. Chu Jingnan, senior brother Han Fei. Ling Yuan said, "Greetings, senior brother." Su Sanqian, Xing Yu, and Guqi said, "Greetings, senior brother Han Fei." Ah! Yi Shiyan screamed and jumped over. "Senior brother, where's my husband? Where's brother Yu?" The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. "You'll have to ask your parents." Yi Shiyan was taken aback for a moment before she said in delight, "They've finally done something reliable." La, I'll wait at the school." Su Daiji had already run to Han Fei's side and extended her hand. It seemed that she was here to ask for something. Han Fei casually threw a 9-linked ring over and patted Su Daiji's head. After that, Han Fei looked at Lin Wu and said, "It's not that you have to be in the Thug Academy to receive systematic and comprehensive training. If you want to enter the Thug Academy, you do need to show some of your talent. This talent doesn't necessarily mean strength. Any talent can make you a member of the Thug Academy. Of course, if you insist on fighting with your strength, you can try to hold on for 5 minutes in the hands of any of the 2 teams. If you can do it, then you can be admitted." From the moment Han Fei walked over, Lin Wu had recognized Han Fei. This was because she had participated in the battle last year. Seeing Han Fei casually greeted Chu Jingnan, Su Daiji, and the others, she couldn't help but feel a little envious. This feeling was very different. Lin Wu pursed her lips. Lin Wu greets Marshal Han. "Marshal Han, is there an old gentleman in the Thug Academy who likes to travel around the world? Can I know his name?" Han Fei chuckled. "You'll find out when you're admitted. Some things required opportunities." Lin Wu had opportunities. Han Fei had given her opportunities, and she also used them well. However, Lin Wu was too dependent on these opportunities, so she lost her goal of growth. Although Lin Wu had already distinguished herself, it wasn't enough. She was only an ordinary heavenly talent. Compared to ordinary people, she might be very strong, but when compared to these 1 in a million students in the Thug Academy, Lin Wu didn't seem strong enough. And the more it was like this, the more she needed to polish her strength. As the saying went, jade must be chiseled before it could be considered a gem. This was exactly what Lin Wu was like. In the Thug Academy, Han Fei led the crowd into the school. While walking, Han Fei asked, "Where are Old Bai and Old Jiang? Why are neither of them here?" Chu Jingnan said, "Senior brother Han Fei and the 2 presidents have just entered the venerable realm and need to consolidate their strength. The president said that some opportunities should belong to them and they need to find them." Han Fei asked, "Where are the others? Where are Da Shui and Bai Wu? Where are Chu Qingyan and Mu Qingchuan?" Chu Jingnan said, "Senior brother, they went to sea for training too. Only senior brother Yang Xia and senior sister Jiang Qin are still at the Thug Academy in the Blue Sea town. Junior uncle Jiang Chao is controlling the dragon boat in the level 3 fishery." The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched slightly. There were too few people in the Thug Academy. Each of them had their own matters to tend to. Who could they leave such a big stall to? Han Fei suddenly asked, "Where are Ms. Wenren and Mr. Xiao Zhan?" Chu Jingnan replied, "They'll arrive next month." They were assisting in the level 3 fishery, but because the situation is not clear enough, they didn't come to the Scattered Stars Island immediately. Han Fei knew why they stayed in the level 3 fishery. The conflict between The Thug Academy and the Thousand-Star City had long been heated. Perhaps a big battle would suddenly break out at any moment. Therefore, they stayed there to control the Level 3 fishery in advance and ensure that the Level 3 fishery and the 36 towns were all under control. In this way, they wouldn't hold him back. Why would they be free next month? They must have already known what he had done in the Thousand-Star City. Therefore, they felt that a war wouldn't break out. And he had completely grown up, so they could come to the Scattered Stars Island without worry. Han Fei smiled. That's good. Yi Shiyan said, Senior brother, we often heard about you in the Waterwood world. However, you didn't go to the Cloud Sea Divine Tree to find us even once. Han Fei smiled. I didn't know you were in the Waterwood world. After that, Han Fei looked at Xingyu and said, in the past 8 years, no one has tested your strength. I'll stay in the academy for 3 days. Chu Jinan, Ling Yuan, you too. Although you were with the president and the others before, I guess they didn't have time to teach you anything in the past few years. In these 3 days, I can test your studying results. Hiss. Su Sanqian and the others looked at each other and everyone hurriedly said, Senior brother, no 9 tails, okay? Han Fei smiled casually. I'll do it myself. After half an hour, there were screams in the Thug Academy. In the Blade Inferno, everyone, including Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan, was beaten to a mass of bruises. Within the range of all of them, there were blades everywhere. Fine sand, air, vegetation, everything was attacking them. In an instant, thousands of knife lights shot out. Who could withstand this? Han Fei said, this is just the first test. It tests your reaction ability, physical strength, comprehensive skills, and combat skills. Now it seems that it's a mess. Everyone. Yi Shiyan said, Senior brother, aren't there too many saber beams? There's no way to dodge them. Han Fei didn't care. He said, next, it will be a team battle. Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan, as senior brothers and sisters, you should come first. Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan felt a strong headache. What could they do? They could only bite the bullet. A moment later, Yi Shiyan and company sat on the grass to watch. Chu Jinan turned into sea god grass and Ling Yuan's armor box fell to the ground. 10,000 rays of light rose and fell, and the sword net formed an array, sweeping at Han Fei like a rainbow. Chu Jinan's sea god grass was attached to Han Fei but was shattered by Han Fei. Then the shattered pieces of sea god grass condensed into knives in the air, forming a storm, and swept towards Han Fei. Han Fei casually slashed with his invincible knife intent, breaking the technique. And Chu Jinan controlled the sea god grass that filled the sky, turning it into countless threads, trying to entangle Han Fei. Han Fei, on the other hand, fully carried out his close-quarter combat skills. At that moment, Su Sanqian and the others were speechless. Indeed, they deserved to be the senior brothers and sisters of the Thug Academy. Their way of attacking directly drove people to a dead end. Their attacks, without any blind spots, made people unable to take them lightly. But even so, Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan tried their best but failed to shake Han Fei at all. The two of them fought Han Fei for about 30 seconds, which fully demonstrated the hard work they had put in over the years. After the battle, Han Fei looked at Su Sanqian and the others. Come, it's your turn. Everyone. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. 3 days passed in a flash. Han Fei left a few great techniques for them and then flashed away. The Thug Academy had always been like this. Han Fei felt that he was kind enough. After all, he was still teaching. Before, Xiaozhan and Wenren Yu taught him actual combat and told him to experience it in the fisheries. Han Fei left them the 108 Desolate God Body, a low-quality divine weapon, and a God-scaring painting for each of them. Yes, Han Fei had even left the God-scaring painting behind. This was a divine technique, which was definitely not something they could master overnight. Even he hadn't fully grasped it. As for the others, Han Fei also left behind the 64-dimensional fish dragon dance and the 100-war divine hammer. Among them, the 100-war divine hammer was only left to Su Daiji. When Han Fei left, the Thug Academy was full of complaints. No matter who it was, they wouldn't feel good after being abused for 3 days. And the God-scaring painting and the 64-dimensional fish dragon dance were extremely difficult to learn. However, this had nothing to do with Han Fei. On the outer sea, after Han Fei left the Scattered Stars Island, Ning Jing appeared on Han Fei's fishing boat. Are you really going to hunt the projection of the king who escaped last time? Why, can't I? Ning Jing was lost for words. That's the projection of a king. You're still too far away from the half-king realm. You can't win without the combat power of a real half-king. Han Fei tilted his head and looked at Ning Jing. I'll leave the projection of the Black Evil Conch King to you. Ning Jing said in surprise, I can only help you 3 times. Han Fei smiled. We're good friends. This is the first time. The projection of the Black Evil Conch King relies on his corrosive blood to maintain. Therefore, he can't afford to fight a battle in the half-king realm. Han Fei didn't explain further. Before, he felt that he had enough time. But after going to the heavenly palace and seeing his mother, he immediately realized that he was short-sighted. The 2 heavenly palaces, Yinyang World and Waterwood World, had finally declined and couldn't be compared to the past. This led to him not being very knowledgeable. At this moment, Han Fei held the vast ocean navigator, quickly chose a direction, and left. 3 days later, Han Fei appeared somewhere in the deep sea near the Wall of Death. This was a sea area generally deeper than 10,000 meters, covering an area of tens of thousands of kilometers. At this moment, in the darkness, a black shadow was slowly sinking to the bottom of the sea. After about an hour, Han Fei gradually approached the Black Evil Conch King and the others without alarming them. This search was relatively easy. After all, he had the vast ocean navigator. To be precise, there were 6 people here. The Black Evil Conch King was a half-king, and there were also a peak-level Venerable, an Advanced Venerable, 2 Intermediate Venerables, and a Junior Venerable. At this moment, these people were cultivating as a projection of the half-king realm. The speed of recovery of the Black Evil Conch King wasn't slow. These people were definitely not weak. Han Fei slowly approached one of them. Han Fei remembered this person. When he entered the so-called Sage Realm, he had seen this person. If he wasn't mistaken, this person should be Mo Lin, with the strength of an Advanced Venerable. Mo Lin couldn't have been weak as a high-level Venerable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been assigned to guard the Sea Demon's Sage Realm with Yingguo. Han Fei smacked his lips. This battle is indeed a bit difficult to fight. As Han Fei's heart stirred, Ning Jing stepped into this domain. At the moment Ning Jing appeared, the black evil conch king suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "A human half-king?" To the black evil conch king's surprise, he was still discovered even though the sea area was so big. He had been thinking that human beings should be busy with internal strife. And he had time to restore his strength and connect to the inside of the wall of death. Who could have expected that human experts would come so quickly? Ning Jing appeared and looked at the black evil conch king. She extended her hand, crossed the space, and appeared directly in front of the black evil conch king. King! The black evil conch king shook open the void, and the sea demon at the peak of the venerable realm also attacked. Han Fei remembered this person's name was Chao Xian. The Sky Sword Master had once fought him. Although this person's strength had reached the peak of the venerable realm, he had failed to defeat the Sky Sword Master. Obviously, his strength wasn't much higher than that of an advanced venerable. This was just like the peak-level explorers and advanced explorers. In fact, their strength levels were similar, but the comprehension of laws was a little different. Although the master of the heavenly sword was an advanced venerable, he had been stuck in this realm for many years and had deep insights about this realm. Even if he hadn't reached the peak of the venerable realm, he was only one step away from it. Therefore, he wasn't much weaker than Chao Xian. At this moment, when Ning Jing attacked, the black evil conch king shouted, "Human, are you alone? Are you sure you can beat me?" The black evil conch king was extremely confident, tearing through the void and attacking Ning Jing. When facing Han Fei, the main reason why he couldn't exert enough strength was that there was something wrong with Han Fei's great Tao. Han Fei could seal all the techniques in this space. Besides, Han Fei had a golden body and had an astonishing physique. The projection of the black evil conch king couldn't blow Han Fei up at all. However, just because Han Fei could block him didn't mean others could block him too. Therefore, the black evil conch king wasn't worried about Ning Jing's attack. He simply turned his head and yelled at Chao Xian, "You lead the people to evacuate first." Even the black evil conch king cared about the venerables under his command. Presumably, venerables were extremely high-level existences in the Black Blood Royal City. Ning Jing only took away the projection of the black evil conch king, leaving the rest to Han Fei. But since it was a hunt, how could Han Fei not be prepared? Hearing this, Chao Xian led everyone to quickly escape into the void. Chao Xian knew that it was not easy for the projection of the black evil conch king to die. Even if it died, it was just a projection. However, they were all real. If another half-king came, it would be difficult for them to resist him. Therefore, they had to retreat to a safe place quickly. However, at the moment Chao Xian led the others to quickly escape into the void, suddenly, in the depths of the void, a space crack appeared, and thousands of knife lights flew out. At the same time, a sacrificing punch bloomed, blasting at Chao Xian with an unstoppable force. Chao Xian shouted, "Not good. Mo Lin, split up. The human race has come prepared." Chao Xian was so panicked, because Han Fei had used his strongest combat power. This combat skill could only last for 100 seconds even if Han Fei was in his best state. Furthermore, Han Fei deliberately let the old turtle show some of his aura, making Chao Xian think that the human race had sent many venerables this time to kill them all in one fell swoop. In fact, Han Fei was only trying to disperse them so that they could be defeated one by one. All loss forbidden in this space. When Han Fei felt his body begin to tremble, he knew that the other party's great Tao was working. This great Tao should be related to the frequency of the world. After solving this technique, Han Fei held Snowmorn and slashed out 10 kilometers of frost, and Chao Xian was quickly frozen into ice. Bang! A peak-level venerable was a peak-level venerable anyway. No matter how weak he couldn't be suppressed by a mere ice seal. Chao Xian shattered Snowmorn's naturally endowed ability and directed the countless algae vines in the deep sea to roll towards Han Fei like a waterfall. Pooh! 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 The Blade Inferno was activated. The algae vines were cut into pieces immediately. And before they fell apart, these countless leaves turned into countless sword qi and swept towards Chao Xian. Ah! When one attack failed, another came. Chao Xian opened his mouth, and his body changed into a fish. He opened his mouth and roared, and a sharp soul attack tried to enter Han Fei's mind. Roar! Not to be outdone, Han Fei roared the 100-beast soul devouring, which also invaded Chao Xian's mind. The two of them fought quickly, and after 100 seconds, both of them were injured. Han Fei forcibly activated his great Tao, but could only fight for 100 seconds. When Han Fei found that the power of his great Tao was about to collapse, he immediately tore the void and retreated. Han Fei said, "Wait for me. I'll come back." Chao Xian looked solemn. Han Fei's speed and strength were very strong, but his soul power seemed to be weaker, much weaker than his own. However, the other party's soul attack technique was not weak, so he didn't have the advantage. If his soul combat skill was better, he might have had the ability to kill this person just now. At this moment, the battle had stopped, and Chao Xian was going to find Mo Lin and the others. However, everyone's concealment methods were different. Just now, they were in a hurry to escape. Now, it was probably inappropriate to rush over to find them. Chao Xian thought to himself, "Forget it, let me wait a while longer. We'll just gather at the agreed place when the battle today dies down." In Chao Xian's view, as long as Han Fei didn't succeed in the hunt this time, humans would have to make preparations for a long time for the next hunt. This time, the other party clearly came in a hurry. Otherwise, they would have sent more than one half-king. They must have discovered them by accident. Human beings didn't have enough hands, but they didn't want to let them go, so they chose to take action. However, what Chao Xian didn't know was that, as soon as Han Fei stopped fighting with him, he had already found a direction with the vast ocean. Navigator. Han Fei asked in his heart, "Where is the weakest venerable on the other side?" Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Yu Qianma was the only junior venerable among the sea demon venerables. He panicked now. Generally speaking, people who had just entered the venerable realm wouldn't come out to fight casually. They needed to consolidate their cultivation and improve their strength. After all, if someone who had just entered the venerable realm participated in a venerable level battle, it was very likely that he was the weakest in this group of combatants. If the enemy was at this level, it would be fine, but the enemy was probably not. For example, their king was now occupied by the half-king of the human race. Lord Chao Xian was occupied by the supreme commander of the scattered stars island, Han Fei, and the rest of them were fleeing in all directions. Among them, he was the weakest. Therefore, Yu Qianma didn't dare to stay for long. He just wanted to run as far away as possible. It wasn't until he traveled 300,000 kilometers that Yu Qianma breathed a sigh of relief. The supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island was simply too terrifying. He had never heard of a human expert taking the initiative to hunt a sea demon venerable. Bang! Yu Qianma turned into an octopus and quickly shrank to a size of more than 10 meters. As he sucked, a large number of clamshell fragments swirled at the bottom of the sea. After a moment, a ball made of broken clamshells completely enveloped him. On the broken clamshells, there were spots of spiritual energy and strange array seals surrounding them. This was a concealment array, and also his talent. In order to avoid being hunted by humans, Yu Qianma completely sealed himself in this ball. But even at this point, Yu Qianma was still worried. The ball quickly turned on the sand on the seabed, and after only a moment, the whole ball drilled into the bottom of the sea and was completely buried by the sand. An hour later. Buzz. At the bottom of the sea, the void was torn apart, and Han Fei stepped out of the void. As soon as Han Fei appeared, he spread out his perception and found that there was no one here. Han Fei secretly smiled. A sea demon was a sea demon anyway, and sea creatures were born with great disguising abilities. In this world, he was not the only one who was good at disguising. After searching 3 or 4 times in a row, Han Fei examined everything within a kilometer. Then, he focused his eyes 100 meters below him. Under the sand, there was a clamshell ball. This was the only thing in this area that he didn't see clearly. At this moment, Han Fei was 100% sure that there was something wrong with the ball. Han Fei didn't conceal his strength. He even smiled. He bet that the one below didn't dare to use his perception to investigate the outside world. At this moment, he had no choice but to bet that he wouldn't be discovered. In fact, that was exactly what Yu Qianma thought. He had certainly sensed that someone was coming and was still in a panic, fearing that Han Fei would see through him. All of a sudden, when Yu Qianma was praying not to be found, Han Fei's voice sounded from the bottom of the sea, "All laws forbidden in this space." Swish! He activated the draw technique, and a cold light penetrated the ground. The clamshell sand instantly collapsed. The ball suddenly opened, and Yu Qianma sensed the danger of death. Yu Qianma knew that he had been exposed. He didn't even understand how he was exposed. In this vast sea, there were billions of creatures. As long as he wasn't discovered at the beginning, it was impossible for him to be discovered after he hid himself. But now, Han Fei had locked onto him after only a few seconds? Did Han Fei watch him hide? This didn't make sense. If Han Fei had watched him hide, he should have taken action when he was hiding. Why did he wait until now? Immediately, Yu Qianma had an answer in her heart. Han Fei had a tracking treasure. Pfft. However, although Yu Qianma found something, Han Fei had already attacked. Now, it was Yu Qianma's life and death moment. He could only pray that he could survive. Venerables couldn't die so easily, especially a venerable like Yu Qianma. As an octopus, he had as many as 3 hearts and 9 brains. As long as one escaped, he could survive. Han Fei cut down, only to see an octopus tentacle being cut off. Yu Qianma didn't seem to want to fight but only wanted to escape quickly. Bang! With a puff, everything within 100 miles was pitch black. As a venerable of the octopus species, his escaping skills had evolved beyond imagination. His ink-spewing technique turned the area within 100 kilometers into a domain. However, at the moment the black ink space appeared, a holy pillar of light suddenly fell from the sky. Swish! The black fog space was broken. The blade inferno was launched and the infinity water flew out. Pooh! 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 In an instant, 6 tentacles were cut off by Han Fei, and the void lines clutched these tentacles and controlled the brains. Even Yu Qianma couldn't resist Han Fei, let alone a few tentacles. With the star teleportation technique, the distance between them was shortened. Han Fei had already stood in front of Yu Qianqian. "Where are you going?" At this moment, the black evil Conch King was chilled. This human expert is so strong. He has mastered the great Tao of space to the fullest. Ning Jing could transform the power of space for her own use, twisting space to withstand the irregular gravity in her place. Boom! All of a sudden, the black evil Conch King saw a red bloody mark across the sky. At that moment, a venerable died. This was not a good sign. Judging from the attacks of the human experts today, the one who died could only be a venerable on their side. Even Ning Jing was very surprised. Han Fei's speed was too fast. How long had it been since he killed a venerable? No wonder this guy asked me to attack the Sea Demon King. It seems that he wants to solve all future troubles at once. As a venerable died, a rain of blood fell. Under the same sky, everyone could feel it even though it was millions of kilometers away. After all, the venerable died in the Yin-Yang world. Of course, it was too far away, so the weather phenomena weren't that obvious. However, on the Scattered Stars Island, many people looked up at the sky too, only to see crimson cracks in the sky and a storm. Occasionally, they saw redness in the storm. Someone laughed. I don't know why, but such weather reminds me of the death of a venerable. Tsk, tisk. An old man on the Scattered Stars Island explained to the newcomers, "You kids have no idea that when a venerable has died, there'll be wounds in the sky. As the heaven and the earth are sad, there will be a rain of blood, just like this scene." A newcomer asked curiously, "Has a venerable died?" Many people explained with a smile, "I don't think so. How can a venerable die so easily? After all, the rain is not red. I think it just looks like that." However, while many people were exclaiming, all kinds of hearsay spread from the major departments of the Scattered Stars Island. And this kind of hearsay spread widely from each person's waist tag. In the carnival shop, someone exclaimed, "What? Marshal Han went to sea to hunt the sea demon venerables?" In a certain mission hall, someone was shocked. Huh? Marshal Han secretly went out to hunt? Someone exclaimed, "Damn, I was wondering why the rain was so weird. Look at the red mark in the sky. It's so obvious. A venerable must have died." Someone remarked, "Marshal Han is truly domineering. He killed a sea demon just because he said so." Someone was puzzled. "I don't think so. If a venerable died, wouldn't the heavenly phenomena be too weak?" Someone retorted, "It's not near the Scattered Stars Island. It's in the deep sea, which is very far away." Someone said, "We'll see in a few days. As far as I know, there are several sea demon venerables who escaped." In addition to the black evil Conch King, there were also Chao Xin and Mo Lin, and 2 other intermediate venerables. At this moment, they were also dumbfounded. They didn't know who had died. But in short, someone among them had died. In the past, for thousands of years, it was not easy for a venerable to die. However, in just a few years, the Black Blood royal city suffered heavy losses. Hiss. Han Fei raised his head and absorbed Yu Qianma's vitality and soul power. The soul supply of a venerable completely made up for the consumption of the soul-splitting technique that Han Fei used in Chu sect. Han Fei's soul returned to 58,600 points again, although it was still more than 20,000 points away from its peak state. However, apart from Yu Qianma, Han Fei had other hunting targets. Han Fei took out the vast ocean navigator. Next, where are the intermediate sea demon venerables? Yu Shua, an intermediate sea demon venerable, was a mirror fish. This was why he could survive the battle on the Scattered Stars Island a year ago. It was because of his special characteristics that he was born with clones. When facing an intermediate venerable, Han Fei wasn't as casual as before. The strength of a venerable needed to be taken seriously. Just because he was strong didn't mean he could easily kill a venerable. It depended on what their great Daos were. Although he could temporarily seal great Daos, it would be troublesome if the other party was prepared in advance. Han Fei, in his black mist body, quietly approached a place where there were ice mines everywhere. This kind of terrain was very rare, with prism-like crystals everywhere. When Han Fei found this place, he scanned it with his perception, but he still didn't find where the sea demon venerable was. Once, twice, 3 times. Han Fei was puzzled. Something is not right. The vast ocean navigator wouldn't make any mistakes. The venerable sea demon was definitely here. But now, no matter how he perceived it, he couldn't find the other party's figure. How did the other party hide? Bang! Han Fei landed on the beach and stood in front of a big crystal, ready to check if there were any special arrays around. However, Han Fei's heart suddenly stirred, and his body was dragged into the crystal by an enormous force. When Han Fei came back to himself, he found himself in a mirror. Han Fei looked back and found that there were mirrors everywhere in this space, reflecting thousands of himself in the mirror. The mirror world? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei had never encountered such a weird great Tao before. If he wasn't careful, he would be tricked. However, Han Fei was thinking, how can they attack me under such circumstances? Could it be that the other party was stronger than him in the mirror world? If the other party was also in this mirror world, as long as he killed the other party, wouldn't the mirror world be broken directly? Han Fei was still thinking. Suddenly, in the world in the mirror, the endless mirror shattered into billions of pieces. Han Fei, you want to kill me? But today may be the day you die. The billions of fragments charged at Han Fei in the mirror. Clanks and clangs were heard, and every ice crystal fragment seemed to be controlled by Yu Shua. Unfortunately, none of the billions of ice shards could hurt Han Fei because they were too weak. Huff. Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath in relief and smiled faintly. How weak. What a waste of a good great Tao. Han Fei's face was full of disdain. It had to be said that the mirror great Tao could easily make people suffer losses. However, the other party's offensive means were too few and too weak. With this alone, even if he stood still, the other party couldn't kill him. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that an invisible power was restraining his body, which seemed to contain the power of the great Tao, and was about to split his body. Han Fei looked back and found that the crystal mirror he came in was full of cracks. Yu Shua must be trying to kill him by crushing the ice pillar. However, Han Fei's physique was too strong. Even though the ice pillar was full of cracks, Han Fei only felt that his body was cut. The power of the Great Tao couldn't completely cut him apart. After all, in terms of physical strength, he was as strong as a half-king. Bang! His black mist body could be seen clearly from the outside, and the ice pillars had completely exploded. Han Fei's white mist body appeared directly outside, but his body was full of cracks. However, although there were many cracks, it was still far from taking Han Fei's life. Pfft. In the mirror world, Yushua vomited blood. He tried to kill Han Fei by force, only to suffer a backlash. Even Yushua didn't expect that Han Fei was so strong that his Tao couldn't kill him at all. This meant that Han Fei's strength had already exceeded the limits of his Great Tao. And Han Fei also discovered a problem. Although this person's Great Tao was very strange, it had its limitations. Either he hadn't completely mastered this mirror Great Tao, or the lethality of this Great Tao wasn't enough. However, if such a Great Tao was used as a group or an area attack, it would be truly dangerous. After leaving the mirror space, Han Fei immediately sealed all laws in this space. Ka ka ka. In an instant, infinity water fused with the blade Inferno, shattering all the ice pillars that extended for more than 300 kilometers. Han Fei saw something jumping among the infinite pieces. It was none other than Yushua. Han Fei was not in a hurry. He simply swept the ice crystals with his blade Inferno and minced every inch of them. Even so, Han Fei knew that he didn't kill him. After all, this person could hide his essence blood in any crystal dust. At least, from the perspective of survival, this person's Tao was very good. Yushua was thinking about how to escape. Han Fei manipulated the strange water current to gather all the ice fragments. Then, Han Fei began to slowly set up an array, which took more than an hour. Yushua got more and more nervous. His mirror Great Tao was indeed very powerful at protecting his life, but it was only relative. Even if he pulled people into the mirror space, he couldn't weaken the enemy. Just like Han Fei, even if he pulled him into the mirror space, he couldn't kill him at all. After another moment, Han Fei clapped his hands and smiled. Are you still coming out? If not, die. Han Fei casually rolled up a multi-layered array with the infinity water. Rumble. A large array surrounded him and a dark red light shield appeared on the bottom of the sea. The terrifying explosion instantly blew up all the ice fragments in the array. All of a sudden, Han Fei felt that a soul power was attacking the array. When the void lines buckled, Han Fei opened his mouth and used the 100 beast soul devourings. Crack. At this moment, a red crack appeared in the sky again. Near the wall of death, a rain of blood fell. Another venerable had died. The battle between the Black Evil Conch King and Ning Jing was very fierce. He knew that Ning Jing was only trying to hold him back and that someone was hunting his subordinates outside. The Black Evil Conch King roared, "Human, when I return to the Yin-Yang world, I will slaughter your human race." Ning Jing sneered. Are you trying to scare me? I'll tell this to Han Fei later. Let me tell you, with his personality, he'll probably find your base. Spatial tear. Chi La. The battle lasted for 2 hours, and without any support, the Black Evil Conch King finally dissipated under Ning Jing's hands. It didn't mean that the Black Conch King was weaker than Ning Jing. However, he didn't know that Ning Jing stayed with Queen Life all year round. It could be said that Ning Jing was the one who saw a king the most in the Waterwood world. Her strength was even above that of the Worm King among the 72 venerables of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. How could such talent and strength be defeated by a mere projection of the Black Evil Conch King? On the other side, Hanfei swallowed part of Yeshua's vitality and soul power to restore a little more of his soul power, which increased by nearly 1,000 points at once. Hanfei shook his head slightly. He had recovered his vitality, but the damage to his soul would be too much for him to recover. However, it was already good enough that it could increase by nearly 1,000 points at a time. It accounted for about 2% of Yeshua's soul, which was very rare. On the Scattered Stars Island. Crack. When another red crack appeared, the entire Scattered Stars Island was in an uproar, because the rain had begun to change slightly, and the rainwater was turning red. Someone roared, "Sure enough, another venerable has died. Marshal Han has succeeded in hunting outside." Someone grinned. "I knew it. Why didn't Marshal Han continue to inspect the City of Justice today? It turns out that he went out to hunt venerables." Someone clicked his tongue. "I really feel sorry for those sea demon venerables. They bully us humans all year round? Great. Let's see how Marshal Han kills them one by one." Lying on the top of the Empyrean waterfall, the star turtle remarked, "How much power has been returned to heaven and earth since so many venerables have been killed? It seems that many new venerables are about to appear." In the transverse mountain, Shuashenqi also looked up at the sky. He was thinking of a question. Was he too conservative when he was still in power? Or was Hanfei too good at fighting? Or had the times changed? In the past, venerables would never participate in battles. However, venerables suddenly participated in the battles. Following that, a large number of venerables died. Was this a coincidence, or was it inevitable? In history? At this moment. In the Thousand-Star City, none of the venerables from the big clans looked good. Since when did venerables die so easily? They died one after another. Hanfei had just returned to the Scattered Stars Island a few days ago, but he had already killed 2 venerables? Besides, some people also knew that Ningjing had taken action. This half-king, who came from nowhere, had destroyed the projection of the Black Evil Conch King. After all, the noise of their battle was too loud. Chu sect, the venerables of the big clans, were in a meeting again. Someone said, "Elder Chu, our big clans have completely lost control of the 36 towns, the level 3 fishery, and the Scattered Stars Island." And Hanfei even flaunted his strength in the Thousand-Star City. "We can't let this go on." The Sun Family Venerable said, "The sea demons are doomed." 2 of the sea demon venerables were hunted by Hanfei in a day. The projection of the Black Evil Conch King was also destroyed. I'm afraid that in a few days, the entire sea will be cleared up by Hanfei. Old Demon Chu snorted and said leisurely, "I have indeed underestimated Han Fei. Since he has snatched all the places other than the Thousand-Star City, I'll give them to him. I'd like to see if he can defend such a huge territory. What if an accident happens to the seal on the sea?" On the first day, the projection of the Black Evil Conch King disappeared. 1 junior venerable died, and 1 intermediate venerable died. On this day, 3 venerables had died. Hanfei's efficiency was remarkable. On the next day, the other intermediate venerable died. The Scattered Stars Island was in an uproar. In 2 days, 3 venerables were killed. Hanfei's prestige had already soared crazily among the people, and a large amount of power of faith was gathering towards Han Fei. Wang Lin could be said to be the busiest person on the island. Han Fei was really too efficient. He had to erect the statues before Han Fei came back. At this moment, Wang Lin found Bei Hua and held his hand. "Brother, Marshal. Han used to belong to the Scattered Stars 4th Unit. You should be responsible for the statue. No matter what, I must see his statue when Marshal Han returns." Bei Hua scratched his head. "I feel that. I've been living a dream recently." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. On the 5th day, Han Fei had already fought Mo Lin 5 times. It wasn't that Han Fei couldn't defeat Mo Lin. Mo Lin's strength wasn't the strongest in the advanced venerable realm. He was still far from the limit of the advanced venerable realm. In terms of strength, he was even weaker than Sun Xiaotian. At the end of the second battle, Han Fei already had a way to kill this person. However, Han Fei didn't do that. Since he was weaker than Sun Xiaotian, he could be his sparring partner. Han Fei wasn't worried that he would run away. After all, he had the vast ocean navigator. This was also the main reason why Han Fei hunted them. After Han Fei became a venerable, apart from frantically improving his strength, he didn't spend much time to solidify his foundation. The battles during the past few days made Han Fei feel a different way of using his strength and also gave him the life and death tempering in the venerable realm. This was another gain for Han Fei. 5 days. 10 days. Half a month. Obviously, Mo Lin already knew that Han Fei treated him as a sparring partner. However, he was also waiting for Chao Xian's help. However, in the past half-month, Chao Xian never appeared. He seemed to have completely forgotten him. *shoal. On this day, Han Fei fought Mo Lin for more than 200 seconds as usual. Before they separated, Han Fei couldn't help but smile. "You haven't been in the mood for fighting these past 2 days. If you do this again, you'll die in the next battle." Mo Lin looked at Han Fei gloomily. "Han Fei, my king will return sooner or later. Although you are strong, you can't resist a king." Han Fei smacked his lips. "Do you think you can threaten me with that?" Han Fei smiled again. "By the way, how about telling me about the world inside the Wall of Death? Maybe I'll spare your life." Mo Lin had already seen through him. Han Fei spared his life? That was impossible. Han Fei just wanted to use him as a stepping stone to temper his own strength. Bang! Mo Lin suddenly took action, and the spear in his hand pierced through the void. He shouted, "I have long discovered that you are using a secret technique to fight. Your true strength is only at the peak of the junior venerable. You can't last long if you forcibly use the power of an advanced venerable. Today, either you die or I die." Han Fei looked at Mo Lin, who was attacking him crazily with a smile and sighed. Alas! What a pity. What a great sparring partner. Explode. Han Fei muttered, "All laws forbidden in this space." Rumble. Mo Lin's body exploded from the inside, and there seemed to be billions of knife lights emitting dazzling silver light. Mo Lin was directly blown to dust. Han Fei knew that an advanced venerable would definitely have some trump cards. Therefore, in the endless dust, he saw a large swath of black fog descend. The old turtle shouted at Han Fei, "Come on, I've got him. Catch him." In the blink of an eye, Han Fei threw the void lines into the black mist. A figure that was growing rapidly was soon caught by Han Fei. At this moment, it was a pure soul battle. Han Fei thrust out the embroidery needle, which penetrated the black mist, and the 100-beast soul devouring suppressed Mo Lin's soul. Even so, Han Fei felt that his head was buzzing and his eyes, nose, and mouth were bleeding. He almost failed to resist the struggle of Mo Lin. Rumble. In the past few days of fighting, Han Fei secretly injected the infinity water into Mo Lin's body bit by bit. This move was impossible to defend against. When the infinity water exploded at the last moment, Mo Lin was directly shattered. However, Mo Lin's soul power was also very powerful. Therefore, Han Fei cooperated with the old turtle to take his soul. Although Mo Lin was seriously injured, Han Fei almost failed to take him down. It could be seen that his soul power was indeed strong. Crack. In the sky, a red crack appeared again, and Venerable Chao Xian was dumbfounded. Seeing this celestial phenomenon, he knew that everybody except him had died. These days, he knew that Han Fei was fighting Mo Lin. However, the projection of the Black Evil Conch King had been destroyed. If he went there, he would be walking into a trap. The half-king on the human side was definitely waiting for him. No. Han Fei is too fierce. I have to go back. It was impossible for him to shake the human race alone. Chao Xian wasn't a fool. The strength of the human race had been demonstrated in this battle. Unless all the strong masters of the Black Blood Royal City descended, they definitely couldn't shake the human race. Half a day later, Han Fei tracked all the way to the place where the 10,000 Demon Valley used to be with the vast ocean navigator and found a large amount of energy and ownerless souls left at the crack between the 10,000 Demon Valley and the Blood Demon Valley. Han Fei was dumbfounded. The old turtle said, I just wanted to tell you that you and I shouldn't be able to kill this last sea demon with our strength combined. But now, this person ran away at the expense of his cultivation base. What a fool. This Venerable is timid. I'm afraid he will never be able to become a king in this life. Humph, did you expect him to become a king? Han Fei was speechless. Han Fei was puzzled. He didn't know what price Chao Xian paid to leave a large number of ownerless souls and energy here. Han Fei took them all without hesitation. What he lacked the most now was ownerless souls. This energy was dispensable. He swallowed it in big mouthfuls and absorbed all this energy into forge the universe. And these ownerless souls were several times more than those he got with the void lines. After swallowing these ownerless souls, Han Fei looked at his data. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 83, Venerable. Chaotic Chi, 9 wisps. Spiritual power greater than 64,866/79,999, damaged. Perception, 1,800,000 kilometers. Strength, 3,764 waves. First spiritual heritage, unknown. Second spiritual heritage, unknown. First spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, level 73. Second spiritual beast, Emperor Sparrow, level 21. Main art, sky stealing technique, level 6 of void fishing, venerable level. Divine quality. Looking at the data, Han Fei curled his lips. It seemed that his soul injury couldn't be healed for a while. At least, other than the 1,000-star city, he had already killed all the venerables he could hunt. It was equivalent to him swallowing 5 venerables. And the ownerless soul here provided him with more than 2,000 points of soul powers. In other words, on average, each of the other four provided him with about 1,000 points of soul power. In addition to the power of the soul, Han Fei's strength had also increased by dozens of waves. Compared to the soul, it was better than nothing. However, it was good to increase a little bit. This showed that he still had a lot of room for growth. The 5 venerables of the sea demons had also left him a lot of materials and treasure resources. Their incomplete bodies could be taken back to the Scattered Stars Island and shown to the people in the City of Justice. Han Fei glanced at Forge the Universe, an octopus with only 6.5 tentacles left, and a relatively intact crab. As for Mo Lin and Yu Shua, one had exploded into powder, and the other had been chopped into pieces. They were already gone. Han Fei thought for a moment and cut off an octopus tentacle and a crab pincer before he was satisfied. As for what the tentacle and pincer could be used for? Of course it was for eating. The complete annihilation of the sea demon venerables meant that the entire Inyang world was safe for the time being. However, the conflict with the Thousand-Star City must be even more intense. Therefore, Han Fei had 2 things to do now. One was to continue to improve his strength. However, in the Inyang world, there were probably not many places where he could improve his strength. The other thing was to quell the scourge of the big clans, or to be exact, to destroy the big clans in the Thousand-Star City. For a long time, Han Fei had always felt that the existence of big clans was monopolization, control, and oppression. He could allow the existence of some small families and allow the existence of a large number of itinerant cultivators. However, he absolutely couldn't allow the existence of some big clans. These families, for the sake of their own prosperity, crazily sucked the flesh and blood of tens of thousands of people. They were enemies that Han Fei firmly resisted. Now that the crisis of the sea demons had been resolved, Han Fei felt that he still wasn't prepared enough to solve the big clans. Even with Old Han, Ren Tianfei, the thug ancestor, Old Bai, and Old Jiang, they were far from comparable to the big clans. There were 7 venerables in the Chu sect alone. Among them, Old Demon Chu was a half-king, and Chu Menwang was a peak venerable. In the past, the strength of the big clans hadn't been revealed, so he was fearless. However, Old Han and the others should have considered this. Therefore, Old Han and the others had contacted people from all parties, such as Tang Yan, Le Renquang's teacher, and Patriarch Thug. They probably had all been befriended by Old Han. If it weren't for these people, Old Han and the others probably wouldn't have dared to break into the Thousand-Star City 8 years ago. Fine, I'll go back and harvest some power of faith first. At least, I should push my strength to the peak of a junior venerable first. Chi La. Han Fei tore the void and went straight to the Scattered Stars Island. On the Scattered Stars Island at this moment, a huge statue made of spiritual weapons had been half-carved. The statue was 99 meters tall. It was Han Fei holding a stick in one hand and putting the other hand on his waist, with a kitchen knife at his waist. In order to highlight Han Fei's achievements, Wang Lin had engraved Han Fei's great deeds at the feet of the statue. From Mr. Han Fei's life story to his great deeds of leading the Scattered Stars Island to defeating sea demons and slaughtering the sea demon venerables, and so on. The introduction was full of flattery words that made people blush. As for Han Fei's messy history, it had long been forgotten. Before Han Fei's statue was completed, Han Fei's voice had spread throughout the scattered stars island. My soldiers, I, Han Fei, hereby announce a major event. The sea demons have been eliminated. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Han Fei shouted the moment he returned to the scattered stars island. Who cared who was listening? Anyway, he had to shout out this kind of good news as soon as possible. In fact, as long as Han Fei made a sound on the scattered stars island, people knew that he was back. Knowing that he was back, they knew that the sea demon venerables must have been killed. In less than a month, there had been 4 unusual phenomena in the sky, and the blood rain above the scattered stars island had never stopped. Especially the last time, the red raindrops were as thick as blood. How could they not know? Chi La. Everyone looked up, only to see Han Fei suddenly appear in the sky. Seeing this, many people were speechless. Han Fei showed the sky hanging mirror again. The older generation of the scattered stars island, like Shueishenqi, could bet that Han Fei was definitely the supreme commander in history who used the sky hanging mirror the most. However, Han Fei's battle record was beyond reproach. In less than a month, he had killed 4 enemies in a row. Wasn't that enough? In the sky, Han Fei said in a loud voice, everyone, I, Han Fei, went to see a few days ago to hunt the sea demons that escaped from the battle a year ago to pacify my people. Now, I've killed 1 junior venerable, 2 intermediate venerables, 1 advanced venerable, and a half-king projection. Now I proudly announce that the projection of the Black Evil Conch King has been destroyed. Only 1 venerable escaped, and the one who escaped has been unable to return. Hundreds of millions of human beings have finally been freed. Everyone. At this moment, many people had the same thought. As expected of Marshal Han. How was it possible for those big clans to spend energy on slaughtering venerables? Marshal Han is the hope of mankind. At this time, Tang Yen, who was in the cloud whale's body, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Han Fei's shamelessness is beyond imagination. Did you kill the projection of the Black Evil Conch King? Aren't you afraid that your teeth will be blown off by the wind, you braggart? Countless newcomers had just come to the scattered stars island. These days, they had heard that Han Fei went to sea to hunt. Some people had already said that Han Fei hunted 4 venerables. And the astronomical signs had proven it. However, these hearsay stories were not as shocking as seeing it with their own eyes. All of a sudden, Han Fei took out the remains of an octopus and a crab. These were the original bodies of the sea demons. The crab was 7 or 800 meters long, and the octopus, plus its tentacles, was at least several thousand meters long. Hiss! Someone exclaimed, what huge creatures! What are they? Are they the corpses of sea demon venerables? Someone swallowed crazily. Oh my God! I'm not bragging, but this crab can crush me into pieces. Even Shueishenqi and Old Chen in the archive room were speechless. This be starred could actually bring back the venerables' corpses? Under normal circumstances, it was extremely difficult to kill a venerable. 2. Bring back a complete corpse? That was even more difficult. Venerables usually wouldn't allow others to ruin their bodies after they died. Usually, when a venerable died of old age, he would die alone, or he would just self-destruct. Obviously, these 2 venerables were killed by Han Fei before they could self-destruct. Roar! Roar! Marshal Han is awesome. Marshal Han, I want to have a baby with you. From now on, our human race will occupy the entire sea. Amidst the cries of thousands of people, Han Fei shouted, everyone, the corpses of venerables are beneficial for cultivation. I've decided to contribute the bodies of these two venerables to the City of Justice. Where is Wang Lin from the Department of Construction? Yes. Marshal Han, I'm here. Wang Lin panicked. In the Scattered Star's 7th unit, he had been urging Bei Hua and the others to build the statue as soon as possible. He didn't expect Han Fei to return so soon. Hearing Han Fei's call, Wang Lin shouted at Bei Hua and the others, brothers, stop making the statue. Let's pull the statue to the center of the city and build it on the spot. Then, Wang Lin carried the statue that had been half made and flew to the City of Justice. Han Fei was dumbfounded to see that. Is this my statue? Hey, wait. I called. You here for something else? Why are you carrying my statue? Wang Lin flew as fast as he could. Soon, he appeared under the range of the sky-hanging mirror. Wang Lin shouted, Marshal Han, may I have the honor to build a statue of you? To show your contribution to the human race? This is what everyone wants and is a spiritual symbol of the millions of soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island. I'd like to put it in the center of the City of Justice for the people to admire. Han Fei looked so touched. How do I deserve this? Hearing this, many people thought that Han Fei was going to decline. Immediately, all kinds of cheers rose to the sky. Someone shouted crazily, Marshal Han, you built the City of Justice, so there should be a statue of you. Only in this way can you protect the City of Justice for thousands of years. Someone shouted collectively, Marshal Han, please don't decline. The entire Scattered Stars Island was full of shouts. There were all kinds of voices, almost one-sided, asking Han Fei to accept this statue. After all, what did mid- or low-level cultivators know? They only knew that Han Fei had made a great contribution to the human race. In the sky, Han Fei's face trembled. Fine, since it's what you want, I can't refuse it. However, Wang Lin, our top priority is not the matter of the statue, but to build a cultivation tower and put the corpses of these two venerables in it for the cultivation of the people. Wang Lin thought of something and said solemnly, Marshal Han, you can rest assured. This is an unprecedented great event for the human race. I'll personally take care of it. From now on, I'll set up the Department of Construction beside the cultivation tower and personally watch over it. After Wang Lin said that, the powerhouses from the other divisions were all speechless. Someone cursed secretly, Wang Lin is shameless. The remains of two venerables. This guy obviously wants to take advantage of the favorable position and use these two corpses to temper himself for free. Someone said, what luck. With the suppressing power of the two corpses of venerables, one can make breakthroughs much more easily, and they can even be used for visualization. They're extremely useful. Wang Lin, this be *starred, is so lucky. Han Fei had guessed what Wang Lin meant, but he didn't care. A mere corpse of a venerable wasn't the corpse of a king. For him, there was nothing he could do except to use them to make hot pot. Han Fei was very happy to give Wang Lin this favor. After all, Wang Lin had done a good job on the statue. If he proposed it himself, others would doubt his motive. But Wang Lin could guess what he wanted and saved him trouble, although this statue had also reflected the will of the people. As long as this statue was here, from now on, the people on the scattered Stars Island could contribute their power of faith to him. Being interrupted by Wang Lin, Han Fei forgot what he wanted to say. However, there was nothing to say. He was just here to harvest the power of faith. Suddenly, Han Fei's heart stirred. Han Fei shouted, "Everyone on the scattered Stars Island, listen up. For the rise of the human race, and for everyone to become stronger, I propose that on the day the cultivation tower is built, the entire city goes to sea, to hunt. The weak kill the enemy on the beach and the strong fight in the sea. In the past, we fought and we grew up in order to resist the threat of sea monsters. Now, we pursue growth and strength to make ourselves real strong masters. This is also our ultimate goal as cultivators." Roar. Good idea. I can't imagine how grandiose a scene it will be. When we return, the scattered Stars Island will be full of resources. The prosperity of the scattered Stars Island will thus begin. Someone laughed. I have to say, I'm really not used to the disappearing of sea demons. Someone laughed and scolded, "Damn it, you're not used to it, but I am." How carefree are we now? We can go to sea and fight whenever we want. Everything is for our own growth. This is the road we are supposed to walk. Before coming to the scattered Stars Island, I never thought of fighting sea monsters year by year. Someone remarked, "We have to thank Marshal Han for his wise leadership." Han Fei sensed that invisible power of faith was surging into his body. This feeling was extremely wonderful. With this power of faith, his strength could continue to grow steadily. If the power of faith could be provided to him continuously, Han Fei was certain that he could become an advanced venerable in a year at most. At this time, Han Fei finally understood why Tang Yen could grow so fast back then. With this infinite amount of power of faith, as long as he had enough of it, he could keep growing to the peak of the venerable realm, or even the half-king realm. Just as Han Fei was thinking this, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. It was Tang Yen. Tang Yen said, "Han Fei, I don't want to discourage you. However, don't count on the power of will to cultivate. Although it's very quick, it has disadvantages. If you improve your strength only with the power of will, it's very likely to cause your foundation to be unstable and you can't get enough polish. Otherwise, what do you think I've been doing all these years? It's just that I grew up too fast back then." Being reminded by Tang Yen, most of Han Fei's enthusiasm was immediately extinguished. The old turtle had told him that before, but he wasn't very familiar with the power of faith, so he wasn't quite sure. At this moment, being reminded by Tang Yen, Han Fei's heart sank. However, Han Fei didn't panic. He was different from Tang Yen. If what was recorded in history was correct, Tang Yen had made breakthroughs all the way up but didn't show extremely powerful individual combat power. Therefore, Tang Yan's foundation should be worse than his. And most of the time, he didn't use the power of faith to improve his strength. The disassembling degree of spiritual energy shouldn't affect his foundation, right? He only used the power of will to improve his strength when he was in the realm of Junior Venerable. It only took him a few months to go from the initial Venerable to the peak of the Junior Venerable. The old turtle reminded him, "Yes, I think so too." Han Fei replied, "I know what I'm doing." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. After harvesting a wave of power of faith, Han Fei spent another half a month in Forge the Universe to push his strength to the peak of a Junior Venerable. Of course, this so-called peak was not Han Fei's theoretical limit, but the limit that the power of faith could push to. Since it was for the growth of strength, Han Fei didn't care how to improve it. In the realm of Junior Venerable, the only thing he needed to consider was how to polish his foundation and dig out his potential in the realm of Junior Venerable. After his strength was raised to the peak of a Junior Venerable, Han Fei began to disassemble spiritual energy crazily with the power of will. However, the difficulty of disassembling spiritual energy far exceeded Han Fei's expectations. In Forge the Universe, the power of faith was used up after only a month, and the disassembling degree of spiritual energy only went from 72% to 75%. Han Fei was speechless. Old Yuan, is it so difficult to disassemble the spiritual energy? The old turtle was speechless too. Do you think it's slow? You have to know that it usually takes more than 100 years of cultivation to reach the peak of the Junior Venerable. And disassembling spiritual energy might take 10 years for 1% of progress. How many days have it been? You've improved by 3%. Do you think it's slow? Han Fei. Han Fei thought to himself, I want to go straight to 100%. After trying it out, Han Fei found that the efficiency of his usage of spiritual energy was about 1.8 times or 1.9 times. Compared to before, it had indeed improved a lot. This did mean that the more spiritual energy was disassembled, the stronger his final strength would be. After all, only spiritual energy was inexhaustible. In the following days, the collection of the power of faith slowed down, and people's admiration for Han Fei began to subside over time. Han Fei could do nothing about it. He couldn't expect his soldiers to shout every day on the Scattered Stars Island, Marshal Han is awesome. Fortunately, his strength seemed to be temporarily stuck and needed time to polish. No matter how much power of faith he had, it could only be used to increase the degree of spiritual energy disassembling. The hunting lasted for 3 days. As for Han Fei, he had been fishing in the Empyrean waterfall for 3 days. Except for occasionally slipping on the sea surface, he had almost never left. In the past few days, he had been thinking about a question: should he go to the Wall of Death to take a look? Once he had this idea, he couldn't stop thinking about it. Curiosity killed the cat. Now, Han Fei was more or less that cat. Now, there was no threat of sea demons on the Scattered Stars Island anymore. Therefore, Han Fei asked Shueishenqi to temporarily act as the deputy commander. Shueishenqi's answer was that there could only be one commander in the city of justice. Since Han Fei was not dead, this was his way to become a king. After the exchange, Han Fei knew that once Shueishenqi regained control of the city of justice and he was absent for a long time, it wouldn't be a good thing for his rule. Han Fei pondered for a long time. He really wanted to create a clone to help him guard the Scattered Stars Island. Unfortunately, his clone was still in the demon-subduing tower. He didn't know how his clone was doing. He was too far away to perceive his clone. Hesitating, Han Fei had been fishing for 3 days. Of course, what he was fishing for was not the fish, but an answer. In the end, Han Fei still felt that he couldn't give up the position of commander. He could postpone the plan for the Wall of Death for a while. It seemed that he had other things to do besides going to the Wall of Death. A relatively simpler thing for him to do was probably the 2 undone things in the Level 3 fishery. As for the Level 3 fishery, what had been on Han Fei's mind up to this day was the weird secret realm in the abyssal chasm, and the puppet monster. suppressed under the steps into the sea. Swish. Han Fei's fishing hook was retracted from thousands of kilometers away, with a yellow-blooded sea cucumber hanging on it. Because Han Fei had been thinking about something, he didn't ask Big Yellow to fish with him. At this moment, Han Fei retracted the fishing rod, and Big Yellow meowed. Han Fei casually threw the yellow-blooded sea cucumber to him and said, "You can fish by yourself. I have something to do." Han Fei stepped into the marshal's mansion and released Turtle Sanqing from the sea-quelling painting. Han Fei said, "Old Yuan, when I'm not here, you'll have to disguise yourself as me and guard the Scattered Stars Island for me for the time being." The old turtle said leisurely, "Will it take you long?" Han Fei shook his head. "I'm not sure. It may take a long time. As an emperor, you should have a way to achieve the connection between the clone and the main body, right?" The old turtle said, "If it's just in this sea area, I can do it. However, if you leave the sea area, even I don't have the ability." Han Fei wanted the star turtle to disguise as him, but the star turtle had already run away. God knew where he was. After all, venerables were venerables and wouldn't be controlled by others. Han Fei couldn't find him, so there was nothing he could do. Han Fei said, "Old Yuan, why don't we sign a master-servant contract now?" Hiss. The old turtle was suddenly furious. "That's impossible. I'm an emperor, and you're only a venerable. You want to sign a master-servant contract with me? Don't even think about it." Han Fei couldn't help but laugh. "Old Yuan, you should know that. Knowing so many secrets of mine, I can't let you leave. If you have to keep following me. What's the difference between signing the master and servant contract early or late?" The old turtle's eyes were bloodshot. Although he had foreseen that the two would start a fight on this topic, he felt that it must be after Han Fei became a king. When Han Fei became a king, he could give in a little bit. Then he wouldn't lose face as an emperor. After all, Han Fei had the potential. However, Han Fei was only a venerable now. How could he lower his noble head? Now? The old turtle thought of something. "It's possible for me to sign the contract. I know that you have extraordinary luck. Why don't we sign an equal contract and support each other in the future?" Han Fei pretended to hesitate and then said leisurely, "Well, let's go back and ask old Han for his opinion. He should have lived long enough to know the difference between different contracts." "No, wait a moment." The old turtle was immediately anxious. "Old Han? Your father? There's no simple person in your family. If you ask your father this, he'll definitely drag out my soul and chop it." The old turtle hurriedly said, "Well, it's just my suggestion. You don't have to tell your father for the time being. In fact, there are many kinds of contracts in this world. Why do you insist on a master-servant contract?" Immediately, the old turtle threw out a contract. He said, "Han Fei, in fact, before the age of gods, there was another contract, called the life contract. If you want, I can accept it." Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "What's a life contract?" The old turtle explained, "Those who sign the contract will be together for life, die together and never abandon each other. This kind of contract is also known as a soul contract, which uses the souls of the contractors as the carrier. Once you break it, your soul will be destroyed." Hearing this, Han Fei immediately trembled. "Go away. A life contract? TSK. Only my wife can receive such treatment. You, how old are you?" Sign a life contract with me? No way. The old turtle. Han Fei snorted. Forget it. Let's talk about it later. However, old Yuan, if I really become a king one day, there may be many creatures who want to recognize me as their master. Think about it. My contractual spiritual beasts are at least legend creatures. In the future, if I have a chance to become a king, will I be weaker than you? Of course, Han Fei didn't expect the old turtle to surrender today. However, it was necessary to threaten him a bit. 3 days passed. Han Fei didn't return via the teleportation array, but directly crossed the vast sea. Along the way, Han Fei found many secret realms. However, Han Fei didn't explore it because he knew that such an ordinary secret realm was meaningless to him. Even if these secret realms were filled with spiritual springs, spirit, awakening fluid, and the like, it was useless. Of course, in some secret realms, there might also be sea-quelling bizarre treasures. However, they must be extremely rare. Now he even had a human sacred weapon, so he might not be interested in sea-quelling bizarre treasures. When Han Fei traveled more than 2.4 million kilometers, he saw a fishing boat above the vast sea, on which there was an old man. After seeing Han Fei, the old man nodded at Han Fei. The supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island, Han Fei? Han Fei smiled. Sure enough, there were more venerables in this world. In the level 3 fishery, there were actually venerables. These venerables might not care about worldly affairs, but they would never allow sea demons to barge in. Han Fei smiled. Senior, you are? The old man shrugged. I'm just a nobody. You don't have to know my name. Marshal Han. Marshal Han, are you going to the level 3 fishery? Han Fei nodded. Yes. I have something to tend to over there. The old man nodded slightly. Do as you please, Marshal Han. He didn't ask why Han Fei was going there, but Han Fei felt that this old man should already know his purpose. However, this made Han Fei somewhat puzzled. In that abyssal chasm, had the 2 secret realms he hadn't explored been explored by others? After all, which venerable didn't want to become a king? Didn't this old man know the 2 secret realms? The secrets in the abyssal chasm might be a secret for others, but for these venerables, was it also a secret? Very soon, without the guidance of the vast ocean navigator, Han Fei quietly came to the abyssal chasm and entered the strange place. Taking this road again, Han Fei wanted to see if he could make it without the ferryman. However, Han Fei discovered, to his surprise, that even though he was a venerable, his energy was slowly dissipating, and he still couldn't tell the direction. In the end, Han Fei followed the ferryman to the ghost ship. Around him, small blue fish were still swimming. On the ghost ship, there were new intruders. Han Fei hesitated and didn't board the boat. Instead, he fumbled with the time ring on his finger and asked, casually, where is Xiao Se? Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Han Fei scanned with his perception and found that in this damn place, even the perception of a venerable would be attracted by an unknown force, which made it easy to twist, so he couldn't see the situation below. Hiss. Han Fei suddenly thought of the time dragon carp. Could a king freely change time and space? Han Fei doubted it. The time here must have been changed by the time dragon carp, so it was almost impossible for perception to cross time. Therefore, Han Fei simply shouted and waited for Xiao Se to come out. Although he was already a venerable now, he didn't know the time technique. Therefore, even if he could crush Xiao Sei without even moving a finger, he had to wait now. Nobody responded. Han Fei shrugged helplessly and casually grabbed a dragon. The dragon's energy and pressure immediately suppressed the intruders on the ghost ship. Among them, some of them were almost disabled. Han Fei frowned. Swish! On the hull, a blue light suddenly flashed, and a figure appeared. Standing on the edge of the boat, Xiao Sei looked at Han Fei, only to be shocked by what he saw. Swish! The space twisted slightly, and Han Fei appeared beside him. Xiao Sei looked at Han Fei in shock and said, your strength grows so fast. Oh? You can see through my strength? Xiao Sei shook his head. Of course I can't see through your strength, but I'm very sensitive to energy. As long as Little Master doesn't come out, I won't come out. Why do I need such a strong power if I can't come out? Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Did Xiao Sei mean that his strength could also grow? Han Fei didn't care so much. He simply threw a sea-swallowing seashell to Xiao Sei and then the dragon in his hand to Xiao Sei and said, bring these to Little Time. By the way, why didn't you release the people on the boat? Ordinary people can't resist the energy swallowing here. Xiao Sei shook his head. I won't attack them. However, these people are too evil. They had 13 people at first, and now there are only 4. You know what this means, right? Han Fei glanced at the dragon boat. On the top of the boat, those people looked greedily at them while Han Fei and Xiao Sei were chatting on the first floor. After all, Han Fei didn't know the real situation of these people. Hearing what Xiao Sei said, he no longer cared about them. In this world, there were people living and dying every day. Saving people was because of karma, killing was also because of karma. He didn't have to, nor did he want to help those people. Han Fei asked, do you know when Little Time will come out? Is that little guy still level 1? Xiao Sei said, here you can't judge someone with his current strength. You have to see the truth through time. Since Little Master didn't go to you, it means that it's not the right time yet. But maybe soon. Xiao Sei had made a mistake before, and Han Fei almost wanted to kill him several times. This time, Han Fei communicated with him and felt that Xiao Sei had changed a lot. He was no longer anxious and had an indifferent temperament. Han Fei nodded slightly. Han Fei said, can I see Little Time? Xiao Sei shook his head. You can see her sooner or later. Han Fei smiled. Okay, which direction is the abyssal chasm from? Xiao Sei pointed at the stern. He felt that with Han Fei's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for him to find the direction. However, since Han Fei had asked, he could help with this trivial matter. After all, Han Fei had come with a lot of delicious food. Little Master must be quite happy. Let's go. Han Fei said casually and disappeared from Xiao Sei's sight. Seeing that, Xiao Sei was slightly relieved and smiled. He wasn't jealous of Han Fei anymore, but he knew that it was almost time for him to leave. Abyssal chasm. Avoiding the surging sword tide on both sides, Han Fei appeared directly in the crack through the black hole. As soon as he entered the crack, he didn't encounter a strange serpent-like last time. Han Fei couldn't help shrugging with a smile. Sure enough, the serpent he encountered last time must be a little trouble the time dragon carp caused him. Han Fei knew that this place was not suitable for living creatures at all. The further he went, the more sword chi there was. Ordinary creatures couldn't survive in such a situation. The serpent couldn't hold on either. After all, he was a venerable now. Even the energy of a venerable could dissipate slowly, let alone the serpent. Therefore, there was no doubt that the serpent was definitely arranged by the time dragon carp. Perhaps she only needed to change the timeline to attract a serpent over. At this time, Han Fei came over again and had already understood the strength levels of this world and the truth of this world. It was impossible for a place like the abyssal chasm to not be discovered by strong masters. Perhaps the secret realm he wanted to explore had already been explored by other strong masters. However, this wouldn't delay him much time. At least, Han Fei's primary goal was not the secret realm in the abyssal chasm, but the puppets under the steps into the sea. Han Fei came to the abyssal chasm first because these secret realms might be simpler than those puppets that had been raised for tens of thousands of years. Perhaps, as long as he went in to take a look, he would know if there was any danger inside. Or rather, he would know what kind of opportunities were inside. Han Fei remembered that the gate tower of the first secret realm was 200 kilometers away. Back then, he was curious. What secret realm could be built in such a safe place? However, last time Han Fei wanted to enter this secret realm, he knew that once he entered it, he would die as soon as he raised his foot. This time, Han Fei took a few steps and appeared in front of the gate tower of the secret realm. He looked at the gate tower again. The gate tower itself was unremarkable. Han Fei didn't see anything special from it. Han Fei secretly pinched his fingers, only to frown. He couldn't calculate anything? Huh? Is it a place where heavenly secrets are chaotic? Han Fei raised his feet again, trying to step into the gate tower. However, when he raised his foot, he still felt his heart palpitate and danger. Although this level of danger wasn't very strong, it shouldn't be. He was already a junior peak level venerable now. If he really went all out, his strength would at least be at the level of an advanced peak level venerable. If he were to take action, he could even resist peak level venerables within 100 seconds. Besides, his indestructible golden body could even match a half-king's body. However, at this moment, he felt a threat outside a small secret realm in the level 3 fishery. At this moment, Han Fei had a strange feeling. If this secret realm was really so dangerous, could it be that this secret realm had never been opened by anyone? Although Han Fei didn't think it was likely, at least it was. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Old Turtle, can you feel any danger in this secret realm?" The old turtle said, "We won't know until we go in. Judging from the pressure on my soul, there's no danger here." As the saying went, fortune came from taking risks. Han Fei felt that it had been a long time since he felt like this. This secret realm once again made him feel the excitement of facing the unknown. He was even a little nervous. After returning from the Thousand-Star City, Han Fei's confidence soared. In this entire Waterwood world, there was probably no one he couldn't handle. Except for the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye and the big clans. If even he was shocked, what could be in such a place? Touching the time ring in his hand, Han Fei gritted his teeth and stepped into the gate tower. The moment he stepped into the gate tower, the uncertainty and palpitations in Han Fei's heart suddenly grew greatly. It was a bit like the bewitching power of the 9 sounds of Great Tao. Swish! Han Fei felt that the world in front of him was like a matrix space. In front of his eyes, there were dense stones of different heights. This road had an end, and it was visible to the naked eye. At this moment, Han Fei was in the middle of a circular ring, with roads everywhere. He seemed to be able to walk out from any angle. The distance was only about 2,000 meters, not far. However, Han Fei knew in his heart that this road was definitely not easy to take. When Han Fei raised his head and looked up, he found that there seemed to be a rapidly spinning vortex in the sky less than 200 meters high. However, Han Fei suddenly felt that his vision was deprived by the vortex. Immediately, Han Fei scanned it with his perception. Cough, cough. A trace of blood oozed out of the corner of Han Fei's mouth. His perception was immediately strangled the moment it touched the vortex. And if his perception went beyond the circular matrix space formed by cubes, it would also be ground to pieces by an invisible force. Heh. Old Yuan, is this what you mean, by no danger? The old turtle said, this place is quite special. I didn't feel any danger when I was outside. Even after entering this place, I still didn't feel any danger. Han Fei was a little puzzled. When he was outside the gate tower, he knew that there was danger here. However, the sense of danger was not very strong. Therefore, he dared to come in because he was extremely confident and didn't believe that he would be trapped by a secret realm in the level 3 fishery. Now it seemed that something was wrong. After he came in, there was no way back. He could clearly feel the danger, but the old turtle didn't feel it. What was the difference between him and the old turtle? Immediately, Han Fei thought of something, realm. The old turtle wasn't afraid of all kinds of dangers when he was still an explorer, because the old turtle's soul had always been in the king realm. It was just the strength he could exert was weak. This also meant that this place was dangerous for those below the realm this secret realm had set. At this moment, Han Fei sensed that the vortex seemed to be attracting him. Besides, the suction force was gradually increasing. He had to leave here first. Han Fei certainly wouldn't act rashly. Han Fei casually threw a crab to one of the rectangular tables. However, as soon as the crab was thrown out, the space on the rectangular stone platform suddenly changed. The crab directly appeared at an altitude of 200 meters. With continuous cracking sounds, the crab was easily minced by the vortex and obliterated without any residue. Tisk. Fuse. Without hesitation, Han Fei fused with Little Black and Little White and revealed the yin-yang divine eyes. At this moment, Han Fei saw that the vortex above his head was no longer a vortex, but a fixed pattern. Someone had deliberately painted it into a vortex. Translator ** Henyi Translations Editor ** Henyi Translations. Hiss. Interesting. Han Fei knew that the mechanism of this picture was actually to make use of human vision to deceive the brain. This vortex that seemed to be spinning at a high speed was actually a fixed pattern. Then, where was the crab that was swallowed by the vortex? This was what puzzled Han Fei. An array? Han Fei immediately thought of arrays. Therefore, this was definitely a killing array he had never heard of. Furthermore, its design was exquisite, directly deceiving one's vision. When Han Fei used the yin-yang divine eyes to scan the rectangular bodies again, he suddenly discovered that there were strange spatial fluctuations above these seemingly ordinary rectangular bodies. They must be part of a space array. Inside each ring, there was only a rectangular block without any spatial fluctuations. And this circular matrix had a total of 1001 rings inside and outside. On average, the distance between the rings was very small, and the rectangular pillars were next to each other. In other words, if one didn't find a specific way to find the 1001 cubes in the 1001 circular matrix, ordinary people couldn't leave this array space at all. As long as they took a step forward, they would immediately be teleported to the vortex and be killed by the vortex-killing array. Buzz. When Han Fei was about to step out, he suddenly found that the position of the safe cube in his eyes was moving. Huh. What an exquisite array. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. To break the array, one had to directly grasp the operation law of this array to walk out of it. If he didn't have the strange pupil technique like yin yang divine eyes, how could he see through these seemingly ordinary stones? And these stones were still moving from time to time, which greatly increased the difficulty of breaking the array. Han Fei's intuition told him that such an array was undoubtedly the most difficult one among the killing arrays he had seen. It should be second only to the infinite path of the Monument of Gods. Why was there such an exquisite array in the level 3 fishery? Generally speaking, an exquisite array meant that its lethality couldn't be small. After all, anyone who could set up such a complicated array couldn't be weak. How could a strong master set up a weak array? Han Fei felt that the suction force from above was getting stronger and stronger. He didn't feel anything at first. After only about 10 minutes, the suction force had already made all hanging fishers unable to control their bodies and strength. Han Fei couldn't help but feel a sense of lingering fear. Fortunately, he didn't come back then. If he had come back then, even if he could see through the mysteries of this array, he might not have had a chance to walk out of this array. At this moment, Han Fei didn't panic. He had to explore and observe the changing intervals of these safety matrices. About every 20 seconds, the safe matrices here would change their positions. Therefore, if he wanted to leave this place, he had to first confirm which were the correct rectangular pillars. Secondly, there were 1001 circles here, each of which was made of dozens of, or even thousands of rectangular columns. And within each circle, only one rectangular pillar was safe. This meant that the person who wanted to break the array had to complete 1001 seemingly irregular columns within 20 seconds. Realizing this, Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. Damn it. Fortunately, I didn't act rashly. I had to start breaking the array as soon as the safety rectangles changed. In this way, I would have 20 seconds. If he hadn't broken the array while it was changing, he might only have 10 or even a few seconds to break the array. After figuring out everything, Han Fei smiled and began to wait. After a full 12 seconds, as soon as the correct path switched, Han Fei's figure flashed like a ghost among these rectangular columns. A total of 1001 rectangular columns took Han Fei less than 5 seconds. When Han Fei stood outside of the matrix-killing array, he was slightly relieved. If he were a half-venerable, then his speed of breaking the array might be only 8 to 10 seconds. If he were a peak-level law enforcer, 20 seconds might not be enough for him. Perhaps, it would be just enough. This also meant that anyone who wanted to explore this secret realm had to at least have the strength and means of a peak-level law enforcer. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to pass the first level. The old turtle naturally saw Han Fei's performance. He couldn't help but ask. In surprise, your pupil spell can see through this array? Han Fei grinned. Have you seen through this array? The old turtle said, I only have soul power and don't have the corresponding Strength. I can only feel that the space you walk on seems to be different. Hanfei grinned but didn't respond. At this moment, Hanfei suddenly clenched his fist, and with a boom, a golden fist mark blasted out, hitting the vortex at the top of the circular killing array. Buzz. The golden fist mark seemed to be swallowed by a black hole, unable to cause any response. Immediately, the old turtle said, "The level of this secret realm is quite high. The power of your punch is comparable to the full-strength strike of an ordinary junior venerable, but it can't even shake this array." Hanfei's expression became slightly solemn. The level of this secret realm was not just high, but terrifyingly high. This was not a secret realm for ordinary people at all. That was why it was in the abyssal chasm. Even if someone was lucky enough to enter this secret realm, they would immediately feel a fatal danger and dare not enter it. Fortunately, Hanfei had the yin-yang divine eyes. Therefore, he could quickly walk out of this strange killing array. Otherwise, he could only try to use the star teleportation technique to force his way through. At the very least, when faced with this kind of a killing array, the vast ocean navigator was ineffective. After all, the vast ocean navigator could only be used 3 times a day. And the knack to break this array was to walk 1001 steps correctly in 20 seconds. If he took one wrong step, he would be eaten by the killing array above his head. Outside the array, Hanfei looked around. Then he cursed. Hanfei was surprised to see that outside of the matrix killing array, except for one road, the rest were all sealed spaces. The only road was filled with corpses and bones. Clearly, in the long river of history, there were many people who came here. Since these people could walk through the matrix killing array, it meant that their strength was extraordinary. If not everyone was as strong as Hanfei, then to pass the matrix killing array, their strength had to be at least in the explorer realm. Obviously, most of the people who passed the matrix killing array had fallen on this road. The old turtle couldn't help saying, "It seems that you're in trouble. Look at the passage, it's filled with ownerless souls. Under normal circumstances, a strong master can't die easily. Even if he dies, his soul can't return to the chaotic sea, so some inexplicable consciousness will be preserved. However, these are ownerless souls. This means that this passage has a way to kill the soul." Hanfei narrowed his eyes slightly. He had thought that he was just exploring a secret realm, but who knew that this secret realm was so difficult? Originally, Hanfei thought that the matrix killing array was already very inhuman. Most ordinary people couldn't pass this level at all. But now it seemed that the matrix killing array just now might not be the most difficult one. Naturally, Hanfei didn't dare to act rashly. The passage in front of him was about 2,000 meters long. At this moment, Hanfei still hadn't figured out why it was so difficult to walk a mere 2,000 meters. With the yin-yang divine eyes, he could see that this place was filled with ownerless souls, which had dissipated over a long period of time. Hanfei didn't feel happy to get so many ownerless souls, because it remained to be seen whether or not he could get these ownerless souls. In his vision, through the corpses on the ground, Hanfei saw strange lines engraved on the ground of that passage. These lines made Hanfei take a deep breath. Hanfei immediately took out the vast ocean navigator. However, Hanfei didn't use it to calculate anything. Hanfei looked at the 5th ring of the vast ocean navigator. The vast ocean navigator was composed of 5 rings. The first 4 rings were The language of myriad races, the 5-element inscription, a space line, and the sun calendar stone. Even the old turtle didn't know what the 5th ring was. However, what appeared in this place was the lines on the 5th ring. He had known that such lines were not simple, so he didn't even touch the ownerless souls. The lines on the ground and walls must be the cause of the deaths of so many people. And these lines seemed to be drawn irregularly. They were twisted and curved, sometimes perfectly shaped, and sometimes with many disconnected lines. They didn't look like words or an array. The old turtle said, "What do you see?" "I think, first of all, you can't take the ownerless souls here. If they were so easy to absorb, so many people wouldn't have died here." Han Fei sat down. This time, even the yin-yang divine eyes didn't work. However, there were not many of this kind of line on the vast ocean navigator. Here, the lines were very dense. Although he couldn't understand them, it didn't mean that the demon purification pot couldn't. Han Fei stared at the lines as if trying to memorize them. Just like back then, he could see knife intent from the words. Han Fei felt that he could also see some strange power from these lines. A power that could kill. Even if he didn't understand it, he could use it as a visualization picture. And once he could really visualize it, the demon purification pot could repair it. Han Fei kept staring at them. When Han Fei began to focus, images of the countless lines intertwining appeared in his mind. At first, they were separated. Soon, these lines began to cross crazily, forming a mess in Han Fei's mind. Huh? It's as difficult to remember as the God-scaring painting? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei found that the lines were not easy to remember, but he put on a smile. Although it was difficult to remember, there was a greater room for deduction. Sure enough, about an hour later, something about the Tao pattern appeared in Han Fei's mind. Information popped up in his eyes. Tao pattern, unrated. Note, the heavenly Tao patterns contain the mysterious and impermanent truth and the rules of the great Tao. Observing the Tao patterns can enhance the power of the soul and increase comprehension ability. As for arrays, their power will be doubled. This Tao pattern is incomplete and useless. Perception, 5/100. Repair, 0/1 billion. After reading the information, Han Fei took a slight breath. Damn, this thing is awesome. Not only does the heavenly Tao pattern contain the great Tao, but it can also be used as a visualization picture? However, Han Fei was not surprised. The patterns that appeared on the vast ocean navigator couldn't be simple. Han Fei could afford the repair cost of 1 billion points of spiritual energy. Without any hesitation, Han Fei directly repaired it. A moment later, information popped up in his eyes again. Tao pattern, unrated. Remarks, the heavenly Tao patterns contain the mysterious and impermanent truth and the rules of the great Tao. Observing the Tao patterns can enhance the power of the soul and increase comprehension ability. As for arrays, their power will be doubled. This Tao pattern contains the essence of the 9 palace technique, which is often used in arrays. After Han Fei restored all the Tao patterns, as soon as he immersed his mind in them, he found that there were many strange lines in his mind. But these lines were different from the lines on the ground. If he looked at these lines independently, he would find that once they entered his mind, they would change by themselves. The great Tao is invisible. How can the great Tao be visualized with clear lines? Han Fei suddenly realized that the Tao patterns in his head were the real one. But once he drew them out, they were no longer the real ones. The one in this passage should still be an array. Someone hid the Tao patterns in the array when drawing it, so the array's power was particularly great. Han Fei suddenly got up. Now that he knew what the lines were, he could think of a solution to all the problems. No matter how strange this channel was, it was just an array. Since others could draw a killing array with the Tao patterns, he could use the Tao patterns to draw a defensive array. The mechanism was the same. At present, the only difference between him and the other party was that he didn't know whether each of these Tao patterns contained some special meaning. For example, which lines should be used to set up arrays, which he didn't know. Now, he spent 1 billion points of spiritual energy just to repair this part of the Tao patterns. Besides, Han Fei could be sure that this part of the Tao patterns was just the tip of the iceberg of the true heavenly Tao patterns. In such a situation, all he needed to do was to experiment. This was because there were not many Tao patterns in his mind at the moment. Most of them were curves, hard straight lines, point lines, and wave lines. What Han Fei needed to do now was to create a defensive array or soul-driving array for himself that could withstand killing arrays. Han Fei stepped on the ground and drew a coiled turtle array with the Tao patterns. He hadn't used much spiritual energy when he suddenly saw an old turtle lying horizontally as if it were real. Hiss! Han Fei gasped hard. Is the coiled turtle array so powerful? Han Fei was a master of arrays himself, especially when he created the Avenger. He had engraved all his ideas into the boat and knew exactly how powerful the coiled turtle array was. However, after a random experiment, he found that the coiled turtle array was at least doubled in strength. What did it mean? It meant that his achievements in arrays could be doubled. Old Jiang didn't know that there were such things as Tao patterns in this world. Otherwise, he would have to beg him to show these Tao patterns to him. Han Fei wouldn't have hesitated to spend 10 billion for these patterns, let alone 1 billion. Seeing the smile on Han Fei's face, the old turtle said, "You figured it out?" Han Fei's lips curled. Everything in the world has traces to follow. The old turtle really didn't want to see Han Fei's smug face. He asked, slowly. "Then what is this?" Han Fei grinned. "You'll find out when you sign a master-servant contract with me." The old turtle. Han Fei didn't tell the old turtle. Although the old turtle could guess that it had something to do with the demon purification pot, there was no connection between him and the demon purification pot, so he didn't know anything. Han Fei quickly came back to himself. He tested the strength of the coiled turtle array with the infinity water. Because the output of spiritual energy was limited, the coiled turtle array disappeared after only 10 seconds. Then, Han Fei used the broken point line to draw another coiled turtle array, only to find that the coiled turtle array could absorb the attack power of others, and the absorption ratio was about 10% according to the coiled turtle array's complexity. Han Fei drew a coiled turtle array with the wave line again. This time, the array Han Fei drew could bounce back power and the ratio was also about 10%. Han Fei took a deep breath. These Tao patterns were simply too useful. And he just used a single kind of line, while the array in the passage was drawn with multiple kinds of the lines. Obviously, the array maker had mixed the different characteristics of the Tao patterns. Han Fei wasn't in a hurry. It was as if he had discovered a new continent. No matter what, he made the right decision to come to this secret realm. These Tao patterns were a great gain. Of course, the premise was that he could go out and forge the universe. 3 days later, Han Fei created a coiled turtle array by blending 4 different Dao patterns into the array lines. Its defense power had been improved by 50%, its absorption power by 6%, and its bounce-back power by 5%. There was no specific feedback on its flexibility, but it was about 10% stronger than before. Considering the comprehensive ability of the arrays, Han Fei felt that he could set up a large array that could defend against peak-level venerables. However, that was only relative. It depended on the other party's great Dao. 7 days passed. Han Fei slowly drew another defensive array other than the coiled turtle array. So far, the coiled turtle array drawn by Han Fei with 12 different kinds of lines had 80% increased in defense power, 10% absorbing power, 8% bounce back power, and its resilience and tensile strength had been doubled. This meant that the array Han Fei created now was twice as powerful as before. With his current strength at the peak of a junior venerable, he could easily create an array that could block the power of an advanced venerable. The other was the 8 trigram life-locking array that Han Fei created. This array was much more complicated than the coiled turtle array. Han Fei had never used it before because it was not used for defense, but for saving life. This array had both the function of defense arrays and the function of soul manipulation. It could lock vitality and sacrifice physical strength at the last moment to preserve the soul and vitality. Under normal circumstances, Han Fei wouldn't use it. Buzz. After leaving Forge the Universe, Han Fei tilted his head and looked at the array again. In Forge the Universe, he had tried to draw this array. As a result, a large number of threads appeared. These threads contained Dao runes, which were stronger than ordinary Great Dao and could easily break stones. However, it had a stronger effect, which was to cut the soul. Most of the corpses of the powerhouses who died in the passage hadn't rotten. However, according to their appearances, they should be at the level of an explorer or venerable. If they were kings, corresponding pressure would be produced. Knowing the limits of this passage, Han Fei was no longer afraid of this array. He held a fish skin in each hand and stepped into the passage. Sizzle. Swish. 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 Infinite threads suddenly emerged, and Han Fei seemed to be in a cocoon full of threads. He had to walk out of this passage step by step against the countless terrifying threads. If it were an ordinary human, his soul would be directly minced. With a clatter, Han Fei unfolded the 2 skin maps in his hands. Han Fei's body was directly enveloped by 2 layers of blue circles of light. This was the soul-driving array, but different from the soul-driving array Han Fei used in the past. This soul-driving array had an invisible force that resembled transparent rubber. When those invisible threads cut Han Fei's soul-controlling array, the power of the threads was offset by the power of the soul-controlling array, and Han Fei slowly moved forward in this state. What Han Fei consumed was his spiritual power. Although it was several times stronger, under the crazy cutting, the consumption was not small. Fortunately, this road was not long, only more than 2,000 meters. The other party didn't seem to want to kill everyone who stepped on the path. After discovering this situation, Han Fei's face was slightly pale, and strands of his soul floated out. With his soul as a lead, he slowly led the ownerless souls to follow him. Seeing this, the old turtle felt as if there were 10,000 iron-headed fish galloping in his heart. Is this the kind of person who has great luck? Han Fei's soul was obviously damaged, and it just so happened that so many ownerless souls sent themselves to him. In fact, Han Fei was overjoyed too. This was a pleasant surprise. Sure enough, in this world, while there were dangers, there were also unparalleled opportunities. It was a pity that these people, who should all be very strong, died here. Han Fei moved forward while throwing the bodies of these people in to forge the universe. Han Fei said, "Now that I've got your ownerless souls, I'll be a good person. To the end. When I get out, you will be at peace." Suddenly, when Han Fei was inspecting the bodies, he saw that someone was holding a broken token. What was written on the token had been eroded by time, but there were a few small words left on the back of the token, which read, 9 Palace City. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. 9 Palace City? Han Fei picked up the token. However, a few seconds later, with a crack, the token shattered into pieces and disappeared from his palm. Obviously, it had been too long, and the tokens had rotted in the erosion of time. In fact, it was not just the tokens, but very few of these corpses carried weapons or treasures. Perhaps they had already used them up when they passed this passage. After all, these people died in different places in the passage. Those who walked far either had extremely strong combat power or had brought in a lot of reserves. Han Fei could only find battle suits on these corpses. Among them, the best battle suits had reached the ultra quality. However, the battle suits were fine, but these people's bodies seemed to have been corrupted by the surrounding energy, as if their strength had been absorbed by something. Obviously, the Tao pattern arrays in the passage could attack the soul. No matter how well you wore a battle suit, it was useless. Han Fei even suspected that these Tao patterns had the effect of corroding the corpse. Han Fei put away the ultra-quality battle suit, and with a slight shake, the dust dispersed, and the battle suit became new. He stayed in the passage for about half an hour. When a large number of ownerless souls chased him out, he finally stepped out of the passage. Huff! As soon as he came out of the passage, the array around Han Fei collapsed. To maintain this soul array required not only spiritual energy, but also the support of his powerful soul. Han Fei took a few breaths. Although he felt mentally exhausted, he still immediately looked at the place outside the passage. Looking up, Han Fei saw a big ball that looked a bit like an earth globe or a roulette. Combining the two, it was like a roulette globe. Damn it. Han Fei knew that he hadn't reached the end of this secret realm. After all, he hadn't entered too deep. He had only passed 2 levels, which was only 6,000 meters in diameter. Han Fei didn't immediately study what the big ball was, but sat cross-legged and quickly began to refine the ownerless souls. In any case, it was necessary to improve his strength. Since he could make it this far, he could naturally obtain a certain opportunity, although this opportunity was left by countless adventurers with their lives. It took Han Fei 3 hours to stabilize himself. 3 hours later, Han Fei scanned his data again. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 83, Junior Venerable. Chaotic Chi, 9 wisps. Spiritual power greater than 76,623/79,999, damaged. Perception, 240,000 kilometers. Strength, 3,782 waves. First spiritual heritage, unknown. Second spiritual heritage, unknown. First spiritual beast, twin Yin Yang spirit swallowing fish, level 73. Second spiritual beast, Emperor Sparrow, level 21. Main art, sky stealing technique, level 6 of void fishing, venerable level. Divine quality. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched when he saw the information. He knew that these ownerless souls were still not good enough. Han Fei sighed slightly. In fact, this time was completely an opportunity. He had never expected to obtain so many ownerless souls. He had killed 4 sea demons and absorbed some of Cao Xian's ownerless souls, which amounted to no more than 6,000 points in total. This time it increased by nearly 12,000 points, which was a lot. Even if each venerable could only provide him with 1,000 points of soul power, this time it was equivalent to killing 12 venerables. And now, Han Fei's soul power had reached the strongest stage in history. After all, in order to strengthen the foundation of the explorer realm, Han Fei had sacrificed a lot of soul power. Compared to the previous 50,000 or so points of soul power, Han Fei felt that his mental state was very good. If he used the 100 beast soul devouring, now, its power would be far greater than before. After all, his current strength as a whole had been greatly improved. The path of cultivation was one of happiness and sadness. Han Fei looked back at the passage. There was no telling how many ownerless souls had accumulated here after tens of thousands of years. Although a lot of them dissipated, it was enough to prove how difficult soul cultivation was. Now, although his top priority was to repair his damaged spiritual power, this was only the first step. He also needed to use a large number of ownerless souls to temper the indestructible soul. It couldn't be helped. If he wanted to practice the indestructible overlord body, he would have to constantly consume the power of his soul. This technique was what really upset Han Fei. In order to practice the indestructible body, he had suffered a lot. Now in order to practice the indestructible overlord body, his soul power would probably have to be in a damaged state all the time. Putting aside his messy thoughts, Han Fei got up and walked to the big ball. What if there were other ownerless souls here? He got so many ownerless souls in the second level. Could there be more ownerless souls in the depths of this secret realm? When Han Fei walked into the blue ball, he suddenly looked at the ground under his feet. At this moment, some words appeared in the projection of the ball on the ground. The words read, "Everything has its own luck, but a ruler can calculate all heavenly secrets." Heh! Han Fei was speechless. What a bold statement. Did it mean that one could calculate all heavenly secrets with something like a ruler? Was this bragging? In addition to this sentence, there were also some explanatory small words in the projection. It read, "Being able to reach this point means that you have extraordinary strength and a strong soul. However, all creatures in the world have their own luck. Only by passing the luck pass can you see the real contents. Stop, put your hand on the luck ball." Luck pass? Han Fei looked at this question. He looked back at the passage and thought, is there really no one who can pass through? The passage had told him that many people had been to this place. However, most of them had perished, and most of them were human beings. Han Fei suspected that many people were venerables from the Yinyang world. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain why there were so few venerables in the Yinyang world. It was impossible that all venerables were born in big clans. So many people had died in the passage. Then, had anyone died on this luck ball? The old turtle said leisurely, "The luck pass is interesting. I think I should know who created this secret realm." Who? The old turtle told Han Fei casually when I saw the 9 Palace City jest. Now, I thought it was a coincidence. But now that I've seen it, I'm more or less certain that it's the Tao of divination. Han Fei asked, Tao of divination? The old turtle said, you should know that strong masters more or less have the ability to perform divination, right? In the age of gods, the Tao of divination was very popular. Some people use divination to seek luck and avoid disaster, and even change their own luck. They knew the law of divination well. As for the Tao of divination, there were several factions. Some people think that arrays should follow divination, so they take the path of arrays. Some people think that divination is related to the truth of the world, so what they pursue is to calculate the heavenly secrets with divination. There are even some who connect the divination with luck. Han Fei was surprised. Why did it sound like the Tao of math? Han Fei couldn't help asking, and then? The old turtle said leisurely, I don't know much. I only heard that there are very few of this kind of people, because ordinary people don't have the brains to study this Tao at all. I did meet one, but my era was so chaotic. That person might not have learned well and was hacked to death before he could predict his own fate. Han Fei rolled his eyes. What are you talking about? Just tell me that this is a game played by highly intelligent people. Han Fei felt that this level shouldn't be a problem for him. Logically speaking, his luck was probably the strongest in the entire Yin-Yang world. With his luck, if he couldn't pass this level, he really couldn't think of anyone else in the Yin-Yang world who could. However, just in case, Han Fei threw a wisp of essence blood on the ground, not far away. Then, he summoned Little Fatty and threw him to a corner. Han Fei felt that if something really happened to him and blood rebirth didn't work, Little Fatty would have a way to revive him. Han Fei extended his hand and placed it on the balloon. At that moment, the ball began to spin rapidly. At the moment the ball turned, Han Fei saw all kinds of numbers appearing on the ball, as well as some strange symbols similar to the formulas in his previous life. The old turtle said, Look, I'm right, aren't I? If I'm not wrong, these numbers represent your destiny. These people wanted to predict the future. But the crazily spinning ball slowly stopped. In the end, Han Fei was left with a string of numbers. However, the string of numbers was ridiculous. It read 123. 789. Han Fei's eyes widened. That's it? The numbers quickly condensed into words that read, no solution. Heh. That's it? Han Fei said helplessly, Old Yuan, are you kidding me? Is this the prediction of my luck? No solution? Isn't this nonsense? Who can have a solution for the future? Nonsense. Just as Han Fei was about to find another way, he saw that the surface of the ball suddenly broke into countless cubes. As the cubes collapsed, Han Fei saw that the scene around him began to change in order. What appeared in front of Han Fei was a paradise, which looked like a green grassland. Old Yuan, did you see it? Is this my illusion? Han Fei saw that there were mountains, rivers, and lakes here. The spiritual energy here was dozens of times more intense than in the outside world and was very sufficient. In front of Han Fei, there was a stone platform similar to a small altar. On the stone platform, there was a pillar of light, and in the pillar of light, a short ruler 1 foot long floated. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name 9 Palace Luck Ruler. Introduction: a treasure of luck forged with the spiritual treasure of heaven and earth, luck bamboo. The 9 Palace Luck Ruler contains the changes of the heavenly Tao. It can help others seek luck and avoid danger. It can make your luck fluctuate and help you change your luck by force. You can only use it once a day. Otherwise, you will suffer a backlash. Quality: human sacred weapon. Effect: test and change your luck. Can't be reforged. Unrefined. Remarks: luck can only be changed indirectly, not forcefully. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. Another human sacred weapon? Were such powerful magic weapons everywhere now? Besides, this was not an ordinary treasure. This thing could change a person's luck? Han Fei couldn't help thinking of the words he had just seen. Everything has its own luck, but a ruler can calculate all heavenly secrets. Are these words describing this 9 Palace Luck Ruler? There was no telling if it was because of Han Fei's amazing luck. Anyway, for some reason, he encountered this ruler. Now, Han Fei was sure that so far, he was the first person to get this ultimate treasure. Han Fei was puzzled. Did everyone else die in the second checkpoint, the passage? On second thought, Han Fei realized that the third checkpoint didn't seem to be a checkpoint. Or maybe he was lucky enough to win the roulette. Han Fei couldn't care less. He reached out and grabbed the 9 Palace Luck Ruler. The first thing to do after obtaining such a sacred weapon was certainly to refine it. An hour later, when the 9 Palace Luck Ruler appeared in front of Han Fei, he immediately understood. This ruler could predict one's luck. If it was given a wisp of someone's soul or essence blood, it could even change that person's luck. Of course, he could change his own luck with this ruler. However, to change his luck, he needed to consume chaotic qi. The ruler's only function that he could use for free was that it could improve his luck if he didn't use it. As long as he carried this ruler, his luck would be strengthened. On the ruler, there were 9 grids. Each grid corresponded to different luck. Among them, there were ominous, auspicious, greatly ominous, greatly auspicious, unpredictable, flat, and impasse. Among them, there were respectively 2 ominous and auspicious grids, which meant that there were 2 ominous and 2 auspicious in the 9 grids. This ruler looked ordinary and seemed to be used for fortune-telling. Han Fei decided to test his luck today first. The 9 Palace Luck Ruler flew 10 meters in the air, and a visible scale appeared in the air, flashing among the 9 grids. As the pillar of light disappeared, Han Fei saw a red spot fall directly into the greatly ominous grid. Han Fei. It was at this moment, when Han Fei was using the 9 Palace Luck Ruler, that someone suddenly opened his eyes in a square palace that was surrounded by dense arrays billions of kilometers away. The man was overjoyed. 9 Palace Luck Ruler? Is it still in this world? The man stretched out his hand, and a ball appeared in his hand. The ball revolved rapidly and then revolved 108,000 times, and in the end, it showed no solution. The man exclaimed, "No solution? The 9 Palace Luck Ruler is in a place where luck is sealed. No. Luck can't be sealed. It hasn't come into the world yet. It seems that I still have to wait." At this moment, Han Fei was dumbfounded. Seeing this scene, the old turtle couldn't help saying, "This treasure is interesting." I didn't even notice any ominous signs, but it detected it? Han Fei immediately put away the 9-palace luck ruler and scanned it with his perception. This entire space should be an independent small world with a radius of more than 50 kilometers. Although there was no sound of birds or fragrance of flowers in this small world, at least the scenery was very beautiful here. Greatly ominous? Here? The old turtle said, there are definitely no powerful creatures here. Otherwise, it couldn't have escaped my perception. I can only say that the greatly ominous thing detected by this ruler is not here. After only several minutes, Han Fei found a teleportation array somewhere in this open space. It turned out to be a teleportation array drawn with Dao patterns. Anyway, it was great that there was a teleportation array. Although the scenery was very beautiful here, he couldn't stay here for long. Han Fei was lucky enough to get the 9-palace luck ruler, but the ruler told him that he would be in a rough ride. Han Fei walked into the teleportation array without hesitation. With a swish, he appeared in an extremely neat courtyard paved with blue bricks. It was more like a strange small park than a courtyard. The only building here was a small pavilion. The courtyard was squarish. It seemed that the person who built this place liked rectangular lines very much. He was unable to use perception here. Han Fei scanned with his perception, but was sealed by an invisible barrier. It seemed that the owner of this place was very good at using arrays. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched slightly. Every blade of grass, every tree, every brick, and every scenery here were in the shape of an array. However, this array didn't seem to be open, so Han Fei went straight to the pavilion through the green brick path. When Han Fei reached the small pavilion, he saw a young man in a green robe sitting in the middle of the pavilion, in front of a stone table. There were a few fish skin maps on the stone table, but this didn't attract Han Fei's attention. What caught Han Fei's attention was the sword in the young man's chest. To be precise, it was not even a sword, but only a wisp of sword chi. However, after such a long time, the sword chi still didn't dissipate. It still looked like a sword. Han Fei was amazed. What was going on here? It was just a wisp of sword chi. Why didn't it disperse? Han Fei stepped forward and shouted, "Brother, are you still alive?" The old turtle said helplessly, "How can he still be alive? His breath is gone. Except that his body doesn't rot, his soul has already perished. He's deader than dead." Han Fei said in confusion, "There are always some people who are still alive, even after they die. This person is obviously very strong, so his body doesn't rot. I think his physique can't be weak." Han Fei walked forward and looked at one of the fish maps on the stone platform. On it were the words, "My name is Jinan. I come from the 9-palace world. I fought with the god of sword, Jian Ba, in the Yin-Yang world. Both of us were seriously injured and used up all our energy, so I can barely live a few more months. I'm about to die, and I'm far away from home. I hope that future generations can accept my 9-palace luck ruler and inherit my Dao." These words were written on the fish skin. Then, Han Fei opened another fish skin map, which recorded a simple introduction to the 10,000 Dao patterns. There are Dao patterns between heaven and earth which can create astronomical phenomena and contain infinite power. Once one masters Dao patterns, he can grasp divination. Using divination, can create unparalleled arrays. Among the 36 heavenly palaces, the one who can master the heavenly Dao is only the 9-palace world. The rest are all mediocre. When he saw these words, Han Fei chuckled. Sure enough, every heavenly palace thought that it was the strongest and could grasp the strongest great Tao. The 9-palace world must specialize in math. Han Fei admitted that in terms of arrays, these people were indeed unparalleled and terrifying. However, in terms of strength, Han Fei didn't really believe they were unparalleled. If he was really so strong, why was he nailed to death by a sword? Of course, this didn't prevent Han Fei from looking at his heritage. Han Fei immediately grabbed the jade slip under the fish skin map and scanned it with his perception, and information popped up in his mind. 10,000 Tao patterns, venerable level, high quality. Introduction: this book contains all kinds of patterns of the heavenly Tao. You can use this book to deduce a myriad of ways to use the patterns of the heavenly Tao. This is a magic book about arrays. The Tao patterns themselves are meaningless, but once they are used in arrays, they can work miracles. Deduced art, unknown. Deduction cost, 10 wisps of chaos energy. Remarks: the number of the Tao patterns is immeasurable. Sure enough, as Han Fei expected, this was a book about Tao patterns. The Tao pattern map he previously deduced was only a part of this 10,000 Tao patterns. Now it seemed that the deduction just now was a waste of his resources. However, if he hadn't deduced it, he might not have been able to come here at all. Anyway, you couldn't make an omelette without breaking eggs. In the end, he had gains. Han Fei browsed through the 10,000 Tao patterns and found that the arrays in it were much more complicated than the ones he had previously studied. If the spirit-gathering scripture was Han Fei's primer on arrays, then the Ocean Book had taught Han Fei a lot about arrays and made him realize the myriad arrays in the world. As for old Han, he led Han Fei on the right path of creating arrays. And this book 10,000 Tao patterns could allow Han Fei to embark on the great Tao of arrays. Han Fei believed that even if he didn't have the indestructible body, he could still become one of the most powerful persons in the venerable realm with just the 10,000 Tao patterns. However, Han Fei didn't intend to stay here for long. Outside the pavilion was a teleportation array. In this teleportation array, there were lines of water. If he guessed right, this was the way out. When Han Fei was about to leave, he suddenly stopped. The person from the 9-palace world was very good at setting up arrays, so this secret realm could be said to be quite safe. Since it was so safe, the place where the 9-palace luck ruler was stored just now couldn't be wasted. Right? When he came back from the Waterwood world, he had planned to store the seed of the water immortal in the heavenly palace. That way, the water immortal would definitely grow extremely fast. However, the current Yin-Yang heavenly palace was clearly not suitable for the water immortal to live there. However, this place was suitable. Here, there was energy, spiritual energy, and a good environment. The regrowth of the water immortal seed wouldn't be over soon. He might as well put it here for a while. Immediately, Han Fei marveled at his own wit. He turned around and returned to the beautiful place just now through the teleportation array. As Han Fei's heart stirred, he placed the seed of the water immortal in the place where the 9-palace luck ruler was placed. As soon as this seed was released, the surrounding spiritual energy and energy began to slowly flow in. Han Fei observed for a while. Seeing that there was no response from this Tao seed, he set up hundreds of arrays around it, which contained Tao patterns to prevent the water immortal from regrowing and running away. After everything was done, Han Fei said in satisfaction, "Master, you can stay here for a while." I'll come back to see you when I'm done. Translator Kenyi Translations Editor Kenyi Translations. Perhaps it was really because he was too lucky. Originally, he just came to try his luck in this secret realm, but in the end, it helped him uncover many secrets. Not only had he obtained a human sacred weapon, but he had also learned Tao patterns, which helped him make great progress in his arrays. Besides, from Yinan's description, Han Fei was almost certain of another thing: there must be a place where a strong master died in the depths of the abyssal chasm. That must be the depths of the sword tide. He couldn't pass it in the past, because the power of the sword tide was too strong, exceeding his limits. But now, Han Fei recalled Little Fatty and left the secret realm. In the blink of an eye, he swam thousands of kilometers away, walking in the endless sword tide. Looking at the countless white lights rushing at him, Han Fei didn't even bother to block them. After a while, he came to the secret realm left by Ren Tianfei. Now seeing this scene, Han Fei couldn't help but laugh. Back then, he was really stupid and naive, thinking that only he could come here. In fact, Han Fei felt that this place might have been temporarily arranged by the old guy after he came to the abyssal chasm. Having no time to think about that, Han Fei continued to walk deeper into the abyssal chasm. More than 8,000 kilometers into the abyssal chasm, the power of the sword qi here could easily tear a law enforcer to pieces. There were still nearly 1,000 kilometers of this road to go. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Old Yuan, can a peak level strike of a vulnerable / open a crack that extends tens of thousands of kilometers?" The old turtle naturally knew what Han Fei was asking. He said, "Generally speaking, it's unlikely. But if you become a half-king and use all your strength to launch a strike, it's possible. For example, your strongest blow can strike 1,000 kilometers away now, right?" Han Fei thought to himself, "Not just that. If I were to attack with all my strength without considering the consequences, I would be able to make a crack at least 3,000 kilometers long with the sacrificing punch." However, it was him. Han Fei didn't dare to say that he was the strongest heavenly talent in the world, but at least in the Yin-Yang world, there shouldn't be anyone stronger than him in the same realm. The difference between 3,000 kilometers and 10,000 kilometers was still huge. Back then, Han Fei already knew that this abyssal chasm was probably cut out by a sword. Now it seemed that Yinan from the Nine Palace world was not yet a king. Since he was not a king and Jianba was equal to Yinan in strength, Jianba was probably not a king either. However, it was still incredible that a half-king could create such a huge abyssal chasm with a single slash. To be precise, this abyssal chasm was probably less than 9,200 kilometers. Han Fei swam forward for more than 1,000 kilometers and found that at the end of the abyssal chasm, there was a person standing. This person was like a sculpture, holding a sword with both hands and standing upright on the seabed. Around him, there was a dense sword qi. When Han Fei arrived, the sword qi was like a hell of blades surrounding him and trying to kill him. However, the power of these sword beams could at most tear apart an intermediate explorer. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't kill him. Logically speaking, this intensity wasn't very high. There were definitely many people who could reach this step. However, in front of the figure, there were broken bones everywhere. Clearly, there were many strong masters who died in front of this person. Han Fei was surprised. This person was already dead. Could he still slaughter so many people? At least, Han Fei didn't feel threatened at all. However, in order to verify the power left behind by this person, Han Fei casually used the draw technique. The strength had reached the peak of the venerable realm. Ding! When Han Fei slashed out, he suddenly discovered that all the surrounding sword chi had disappeared without a trace. And in front of the figure, a sword shadow thrust out, blocking the draw technique. With a crisp collision sound, airwaves surged around, and the sword intent and knife intent almost swept the entire abyssal chasm. At this moment, Han Fei was surprised to find that the figure standing on the bottom of the sea twisted his body a few times, and then returned to normal. Han Fei said in surprise, "That's not a person." The old turtle said, "It's a sword. That person died a long time ago, but he turned his soul's will into sword chi, and will stand forever in the deep sea." Oh. A swordman? Han Fei was lost for words. Is there something wrong with this person's head? Has he lost his mind? He actually turned himself into a swordsman? The old turtle said, "You don't understand. He's leaving a legacy for himself. Just like the person who walked the Tao of divination just now. This person had turned himself into a sword, so he could take one attack from you even after he died. This means that he turned the entire abyssal chasm into his sword domain by himself. If this place doesn't collapse, the sword chi won't disappear." While the old turtle was explaining, Han Fei had already walked forward with a kitchen knife. As soon as he walked 100 meters in front of the swordsman, all the sword chi gathered. The power of these sword auras was not very strong, not to the point where they could kill Han Fei. Even killing a semi-divine powerhouse was extremely difficult. However, the way these sword auras attacked was very interesting. This sword man didn't seem to care how many people he passed on his sword techniques too. Anyway, what Han Fei saw was all kinds of fancy sword techniques. In the Thousand-Star City, there was an extremely special venerable, who was the Sky Sword Master. That old man was only an advanced venerable, but he could fight a peak venerable without being defeated. His sword could even shake a half-king. He was a sword cultivator. The sword was the head of all weapons, and also the best weapon for killing. In the Heavenly Sword sect, you could learn anything before you found your own sword. But once you embarked on the real path of the sword, you would have to abandon all other weapons and combat skills and focus on the sword Tao. The swordsman in front of Han Fei should be a great sword cultivator. Although he hadn't become a king yet, his swordsmanship was so good that even Han Fei was amazed. In front of Han Fei, there seemed to be 100,000 wisps of sword chi. Each wisp of sword chi was like a sword technique. Although Han Fei knew that it wasn't that much, it still looked scary. The old turtle said, "I have to remind you not to underestimate a sword cultivator. Just now, the one who was good at divination wasn't weak, right? He even had a special treasure, but he was still stabbed to death. This abyssal chasm is tens of thousands of kilometers long, but it was created by this little guy who is at most a half-king. You can see how terrifying a sword cultivator's combat power is." Han Fei carried the knife and walked within 100 meters of the swordsman. Swish! At the moment Han Fei entered, all the sword chi seemed to have a target. One of them arrived in an instant, as fast as a bolt of lightning. After one slash, Han Fei felt that there were 100 swords. Ding ding ding. Han Fei only had the time to block the first 8 swords, before he was cut by the 100 sword beams. However, these sword beams didn't hurt Han Fei. However, this also proved that Han Fei's counterattack speed was too slow. Han Fei found it ridiculous. His speed was already terrifying. This guy had been dead for a long time, but he was even faster than him? That didn't make sense. Han Fei retreated, shouting, "Fuse," and then came back in. Swish. 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 Clank, clank, clank. Han Fei's body was like a phantom, and the knife in his hand had disappeared. Without a trace. He collided with the sword beams 63 times in a row, but the countless sword beams fell on Han Fei again. Hiss. What a fast speed. The old turtle said leisurely, "Of course. Sword cultivators are the most special kind of cultivators. It's said that every sword cultivator has different obsessions even if they walk the same Tao. Therefore, they're great. Daos are different. Therefore, among sword cultivators, there is no such thing as the strong swallowing the weak." Han Fei asked, "Really?" The old turtle, "Yes, only people with the same great Tao will fight each other." Then the old turtle asked, "Do you know why you are slower than him?" Han Fei asked, "Why?" Han Fei felt that he was already fast enough, but the other party was even faster. Even if his soul could keep up with the direction where the sword chi came from, his body couldn't. The old turtle said, "A Tao heart. Those who use swords have a firm Tao heart. In the age of gods, there's a saying that if you don't know which path you should take, then choose to become a sword cultivator." Han Fei's lips twitched. "Is it as mysterious as you say? I have always used knives. Are knives worse than swords?" The old turtle explained, "A knife is a good killing weapon, but it is brutal. A sword is a good killing weapon too, but a sword has its own spirit. It's not that a knife is useless, but usually, few people who use knives as their weapons are famous. But there are countless extraordinary people who use swords." Han Fei moved forward again, only to see a sword flashing like a ray of light. As soon as Han Fei drew his saber, the sword had already appeared behind him and came close to his arm. Gulp. So fast. This time, Han Fei had to take it seriously. Maybe the Yin-Yang world had its own features, such as the Yin-Yang Great Tao. He could control the supreme Yin-Yang wheel. However, it could be said that he didn't know much about the great Tao of Yin and Yang. After all, he hadn't obtained the heavenly palace yet. But today, he encountered people from 2 other worlds of the 36 heavenly palaces and discovered their characteristics. It seemed that every heavenly palace had a specialty. The 9-palace world was good at algorithms, changing lucks, and divination. The people from the sword god world were good at using swords. If the other party was of the same realm, strength, and physique as him, the other party would probably be able to easily kill him. This was just 2 worlds. Besides, these 2 worlds didn't seem to be in the worlds that his mother mentioned. Perhaps their status was even lower than the Yin-Yang Palace. However, they were so strong. How could Han Fei not be shocked? His mother was still waiting for him to bring the 36 heavenly palaces under his rule. But now the 2 people who had died countless years ago almost killed him. In the sword domain, Han Fei's Yin-Yang divine eyes flickered. Since sword cultivators are so powerful, why don't I learn some sword techniques? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. For Han Fei, since someone's great technique was better than his, he certainly had to learn it. When he surpassed him, he would be stronger than him. Anyway, with the demon purification pot, Han Fei was best at learning. Besides, he could master more than one great Tao, which was why he was confident. It only took him an hour to remember all the sword techniques. Of course, there were some that he couldn't understand. Gradually, Han Fei saw the shadow of the heavenly sword sect in these sword techniques. After all, Han Fei had once seen Sky Sword Master fight. Today, from the sword techniques of the sword god world, Han Fei saw the sword technique that the heavenly sword master had once used. That was when he used the sky dissecting finger to kill the second patriarch of the Zhang family. Old Demon Chu attacked, and Sky Sword Master pierced the confined void with a small red sword. At that time, that sword looked plain but was actually powerful enough. At this moment, Han Fei encountered one. Among these tens of thousands of sword moves, only half of the sword moves Han Fei could block, and the other half, Han Fei was still trying to remember. When Han Fei was 10 meters away from the swordsman, those sword moves became even more gorgeous, trying to attack his soul. The sword techniques were very elusive. His eyes were full of light and shadow. Twin Divine Technique. Han Fei planned to spend the next few days here. If he couldn't even understand the sword techniques of the sword god world, could he still be called invincible? Han Fei was too proud to let that happen. The black mist body was far away at this moment because no sword chi could discover him. Therefore, he could observe it without any scruples and remember every sword technique he couldn't resist. It was a miracle. There were thousands of wisps of sword chi around him, but none of them attacked his black mist body. It could be seen that the closer he got, the clearer the target of the wisps of sword chi would be. 1 hour passed. 2 hours passed. In the third hour, countless images of sword techniques appeared in Han Fei's mind. And his white mist body also came to the place 2 meters away from the swordsman without him knowing it. Han Fei let the sword shadows attack him and stared at the sword in the swordsman's hand. Old Yuan, is this sword real? The old turtle said, it's fake, it's all fake. Since this person turned into a sword, he is the sword, and the sword is him. He doesn't need to use a sword at all. Han Fei curled his lips. What a pity. Apart from leaving behind his powerful sword techniques, he didn't even leave a sword behind. Yinan from the 9 Palace world had left behind a human sacred weapon. But you came to Mayin Yang world and didn't leave any treasures behind. Just as Han Fei was about to continue to observe the sword moves, suddenly the swordsman standing upright suddenly opened his eyes. Han Fei's heart palpitated as he thought, is this swordsman alive? The swordsman suddenly opened his eyes, but he was expressionless. And the long sword in his hand was suddenly stabbed at Han Fei. Buzz. Han Fei's speed was extremely fast. He set up a coiled turtle array, which was also a coiled turtle array formed by Dao patterns. Even if the swordman was still alive, he shouldn't be able to break it instantly. As for him, he only needed this moment to retreat. However, Han Fei discovered, to his surprise, that the sword ignored the coiled turtle array and pierced him. Bang! At this moment, Han Fei saw his white mist body flying back at an extremely slow speed. Damn it! Han Fei suddenly came back to his senses and activated the soul-driving array. Clank! At the moment the soul-driving array appeared, a phantom stabbed at him. Han Fei clearly sensed that he was now a soul body. The swordman stabbed out his soul. When the soul left the body, in this abyssal chasm full of sword chi, it was very likely to be shattered by the countless sword moves here that could bombard the soul. Even if it couldn't be minced, it would definitely be injured. This was the experience of half of Han Fei's soul, and the other half was still on the black mist body. However, all of this happened too quickly, so fast that Han Fei didn't even have the time to think. It was as if he suddenly saw his body from a third perspective. Before he had the time to think about what was going on, the other party's soul attack had already come at him. Pfft. In an instant, Han Fei saw a small sword stabbing into his soul. Ka ka ka. The moment the small sword entered his soul, it quickly began to split. It was not until this moment that Han Fei realized that the bastard swordsman was still alive. He was trying to possess his body? At this moment, the first thought that appeared in Han Fei's mind was that he should fuse his two bodies and return to his peak state. However, this thought only existed for a moment before being disapproved by Han Fei. The black mist body was still there. Even if something went wrong with the white mist body, so what? On the contrary, if the two fused at this moment, there might be a problem. Roar. His black mist body directly launched the 100-beast soul devouring. This sound was naturally ineffective against his soul. However, when the 100-beast soul devouring sound shook the infinite sword soul slightly, it was shattered by the sword soul. At this moment, Han Fei had no time to complain about the old turtle. He was about to detonate his white mist body. Although this would cause him damage, Han Fei didn't believe that a mere wisp of soul could survive his self-destruction. But at this moment, suddenly, a small branch extended out of the void and extended directly into Han Fei's soul. The small branch rolled, and the sword soul that had dispersed and almost occupied half of Han Fei's soul regathered and was grabbed by the small branch. At this moment, Han Fei saw that the sword chi in the entire abyssal chasm was returning. Hundreds of millions of sword chi were returning, some returning to the sword man, and some to the sword soul. Huff. At this moment, Han Fei was relieved. The demon purification pot has taken action. What am I afraid of? After all, self-explosion was a serious self-destruction. With the demon purification pot, all the problems would be resolved. At this moment, Han Fei was like a vortex, and billions of sword auras were frantically gathering in his soul. Han Fei suddenly thought of the 9-palace luck ruler. He had just made a divination today, and it said greatly ominous. F***ck, isn't this greatly ominous? He almost lost 200 years of life. Last time, his self-destruction in Chu sect was like this. Although he escaped, he lost 200 years of his life. Furthermore, his strength had weakened a little during that period of time. However, on second thought, Han Fei wondered how the 9-palace luck ruler was made. Did it find out that the sword man was still alive? Only at this moment did the old turtle's voice appear. Are you okay? I was deceived by this guy. He refined himself into a sword soul, dispersed the sword soul in this abyss, and waited for the right person to appear before gathering the sword soul again. This person is really insidious. Han Fei didn't want to listen to the old turtle's explanation at this time. He said coldly, "Humph, he's been dead for tens of thousands of years, and he still wants to possess my body? He should die." After a while, the small sword kept buzzing. Han Fei's message was crazily transmitted to the demon purification pot. Crush this sword. Crush him. However, the demon purification pot didn't do that. It just grabbed the sword soul. Seeing no response, Han Fei immediately took out his blood-drinking knife. Soul attaching. This time, the demon purification pot agreed and collected the blood drinking Knife and the sword soul. The spiritual energy and demonic energy in Forge the universe were rapidly consumed. Han Fei sneered. Aren't you a swordsman? I'm going to seal you in a knife and disgust you to death. After more than 200 seconds, this brand new blood-drinking knife finally appeared. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name: blood-drinking sword, mutated. Introduction: it's made of mystic yellow and green iron, blue dragon. Venomous teeth, Tai Ching essence, essence of wind, and star clam shells. It's tempered with the soul of a sword puppet and can break divine gold. Quality: ultra quality divine weapon. Attached soul, soul of the sword puppet. Effect: armor break, soul stab. Recastable. Unrefined. Remarks: whenever the blade is drawn, a sword shadow will stab into the enemy's soul. Puff. Han Fei was speechless. The blood-drinking knife still looked like a kitchen knife, but its name had become the blood-drinking sword, a mutated blood-drinking sword. Its quality had also become an ultra-quality divine weapon, which was only one step from a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Han Fei felt that if the material was better, it might be a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. However, why did the knife become a sword after it was injected with the sword soul? Was it the sword soul's obsession? Also, in the demon purification pot's opinion, this was not a sword soul, but the soul of a sword puppet? Han Fei didn't know the difference. Although Han Fei was very unhappy with the old turtle's error in judgment, he had to let it go. After all, the old turtle would become his old servant in the future. Han Fei asked, Old Yuan, what is the soul of a sword puppet? The old turtle seemed a little guilty too. He immediately said, some people control swords, and some swords control men. When a person controls a sword, he becomes one with the sword. When a sword controls a man, he feeds his body to the sword. When he is alive, he becomes a sword puppet. When he dies, he becomes the soul of a sword puppet. Suddenly, the old turtle took a deep breath and said, Are you saying that this person is a sword puppet? Han Fei said non-committally, It's a sword puppet. Why? The old turtle said, If it's a sword puppet, there should be a sword master. A sword puppet is equivalent to a sword attendant. No matter how powerful he is, he's just a servant. There must be stronger masters above him. I see. Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. If what the old turtle said was true, the background of the Heavenly Sword sect was very likely to be related to the sword master of the sword god world. Of course, Han Fei didn't believe it. Could the sword master still be alive? However, perhaps because of the death of the sword master, the people of the Heavenly Sword sect had already forgotten this. After all, in the abyssal chasm, there was still a sword puppet of the sword god world. If the sword master was still alive, why did he leave his puppet here? Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. In any case, the sword puppet had been here for tens of thousands of years. At this moment, all the sword chi in the abyssal chasm had disappeared. As for the sword man, because of the disappearance of the massive amount of sword chi and the sword puppet, he seemed to lose the support of his skeleton and dissipated. In the depths of the abyssal chasm, Han Fei didn't get anything good and almost hurt himself. But fortunately, Han Fei remembered many strange sword moves. He remembered a lot of them and felt that he could learn a lot, but this was not very systematic. It seemed that in the next few days, he could use the twin divine technique to cultivate well. Although the sword puppet had disappeared, Han Fei thought of a problem. If even the puppet of the sword master could preserve his soul to this day, what about the real sword master? Was the strongest person in the heavenly sword sect really Sky Sword Master? Sword God World, Nine Palace World, Waterwood World, Golden Crow World. If counting the Inyang world in, he had already come into contact with 5 heavenly palaces. And these heavenly palaces gave Han Fei the feeling that they were strong. Very strong. After a month in Forge the Universe, Han Fei was digesting those sword moves. Han Fei discovered a problem: he couldn't simulate most of the sword techniques from the Sword God world. For example, the seemingly simple sword, the powerful sword, pierced through the void as simple as piercing through a piece of paper. It sounded simple. But in fact, how could such a powerful blow make no sound at all? In the words of the old turtle, the sword puppet cultivated this Tao with a firm Tao heart and should have such achievements in sword techniques. In the old turtle's eyes, sword cultivators were very different from other cultivators. They were the group with the greatest combat power in the world. Han Fei couldn't help but think of Tengu. Tengu had been to the Heavenly Sword sect for so long, but in the end, he still used the big halberd. Tengu had told him more than once that it was not the time for him to use the sword because he hadn't found his sword path. At this moment, Han Fei was thinking, what is the so-called sword path of the Heavenly Sword sect? Is it the sword path that focuses on the heart? Perhaps only by finding this path could there be a reasonable explanation for the sword techniques he couldn't learn now. But at least for now, Han Fei had no time to continue to study these. He had no choice. As the heir to the Inyang world, he was forced to move forward by many invisible forces. He couldn't give the big clans in the Thousand-Star City any chance. He had to grow up quickly and wipe out these people. And the Wall of Death, whether the part in the Waterwood world or in the Yang world, both showed signs of seal weakening. Otherwise, how could the Black Evil Conch King send so many strong masters over? If the super seal of the Wall of Death cracked one day, both the Yang world and the Waterwood world would be in danger. Therefore, Han Fei knew that he was far from having the time to study all kinds of techniques in peace. Now, I haven't gone to the 36 heavenly palaces yet. I'm not in a hurry to master these techniques. It had only been 10 days since Han Fei left the Scattered Stars Island. Before leaving, Han Fei was a little worried about the Water Immortal, so he went into the 9 Palace Array to take a look. Then, he saw a sprout on the Water Immortal's great Tao seed. Seeing that, Han Fei simply left. It seemed that at this speed, it would take a while for the Water Immortal to grow up. He wasn't in a hurry. When leaving the abyssal chasm, Han Fei didn't greet Xiao Sei. Since the Time Dragon Carp had a plan, he didn't need to be in a hurry. Otherwise, what if something happened to the Time Dragon Carp if he brought her away with him? The steps into the sea. When Han Fei came here again, he found that this place had become crowded. Again. Han Fei casually transformed into an ordinary person and stood on the sea platform again. As far as he could see, there were all kinds of stalls and various low-level resources waiting to be sold. Someone shouted, "The sea willow juice I just made is on sale." Someone saw Han Fei and approached him. "Brother, I have something good here. Would you like to see it?" Han Fei shook his head slightly. No. The man chased Han Fei. "Brother, I wanted to show it to you, because you look familiar. I won't show it to ordinary people." Han Fei smiled. "Oh? Then I'd like to see it." The young man quietly took out a small stone from his pocket and showed it to Han Fei. Do you know what this is? This is an ultra-quality treasure that will only appear after the 100th floor. Han Fei smiled. Interesting. Isn't it said that the steps into the sea no longer produce soul crystals? Are you sure you got it from the steps into the sea? Huh. The man looked at Han Fei up and down. He knew soul crystals? This showed that Han Fei was not an ordinary person. However, seeing that Han Fei was only an intermediate dangling fisher, the man immediately smiled and said, "Hey, brother, your information is outdated. Back then, the steps into the sea was indeed turbulent for a few years, but it was only turbulent for 3 years. Then, everything was restored. Otherwise, why do you think there are so many people here? Brother, since you know soul crystals, why don't you buy this? This thing is extremely rare. If you want to buy it, you only need to pay me 20 spiritual fruits." Heh. Han Fei rolled his eyes and patted the man's shoulder. Fool someone else. With that, Han Fei took out his fishing boat and flew into the sky. Han Fei would not enter directly from the entrance. In fact, with his current strength in the venerable realm, he couldn't enter it at all. However, he had been to the bottom floor after all, where he had dug and climbed stairs and made himself covered all over with wounds. Even now, there were still traces of his blood there. Therefore, Han Fei only needed to draw a teleportation array with his blood to go there. The reason he came to the steps into the sea was to see what the structure of the steps into the sea was. In fact, Han Fei scanned it several times and found that below the steps into the sea, where he couldn't detect before, was a large array. The array was square, which was as large as the area of the steps into the sea. The pivot of the array was not on the outside, so it must be inside the steps into the sea. It was probably in the altar. According to the depth of the sea, Han Fei soon confirmed that the steps into the sea was a small world connected to an independent space. With a thought from Han Fei, the 9-palace luck ruler appeared in front of his eyes. This time, Han Fei was wondering what would happen if he went to the altar. The void suddenly slid and fell into the grid of impasse. Han Fei. Shit. Han Fei's face turned dark. He had experienced the difficulty of greatly ominous and almost blew himself up and sacrificed 200 years of his life. Even so, he wasn't able to resolve the soul of the sword puppet alone. This time it was an impasse? F***ck, had the puppet below become a king? Toot. Han Fei was hesitating whether to go to the steps into the sea or not, when he heard a dragon boat hum 20,000 kilometers away. Sweeping with his perception, Han Fei saw that on the deck of the top floor of the dragon boat, 2 people were looking at him. Damn it. Swish. The fishing boat quickly disappeared from the sky. After several minutes, there was no sign of a fishing boat in the sky. And just now, the person who wanted to sell the soul crystal to Han Fei was about to call Han Fei down and sell the soul crystal at a cheaper price. However, Han Fei left with a swish. This person was a little confused. Why did this person come to the steps into the sea and leave without doing anything? A moment later, on the dragon boat, the void trembled slightly, and Han Fei appeared directly on the top deck. Han Fei was lost for words. Old Han, you seem quite relaxed. Seniorly, are you going to enjoy your retirement here? Li Dian laughed and scolded, enjoy retired life? If you don't flatten the big clans, how can we dare to enjoy retired life? Han Guanshu looked at Han Fei and asked, "Did you go to the abyssal chasm?" Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. "Is this part of your plan too?" Han Guanshu shook his head. "No. However, Daxian bet with me that you will go to the turbulent sea first." Han Fei knew that the turbulent sea that Han Guanshu mentioned was the wall of death. Han Fei's lips cramped. "What else did you bet on?" "Turbulent sea, abyssal chasm, the steps into the sea, waterwood world. There are only 4 places in total." Han Fei's lips moved and he sneered. "You're really good at gambling. It seems." "That old Han won the bet." Li Daxian sneered. "He can calculate, but I can't. This bet is unfair in the first place." Suddenly, Han Fei's heart did a flip. Patriarch Thug's words reminded him that old Han knew how to calculate. He was right. Old Han was so good at it that he almost calculated his entire life. Coincidentally, he had just obtained the 9-palace luck ruler and learned about the 9-palace world. Immediately, a bold idea popped up in Han Fei's head. Han Fei immediately stared at old Han as if he had a problem to ask. Seeing this, Li Daxian mumbled, "Why? Is there something you can't say in front of me?" Han Guanshu smiled, pushed a cup of tea to Han Fei, and looked at Li Daxian. "Father and son always have some secrets. You don't even have a wife. You don't understand." Tisk. Li Dian drank a mouthful of tea and disappeared. Han Fei asked, "Old Han, you know what I'm thinking, right?" Han Guanshu smiled. "I can't read your mind." "How would I know?" Without beating around the bush, Han Fei said, "I'm talking about the 9-palace world." "Are you from the 9-palace world?" Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Guanshu looked at Han Fei casually and smiled. "What do you think?" Hiss. Han Fei took a deep breath. "So, the Yinan in the secret realm is you?" However, this time, Han Guanshu shook his head. "No, that's not me." Han Fei said, "That's impossible. How can there be such a coincidence in the world? You came from the 9-palace world, and the abyssal chasm happens to be caused by the fight between the people of the 9-palace world and the sword god world." Han Guanshu said, "I've been there, but I'm indeed not that person. Perhaps many years ago, I was indeed related to that person, but I'm indeed not him." Han Fei was a little puzzled. In this regard, old Han didn't have to hide it from him. However, he was quite curious. If old Han wasn't that person, why was old Han also from the 9-palace world? The 9-palace luck ruler appeared in Han Fei's hand. "What about this one? Since you came from the 9-palace world and were already so powerful a long time ago, why don't you take this away?" Old Han looked at the 9-palace luck ruler and said leisurely, "How should I put it? You know that human sacred weapons aren't necessarily very powerful, right? They usually only have some special and powerful characteristics. In terms of combat power, the human sacred weapons should be weaker than the sea quelling bizarre treasures." Han Fei squinted. "Shouldn't it be one level higher?" Old Han said, "Well, it's indeed a level higher. However, the human sacred weapons have their respective uses. The greatest function of this 9-palace luck ruler is to change your luck and make you survive desperate situations. However, its effects are limited. Perhaps in the future, I may need it. But now, it's more useful to you." Han Fei played with the 9 mansions luck ruler and said, "So, you left it to me on purpose?" Han Guangqiu nodded without giving an answer, and then said, with all the coincidences, you are the most suitable to hold it. You don't have to calculate at all. Everything has its own rules. Why did you get the 9 palace luck ruler first, and then go to the steps into the sea? I can't calculate these things. This is all caused by luck that even you don't know. Han Fei was silent for a while. So, I can't go to a place that is marked as impasse? Han Guangqiu said, yes, you can. Since you have the 9 palace luck ruler, you can change your luck. With me and Li Daxian in the level 3 fishery. Even if you forcibly open the seal of the steps into the sea, we can suppress the ferocious creature below. However, the price is a bit high. Not only will it ruin the balance of the level 3 fishery, but it will also expose me, you, and Li Daxian, and that ferocious creature. It's very likely to cause a great loss of life. If we win, we'll win. But whether to do it or not depends on your choice. Haha. Han Fei certainly wouldn't choose it. This showed impasse, which meant that his current strength was not enough to solve this problem. The 9 palace luck ruler had also said that one couldn't forcibly change one's luck, but could only change it indirectly. Indirectly? There were too many possibilities. Although Han Fei was still surprised, he found it reasonable. Old Han was such a calculating person. It would be strange if he didn't come from the 9 palace world. Without considering whether to enter the steps into the sea or not, Han Fei asked, what's the respective ranking of the 9 palace world and the sword God world? Is it good or bad? Old Han said lightly, you are getting more and more interested in the heavenly palaces. Good. He said, the 9 palace world is ranked 8th, and the sword God world is ranked 10th. The 9th, as you know, is the yin-yang world. However, this ranking is not necessarily correct. This is because in every heavenly palace, if they reach the peak, the strongest will be extremely powerful. For example, in the 9 palace world, if I grasp all the heavenly secrets, who can shake me? As for the sword God palace, in terms of offense and killing, the sword God is ranked first. Even supreme clearness and primordial chaos are inferior. Han Fei couldn't help asking, what about yin-yang world? Han Guangqiu smiled. It depends on how you explore it. You should have met your mother, right? Yin-yang world has the great Tao of yin-yang. And its core is the yin-yang immortal art. In terms of survival, yin-yang world ranks first among the 36 mystic worlds. Yin-yang immortal art? Han Fei was briefly stunned and then said, I don't know any yin-yang immortal technique yet. Why didn't anyone teach me such an awesome technique? Han Guangqiu picked up the teacup and took a sip. Twin yin-yang spirit. Swallowing fish, twin divine technique. These are the core techniques of the yin-yang immortal art. Of course, there are some great techniques that you haven't encountered yet because it's not the right time yet. But when you get rid of the heavenly Tao Dharma you'll completely embark on this path. It was the heavenly Tao Dharma again. It seemed that the heavenly Tao Dharma had completely sealed the yin-yang world. Han Fei couldn't help but say, alright, let's take it slow. Anyway, I have too many great techniques now, and can't use all of them. However, old Han, about the 36 heavenly palaces, can you tell me what they are? And what are their features? Han Guangqiu said, I originally planned to tell you when you could leave the Yin-Yang world. Since you asked, I'll tell you. Han Guanshu said leisurely, the 36 mystic worlds are respectively supreme clearness, primordial chaos, infinity, golden crow, dragon subduing, glazed glass, immeasurability, dream weaving, 5 elements, and spirit refining. Han Guanshu recited 36 names in one breath as if he were counting. Han Fei could guess their features by hearing their names. Perhaps this wasn't a secret at all. Therefore, it was easy for everyone to name them according to their features. For example, the dream-weaving world was a terrifying heavenly palace that made use of illusions to their extreme. It was said that it could make people sink into illusions forever and never be able to walk out until they died of old age. As for the spirit refining, it was a heavenly palace that specialized in the Tao of the soul. They studied various soul techniques. Ordinary people didn't dare to offend them. Old Han also talked about the glazed glass world where Inger was. It was said that there were many spirit gatherers in the glazed glass world. Although the name sounded beautiful, Han Fei didn't expect that these spirit gatherers would basically choose to walk the path of body refinement. Han Fei's head almost exploded. However, Han Fei soon concluded that the heavenly palaces ranked in the top 18 seemed to be stronger. However, Han Fei didn't know if it was his illusion. After the talk about the 36 mystic worlds, the father and son had nothing to talk about. Han Fei asked casually, "Old Han, is Mom in the river of time?" Han Guanshu said, "Maybe, but not entirely." Han Fei asked, "What's her problem? Why did she set up all this with such a complicated method? How did you find her?" Han Guanshu said indifferently, "This is my business. It has nothing to do with you." Han Fei bared his teeth and said, "Why does it have nothing to do with me? How? Can I just watch and do nothing?" Han Guanshu smiled and said, "I'll tell you when it's your turn to do something. Otherwise, it's unnecessary for me to tell you too much now." Han Fei knew that it was probably because he wasn't strong enough. However, he hadn't become a half-king yet, had he? With the heavenly Tao Dharma, Old Han shouldn't be able to become a king either. Since he couldn't become a king, why did he despise his lack of strength? However, Han Fei didn't dwell on it. The heavenly Tao Dharma was in the Yin-Yang world, so Old Han's actions would be limited. To find his mother, he had to cross the river of time. An hour later, Han Fei couldn't sit still anymore and finally said, "Well, I'm leaving." Han Guanshu said, "Okay. But you have to be careful when going to the turbulent sea. I can't foresee the situation there, nor will I appear there to save you." Han Fei sneered. "I'm already a venerable. Besides, with the 9 palace luck ruler in hand, I don't need anyone to save me." Han Fei thought to himself, in addition to the 9 palace luck ruler, I still have the demon purification pot and the vast ocean navigator. With so many treasures in hand, I should be able to survive the wall of death. Of course, Han Fei couldn't go in with his current appearance. After all, there were kings in the wall of death. The black evil conch king was probably waiting for him to deliver himself to him. 9 days passed. Han Fei held the vast ocean navigator and ran around the Yin-Yang world for a while before he found a weak point in space, which was so weak that a crack appeared. Han Fei certainly wouldn't break this place and go in by force. He first set up a lot of arrays within 100 miles. All kinds of killing arrays, defensive arrays, maze arrays, and illusion arrays emerged endlessly, with more than 1,000 of them. After doing all this, Han Fei carved a short-distance teleportation array on the wall of death. Then he used the twin divine technique and turned into black and white smoke. Passing through such a barrier, Han Fei felt that even if there was a loophole to go through, he would be injured if he went in by force. Just like Chao Xian, he forcibly passed through the crack only to leave a lot of ownerless souls and energy behind. He didn't have to rush like Chao Xian. In the next 3 days, Han Fei tried dozens of times and almost poked a hole in the spiritual barrier with snowmorn. After a long time, Han Fei finally managed to open a gap, and then through the short-distance teleportation array, he directly opened a void passage. The moment he entered the void channel, Han Fei seemed to have entered the void turbulence again. His twin body was minced into smoke several times. Fortunately, his bones were tough, so he was still alive. Huff. As soon as he appeared inside the wall of death, Han Fei felt a violent energy shock. Just in case, Han Fei entered Forge the Universe as soon as possible. In any case, he had to recover first. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. When Han Fei came out of Forge the Universe, it was already 3 hours later. In the past 3 hours, Han Fei had adjusted his state to its peak. When he entered the wall of death just now, Han Fei didn't use his perception to investigate. After all, he wasn't familiar with this place. There were still kings here. Who knew how big the wall of death was? Where did the kings live? To be honest, Han Fei didn't understand. Why were their lives inside a barrier that seemed to be a wall? Why was there a king in it? And why did even an island fly out of it? Han Fei already knew that the wall of death was definitely the work of a super powerhouse, but he didn't know what kind of powerhouse it was exactly. Now that Han Fei had just come in, all he needed to do was to keep a low profile. In any case, he had forged the universe. Even if he couldn't beat others, he had a place to hide in. Therefore, Han Fei felt that it should be no problem to protect his life. At this moment, Han Fei still used the twin divine technique. The white mist body was still in Forge the Universe, while the black mist body had left Forge the Universe. However, as soon as Han Fei appeared, he felt that the world was filled with chaotic spiritual energy, which was mixed with death energy and the smell of blood. In short, it was very weird. Han Fei glanced around. At least in the area where he was, it was dead silent. There were very few creatures in the yellow seabed. Han Fei saw a big lobster crawling over the rocks on the seabed. The lobster's body was yellow, and there were some abnormal yellow halos on its carapace. There were even many stone-like bulges on its carapace, as if it had a shrimp cancer. Han Fei glanced around casually, and information popped up in his eyes. Name: Broken Crystal Dragon Ball. Introduction: They often live near mineral deposits, feed on mineral essence, and like to hunt hard-armored creatures. Their crystal armor is extremely hard. Their pincers are so powerful that they can cut apart dragons and snakes. When encountering a powerful enemy, they will turn into crystals, which are indestructible unless with great strength. Level: greater than 78. Quality: exotic. Enforcing law: blood concentration. Contained spiritual energy, greater than 69,505 points. Edible effect: long-term consumption can greatly enhance blood and chi, and improve physique. Collectible: Dragon Crystal Shard. Absorbable. This was the first creature Han Fei saw when he came over, and extremely ugly. lobster whose body was covered in crystal fragments. However, even the creatures he encountered at random had reached the realm of advanced explorers. Han Fei slightly released his perception and scanned the surrounding thousands of kilometers, only to find more than 20,000 creatures. Among them, there were about 200 of them relatively strong. The strength of the other creatures didn't seem to be the same. However, to Han Fei's surprise, none of these creatures were fighting or hunting each other. Han Fei also discovered that the living environment of these creatures was this seemingly barren mine. In addition to the broken crystal dragon ball, many other creatures also relied on mineral veins to survive. Some carried mineral shells on their backs, and some turned the mineral veins into knives and stabbed into their bodies. They are not of the same kind but don't hunt each other? Are they allies? Han Fei swam out in the turbulent spiritual energy. First of all, Han Fei wanted to see how big the wall of death was. Of course, Han Fei also knew very well that the wall of death might be much larger than he had imagined. After all, the circumference of its part in the Inyang world alone was as long as 25 million kilometers. It was both in the Waterwood world and the Inyang world. Then what about the other heavenly palace's sphere of influence? Was the wall of death in these worlds? Han Fei wasn't sure. Anyway, he would just wander around first. At least, it was fresh. After swimming for more than half a day in the wall of death, Han Fei discovered that he needed to remove the twin divine technique. Under the bombardment of violent spiritual energy for a long time, he needed to constantly resist the power of this spiritual energy storm. As a result, the twin divine technique couldn't be used continuously. Of course, during this half-day, Han Fei found something. Han Fei discovered that in such a violent turbulence of spiritual energy, it was very difficult for normal creatures or spiritual plants to exist in this wall of death. Therefore, he saw many goby-like seabed, as well as algae-type demoniaceae plants with the bodies honed extremely round and smooth, circular, blade-like leaves and dark green tentacles, which looked very creepy. There was no need to talk about the strength of these creatures. If they weren't strong, they couldn't have endured such a harsh environment. Although there were many creatures that Han Fei knew, their way of growing had greatly changed. Perhaps because it had been living in the violent spiritual energy shock, even an anti-heaven blade seemed to be covered in armor. This layer of armor was very smooth, as if it existed to block the impact of violent spiritual energy. In addition to the bottom of the sea, Han Fei also swam to the surface of the sea. Who? As soon as he came to the surface of the sea, Han Fei sensed strong wind and huge waves. It was not a big deal to be in the middle of a storm. Why would a cultivator be afraid of that? But the point was that in the turbulent waves, there would be spatial cracks from time to time. The higher Han Fei flew, the more frequent the space cracks appeared. This reminded Han Fei of the Waterwood world. The scenes he encountered in the battle on that island were exactly the same as the situation here. When Han Fei reached an altitude of 100,000 feet, it could be said that there were spatial cracks everywhere. This meant that it was very difficult for the Sky Clan to exist in the Wall of Death, unless there were no such void cracks in some places. Or rather, some low-level birds might exist, but they were far from being called the Sky Clan. Entering Forge the Universe again, Han Fei cancelled the Twin Divine technique. At the same time, he took out the 9 Palace Luck Ruler and did a divination. However, the divination showed that it was ominous. Han Fei was lost for words. Why was he so unlucky recently? Aren't I always a Lucky man? That's really depressing. However, it shouldn't be very dangerous. After all, he had encountered the greatly ominous situation and knew its level of difficulty. Without thinking further, Han Fei left Forge the Universe. At this time, he had transformed into another person at random. This was the middle-aged man that Han Fei had pretended to be when he was in the Wind Rain village. This time, as soon as he came out, Han Fei happened to encounter a seahorse swimming in the sea. Seahorses were relatively docile at most of the time. In Han Fei's impression, the seahorses were not very dangerous. However, this one was different. Its long mouth was full of sharp teeth. Unlike humans, it had long and narrow squinty eyes, and its eyes looked like it was about to fight. And the seahorse even grew hands. When it saw Han Fei, it extended its hands with a swish. Its hands were covered with scales, and two big spears appeared out of thin air. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name War Seahorse. Introduction: This is a mutated seahorse that has some ancient exotic blood. It's very combative and good at swimming in the waves. It's highly intelligent and can copy the combat skills of other creatures. You have to be careful. Level greater than 79. Quality exotic, mutated. Enforcing law, battle shadow. Contained spiritual energy greater than 72,505 points. Effect: long-term consumption can significantly increase spiritual power. Collectible: horse tendon. Absorbable. Clatter. At that moment, Han Fei saw nothing but the shadows of seahorses within a kilometer. Knowing that the seahorse had used a combat skill, Han Fei sensed 10,000 stings that went straight at his soul. Han Fei thought to himself, I haven't done anything yet, but a seahorse has already spotted me. Chi La. Han Fei extended his hand and grabbed in the air, producing a cold knife. Light. As he slashed out, the shadows of the galloping horses were swept away. Crack. The two spears in the war seahorse's hands were cut off by the draw technique. Seeing that it still wanted to run, Han Fei twisted his body and appeared on it. Han Fei pressed the war seahorse with the void lines. His mind was filled with scenes of the seahorses hunting with the other creatures. There was nothing to see, so Han Fei killed it with a slap, absorbed some of its vitality and soul power, and threw it into Forge the Universe. Standing in the surging currents, Han Fei was stunned. This place is huge. When can I find what I want? Suddenly, Han Fei's heart stirred. What was his purpose for coming here? It was to grow stronger, polish his foundation, and break through to an intermediate venerable by the way. With this in mind, he began to activate the vast ocean navigator. Gulialu. The vast ocean navigator revolved rapidly, pointing in a direction that Han Fei didn't know at all. Han Fei looked at it from a distance. Since he had encountered the ominous trigram, this trip wouldn't be a problem. According to the divination results of the 9-palace luck ruler, Han Fei's perception swept more than 20,000 kilometers. However, at the same time, a perception swept back. F***CK. Han Fei was stunned for a moment. Are you kidding me? A creature that could perceive him couldn't be weaker than him in terms of realm. Han Fei was dumbfounded. He had met a venerable so easily? Were venerables so worthless in the wall of death? As he expected, Han Fei looked into the distance and stared at a giant crocodile. Han Fei was stunned. A crocodile? Swish. The big crocodile said, Huh. Are you a human? Han Fei's heart did a flip. Wait a moment, this big crocodile knows about human beings? Is there a human in the wall of death? However, before Han Fei could speak, the crocodile suddenly turned into a crocodile man and looked at Han Fei with a knife in his hand. The immortal city of the human race, why did you break into the territory of the demon beast union? Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. The immortal city of the human race? It turned out that humans also had a territory in the wall of death? Han Fei was overjoyed. Could there be a top expert among the people who could survive in the wall of death? In addition to the demon beast union and the immortal city of the human race that the crocodile mentioned just now, there should be a black blood royal city here. Were there only these three forces in the wall of death? Han Fei didn't think it necessary to fight the crocodile, so he might as well cotton up with it first. Besides, was the demon beast union a union of sea demon beasts, or something else? There should be beasts in the wall of death. Was it also from this demon beast union? Immediately, Han Fei said, "Brother, I think you're mistaken." Well, actually, let me tell you, I'm a half-beast. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Compared to the immortal city, Han Fei felt that he could learn more about the demon beast union. After all, this was a force that had never appeared in the Inyang world or the Waterwood world. Was this power good or bad? What kind of demon beasts were they? What was their relationship with sea demons? These were all unknown. Therefore, Han Fei felt that he had to find an opportunity to explore this so-called demon beast union. Hearing that Han Fei was a half-beast, the crocodile man immediately frowned. Humans are humans, and beasts are beasts. All demonic beasts have their own characteristics, so it's difficult for them to transform into a perfect human form like yours. Unless you are a sea demon? Han Fei was overjoyed because he found that the crocodile man's eyes became sharp when he said the word sea demon, and he even seemed to be about to attack. It seemed that the demon beast union and the sea demons were also hostile. However, from what he said, they didn't seem to be particularly friendly to humans. Han Fei's face suddenly changed, and he said with an awful look, "Brother, don't slander me. I, the bull demon king, am a peerless heavenly talent of the buffalo race. How can those mixed-blood fish demons compare to me?" Han Fei thought to himself, I don't know if these so-called demonic beasts are marine creatures or land creatures. Crocodiles can live both in the sea and on land. When he was in the Grand Myriad Mountains, those old crocodiles liked to live in the sea and also liked to hunt demonic beasts in the sea. But in fact, there were many strange ferocious beasts in the sea. He couldn't rule out the possibility that this crocodile was also related to sea demons. Han Fei wanted to say that he was a tiger, but if the crocodile man was a sea demon, he certainly wouldn't know what a tiger was. However, the buffalo was different. A water buffalo and a crocodile were actually similar. They could live both in water and on land. In any case, they could be considered very similar. Han Fei even knew that in ancient myths, there was a Kuei bull, which was one of the undersea divine beasts. Seeing Han Fei's expression change, the crocodile man realized that this man took it as an insult when he said he was a sea demon. Immediately, the crocodile man withdrew his brutality, but he still asked warily, "You said you're from the buffalo race?" However, there are only 3 buffaloes in the cage. Although they can transform into humans, they can't become like you. Show your real body first. Han Fei's heart stirred. This crocodile man mentioned a few words. One was cage. They seemed to treat the wall of death as a cage. Also, there was really a water buffalo here? And a water buffalo that could transform into a human. Its strength was at least at the explorer level. However, Han Fei thought it made sense. Along the way, there were explorer level creatures everywhere. It wasn't surprising. Buzz. Han Fei's body began to swell, and he activated the Beast King technique and quickly turned into a buffalo. Moo. Han Fei specifically roared, and the thunderous roar rumbled in the sea. Han Fei stepped in the air and looked at the crocodile. Do you see that? I'm not an ordinary buffalo. I'm a peerless heavenly talent of the buffalo race. I can transform into a human when I become a hidden fisher, and when I'm a law enforcer, I'm no different from a human. You said there are compatriots of my race here? Brother, can you take me to see them? The crocodile was also a little stunned, wondering, is it really a buffalo? Han Fei stepped through the void at an extremely fast speed. In a moment, he appeared beside the crocodile. At such a close distance, Han Fei discovered that this crocodile was already an intermediate venerable. No wonder it could detect his perception. When the crocodile saw Han Fei, it looked at him up and down and confirmed that Han Fei was indeed a buffalo. Therefore, the crocodile man smiled and said, Brother, I'm Crocodile Iron. But I don't know where you are from. This cage is only so big. There are only 3 water buffaloes left, and only one of them has become a venerable. If they know that there is another one in their race, they will be very happy. Han Fei didn't turn into a human form again. Anyway, he knew the Beast King technique and was not about to fight. He could maintain his buffalo body for a long time. When he couldn't hold it anymore, he could find an excuse to appear in human form again. Alas! Han Fei sighed. Brother Crocodile, you may not believe it, but I used to be trapped in a tower called the Demon Subduing Tower for thousands of years and couldn't come out until something happened to the tower a few years ago. However, I was seriously injured by the void turbulence and had to recuperate for more than 2 years before I dared to come out. I didn't expect to meet you the moment I appeared. The crocodile's eyes grew brighter and brighter as it listened, and it hurriedly said, So, you came out of the tower? That makes sense. That tower almost smashed into the cage. Many strong masters went to it, trying to use the tower to break the seal on the cage, but they failed. Brother, so you're from the outside world? What's the outside world like? As I expected. Han Fei's eyes flashed. The wall of death was interconnected inside. This meant that this was a larger cage, sealing the Waterwood world and Yang world inside. And the Waterwood world and the Yang world should be one wall apart. Perhaps, from a third party's perspective, the 2 heavenly palaces should resemble a stud link, a huge stud link. Moo. Han Fei called out happily as if he was very glad to find his clansmen. He sighed again. Brother Crocodile, when I was just an explorer, I was caught into the Demon Subduing Tower. I don't remember the outside world much. However, I know a little about the outside world. First of all, there are kings outside. The crocodile man and Han Fei walked side by side. Hearing that there were kings outside, the crocodile man looked yearning. Sure enough, only on the outside can one become a king. Han Fei, however, noticed something wrong. He asked in surprise, Brother Crocodile, is there no king in this cage? Crocodile shook his head. No, not a single one. Look, the spiritual energy is so turbulent here. Who can become a king here? Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Are you kidding me? Isn't the black evil conch king a king? That guy's projection is already at the level of a half-king. In the battle with the sea demons, this guy sent over 3 half-king projections. And a bunch of venerable projections. Isn't he a king? Han Fei immediately frowned and said, Brother Crocodile, are you sure there is no king here? Do you know that the demon subduing tower I escaped from is sealed in a place called the White Shell Royal City? There is a king in the White Shell Royal City. When we escaped from the demon subduing tower, he said that even if we escape here, there will be kings hunting us. The White Shell Royal City? The crocodile smacked his lips and said, I've never heard of it. Can the king outside know the power in our cage? Then what he said can't be right. There is only a black blood royal city in the cage, and there is only a fake king inside. He is far from a real king. A fake king? Han Fei was stunned for a moment. Was the black evil conch king a fake king? Seeing Han Fei's stunned look, the crocodile immediately rubbed its tail against Han Fei and said, Brother, the so-called fake king is a half-king who failed to transcend the king tribulation but didn't die. He has no hope of becoming a king in this life. However, he is stronger than a half-king. Therefore, they are actually still half-kings. There are also such half-kings in our demon-beast union. Oh. Really? I was so scared. I thought that a king would come to hunt me. Crocodile said with a smile, Brother, don't panic. I'll take you to our demon beast union. In this cage, our demon beast union is one of the 4 major forces. Now, with you here, we'll be like tigers with wings. Han Fei's heart did a flip. 4 major powers? It seemed that there were other creatures besides sea demons, humans, and demonic beasts. Han Fei asked, Brother Crocodile, are there more venerables in our demon beast union than other forces? Crocodile grinned and said, Well, it's difficult to become a venerable. However, compared to the immortal city of the human race, the sea demons, Black Blood Royal City, and the Demonicy Plants Forest of Terror, our demon beast union's 10,000 Beast Island has the most venerables, with a total of 297. Now, with you here, there should be 298 venerables. Among them, there are 11 half-kings, 38 peak-level venerables, 56 advanced venerables, 72 intermediate venerables, and 120 junior venerables. Brother, your strength should be at the peak of the junior venerable, right? Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. F***ck, there are too many strong masters. Aren't there? 11 half-kings? All the venerables in the yin-yang world and the waterwood world combined can't even defeat any force in the wall of death. Or, to put it another way, any random person in the wall of death could sweep the yin-yang world. As for the waterwood world, they probably couldn't take it down yet. However, the yin-yang world? These people could definitely take it down. Han Fei secretly took a breath. Fortunately, he came in first. The wall of death must not be broken for the time being. He had to take this opportunity to continue to grow and become a king as soon as possible. No. At least, he had to reach the peak and become a half-king as soon as possible. Only then would he have the ability to challenge any power in the yin-yang world, waterwood world, or the wall of death. Han Fei was confident that once he became a half-king, he would definitely be able to defeat the so-called fake king. Han Fei and the crocodile chatted while walking in the air. Han Fei asked, "Brother Crocodile, you just mentioned the immortal city of the human race. Are they our enemies?" The crocodile hummed and said, "The human race can't be regarded as enemies. However, they are the weakest force in the cage. It seems that they have only 100 venerables. They are on the border with the Black Blood Royal City. So there are frequent battles. Many people turned into undead creatures. Therefore, the city is quite dead. There are few living people, mostly undead creatures." Han Fei's heart sank when he heard that. Were human beings so miserable in the cage? Han Fei asked, "Why don't the Demon Beast Union help them? Sea demons are not good." The crocodile said, "How can we help? Our Demon Beast Union is meant to resist both the Black Blood Royal City and the Forest of Terror. The human race used to be our ally, but more and more people turn to undead creatures. Our relationship has gradually become hostile. You know, undead creatures, right? I don't know if they are alive or dead." As the crocodile spoke, it glanced at Han Fei and said, "Hey, brother, you said that you're a half-beast. Is your other half human?" Hearing that, Han Fei nodded and said, "Yes. In my inherited memories, my mother was once a peerless heavenly talent of the human race.